Chapter 1. Hacker Queen becomes a high school student. Who are you? As soon as Fu-jo said that, the person who was standing in front of her felt thunderstruck and ran to the door while screaming, "Doctor! Doctor! My young master! It appears his brain has been damaged." Young master? You mean her? Fu-jo realized something was wrong and frowned hard. Something seemed to be trying to get into her brain. She shook her aching head and dazedly looked at herself in a full-length mirror. There was what seemed like a young man in the mirror. He was tall, slim, and around 17 years old, and he had very black eyes. His figure was smooth and accentuated, but he was no man. Her skin was perfect. It was fair like porcelain all over and completely flawless. That messy silver hair didn't make her seem decadent at all. On the contrary, it added a luxurious temperament to her and made her look like an Eastern vampire royal. The young man's ear had a black piercing which was exuding a dim light. Wild, arrogant, handsome. Anybody who'd seen this young man for the first time would think the same thing. If Fu-jo didn't know that she was a girl herself, she would even think that the one in the mirror was a boy. However, she was clear that no matter what, she or even this body that she had was a girl. Fu-jo looked at herself in the mirror and closed her eyes. She opened them up after a few seconds. Something very mysterious was in her eyes. Young master. The man who just ran out came back in and dragged a doctor inside as well. Hurry, take a look at my young master. See if his brain is really damaged. The doctor used a medical light to check on Fu-jo's eyes. Fu-jo sat still emotionlessly, and she didn't resist. She was receiving non-stop information being sent to her brain. Even though this body had the same family name and first name as she did, the situation was totally different. Clearly, she was a girl, but her mother had raised her like a boy. But no matter how her mother had raised her, this body was still into men. And all girls would fall in love during high school. She, well, fell too hard and didn't know the manners a girl should have. She went up and circled around directly whenever she saw good-looking guys. Therefore, people sent her to the hospital by beating her up badly, thinking that she was gay. After Fu-jo had remembered everything, she didn't look too well. She had once hacked into the Pentagon with a single computer. So many FBI agents had used all kinds of honey traps and reverse honey traps just to capture her. But they couldn't get her even with 10 big black guys. Being sent to the hospital all beaten up. Really, it was kind of funny. Fu-jo actually laughed out loud, but her eyes were still cold, and there was a trace of evilness in her deep black eyes. Young master. Chun Xiaodong looked at her in confusion. Fu-jo looked back at him absent-mindedly. Then, she raised her hand to push her silver hair back, showing her perfect demon-like face. Yeah? Even her voice was flawless. It was not too low, and it was not too high. It had some exquisite features of a young lad, soft and magnetic. She made even that most ordinary of gestures look arrogant and domineering. Chun Xiaodong was in shock, feeling that something was not right with his young master. How should he put it? Young master used to be very bad-tempered, spending money as if it were water and acting like a total nouveau riche rich kid with no manners and taste. But today, he saw the word handsome on his young master. Chapter 2. A new Fu-jo cool. For 3 days, Fu-jo stayed in the hospital for checkups. On the very 4th day, she stopped acting like a pretty boy in a hospital gown. Fu-jo had always been very good at adapting. But there was one thing she needed to figure out. Who had stabbed her in the back? Fu-jo narrowed her eyes, and the temperature in the ward dropped to the freezing point. And then she smiled again. The angle at which the corner of her mouth hooked up was perfect. It was as if this person was full of disguises. She was a hacker, codename Z. She could do whatever you wanted her to do with a single computer. But someone like her took on a high school kid's body and was reborn. Young master, I took out all your clothes. Do you want this outfit or this one? Chun Xiaodong looked at the young man who was sitting next to the window, and as if he were asking for some reward, he continued, both are from Givenchy's newest collection. Fu-jo jumped down from the balcony with the support of one hand. There was a lollipop in her mouth, and her silver hair looked a bit messy. Her eyebrows were stunning to death, and her thin lips were slightly pouty. She walked towards Chun Xiaodong slowly with her left hand in her pocket. That laid-back look of hers was totally like those demon deacons from cartoons. So freaking cool. Chun Xiaodong was nearly awestruck. Not to mention that all girls would fall for young master, even boys would. No, I can't think like that. Thinking like this would only encourage young master's bad habits and evil temperament. The reason why his young master was beaten and sent to the hospital this time was still vivid to him. If the boss knew that his young master had a crush on young Master Qin, he would definitely break the young master's legs. Only these two? Are there no other options? Fu Jiu looked at the extremely bright colors in front of her and frowned. Chun Xiaodong buried his head and pulled those clothes aside. I also brought your favorite trendy pieces from the boy collection. Boy! Are you sure they are not some cheap stuff from Taobao 1? The original owner's tastes are really peculiar. Fu Jiu looked at the clothes in floral colors in front of her, unbuttoned her hospital gown with her fingers, and spoke with a low voice. Go get my uniform. Ha? Young master, don't you hate uniforms? Chun Xiaodong's eyes widened as he was shocked by Fu Jiu's words. Fu Jiu took a glance at him and only gave 2 words, go now. Without any explanation, her voice was so scary that it made people weak in the knees. Was this still the same nouveau riche young master of his? Jiang City's No. 1 middle school had a long history, great teachers, many powerful figures inside, and top scholars in both the arts and sciences. Of course, there were still a few unenterprising students who didn't progress. Fu Jiu was a typical example. Compared to other well-off second generations, she was even more disliked by others, because she lived to show off, came to school in race cars, and made herself look like a mine owner. Even though her family was actually in the mining business, she brought what she had learned from her dad to school, which was very inappropriate. And with her way of dressing, people only thought of her as a bumpkin and not as something mainstream no matter how handsome she thought it was. Thinking about it carefully, Fu Jiu had actually never done anything outrageous. But an existence like her was simply like a joke. Who would like her? But today, the head teacher of the class looked at this freshly baked pretty young man and asked with uncertainty, Fu Jiu. It's me, Miss Chun. I came to cancel my sick leave. Fu Jiu smiled slightly. Miss Chun paused in shock and said, all right, I got it. Go back to class, no more fights later on. Put your heart and mind into studying. All right? Miss Chun was astonished to see the back of that young man who had just left. Could someone really change this much after staying in the hospital for a few days? This was simply a makeover. Chapter 3. Meeting an old enemy. Slap in the face. Back on the familiar campus, Fu Jiu had an indescribable feeling. There was a broadcast going on, but she was not sure if there would be an exercise session later. Oh? Who's that handsome guy? Is he new? Why haven't I seen him before? The girl was talking with her friends, and she asked them to look in Fu Jiu's direction. He smiled at me just now. Those little canines, so sexy. Hold on. He looks so familiar, him. Is he Fu Jiu? After getting closer to take a look, a number of girls were completely stunned. How could this beautiful man be that nouveau riche, Fu Jiu? But he did enter their class. Fu Jiu put her school bag on the wooden desk, lifted her long legs slightly, and sat down as she was going to take her small laptop out. And they heard a bang. Someone pulled out the chair next to her and looked at her with a gloomy face. Take your stuff away. I don't freaking want to stay a second longer with you. You huge sicko. This was Fu Jiu's desk mate Zhang Feiyang, the most handsome guy in Class D. He played basketball well, and he was good at dealing with girls. Even Fu Jiu herself had chased him before. Fu Jiu's head hurt every time she thought about the fact that she had actually chased him once. But she was never really someone who allowed people to get violent in front of her. You don't. Fu Jiu sounded emotionless, and she put her hand on the side of her face indifferently and looked at him. Then *CK off. What did you just say? Zhang Feiyang acted up and wanted to grab her collar and pull her in. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feiyang pounced but missed, and his whole body crashed into the desk. His jaw was aching so badly. Fu Jiu, who was standing at the side, looked at him with a smile. I haven't really been liking violence recently, so classmate Zhang, let's try to get along. How about that? Everyone thought they were having secret talks like brothers. Only Jiang Feiyang knew how much painful pressure the arm exerted on his back. His eyes were red as he ground his teeth. He couldn't believe that a weak wimp could actually beat him.
Odd.
Fu Jiu used to blush so badly back when Jiang Feiyang talked to him. Why is he different today? Nothing odd about that. Fu Jiu only has eyes for young Master Qin now, so he can't be bothered with others anymore. Heh! How ballsy, daring to fantasize about young Master Qin. Just wait, someone will fix him. Fu Jiu lowered her eyes with all the noise happening in the background, and she flipped open the physics textbook atop the table. Jiang Feiyang swung his arm and harumphed coldly. Listen clearly, you are not going to live long. Not to mention young Master Qin himself. Even those school guards with him will kill you. Hearing that, Fu Jiu laughed again and raised her eyes from the physics textbook. Whether I'll die or not, that's for later. But if you say another word, I will rip your jaw out. Jiang Feiyang. *T. Why did he feel frightened? That little wimp's eyes were so scary. The bell for class rang, and Fu Jiu could finally have a little quiet nap time. However, trouble still arrived at lunchtime. A group of girls who were wearing skirts surrounded Fu Jiu in the middle, and the tone in which they spoke was filled with explosive hostility. How did the Fu family produce this gay nouveau riche? How disgusting! The hungry Fu Jiu was stopped just like that, and her eyes turned cold. After hearing their words, she abruptly raised her head, a cold smile gradually suffusing the corner of her mouth. Chapter 4. Direct face smacking cool. With that smile, all the girls who came over to watch felt that their hearts inexplicably began beating irregularly. The ones giving her trouble were acting differently, especially the girl Huasiyu who was leading the others. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Fu Jiu with deep disdain. I warned you the last time. Stay away from young Master Qin. You really should have listened, but I didn't expect you to still not learn your lesson. You even dared to come to this canteen. Do you want to be splashed with water again? She had long been unhappy with this nouveau riche, and the thought of someone like him having a crush on her Prince Charming made her stomach turn. Drag him to the restroom. Today I will make it clear to him where he is and isn't allowed to go to. Huasiyu was famous for being a bully at school. She usually used such measures to bully those whom she didn't like so badly that they couldn't even speak up about it. It was said that someone's head was shoved into the toilet. Now Fu Jiu was in real trouble. He just got out of the hospital, and he was now going back in again so soon. It's pretty sad if you think about it. As people were thinking like this, they saw Fu Jiu kick Huasiyu to the floor by lifting her leg while one of her hands was in her pocket. Bang! Everything happened so fast that people couldn't even clearly see how she did it. When Huasiyu fell on the floor, all of her organs were hurting. Likely, in her disbelief, her anger reached its peak. You pervert, actually daring to kick me. While being cursed at like that, Fu Jiu calmly opened the bottle of water in her hand and walked towards her. Her other hand was still inside her pocket, and her thin lips were curled slightly. All that you did to me, I'm returning it back to you. Splash! As Fu Jiu finished speaking, a full bottle of mineral water was poured onto Huasiyu's head. Huasiyu was shocked at first, and then she went completely crazy. Fu Jiu, just wait. You think school hunk Xiaoxiang would let you out of this? Everyone in school is disgusted by you to the point of throwing up. He hasn't beaten you up only because of how disgusted he is with you. Hearing that, Fu Jiu laughed slightly, bent her waist halfway, extended one of her hands out, and patted Huasiyu's face lightly. She looked very handsome. What's the big deal, sis? Listen, I'm always available to torture you. Huasiyu felt the urge to kill again. Shoo! Fu Jiu pressed on her pale lips with her index finger. I'm not a very nice person, so don't keep on pushing me to beat someone up. Also, even if I like men, I won't like that young Master Qin you are talking about. If he wants a battle, any time is fine by me. Fu Jiu said this like she was dropping a bomb, before she walked out of the canteen like nothing had happened. How should it be said? Noisy places were not her cup of tea. After she left, two lanky figures showed up one after the other on the second floor of the canteen. It had the best view, but it was not a place that anyone could go to. One was leaning on the rails, tipping his chin at the tall shadow behind him. He said in a deep, meaningful voice, "That person used to chase after you, saying that he will marry nobody but you. But at the beginning of the school year, he said that he would never like you even if he likes men." Question for the eldest young Master Chin. How do you feel? The one who was called out by his name was tall and stood straight. He had a handsome face, and he was leaning on the huge floor-to-ceiling windows with his long legs slightly crossed. Looking at the book in his hand with his head low, the whole view of the school was shimmering brightly behind him. Hearing that, he didn't say anything. He only raised his eyes up a little, and he looked in the direction of Fujio. Chapter 5. Keeping a school male god? Young master, are you all right? Young master. Just as Fujio arrived downstairs, she saw her little butler Chun Xiaodong chasing after her breathlessly. The anxiety in his eyes was obvious and sincere. Are you hurt? Did he see you? Did it happen again? Fujio didn't let him finish and said, I hit them back. What? Chun Xiaodong thought his ears were muffled after running all the way here. So he asked with difficulty, young master, you didn't get beaten up? Fujio lifted her eyebrow. Do I really look like someone who was beaten up? But the thing is, you were beaten up. Chun Xiaodong murmured inwardly. He noticed that his young master had been different ever since he woke up. First was his temperament super attractive. Of course, not to Huasiyu and her gang. Did you see young Master Chin just now? Chun Xiaodong asked cautiously. Fujio lazily stretched her waist. No. Thank goodness. Chun Xiaodong took a deep breath. Fujio was confused. Why did all these people act like she would do something to young Master Chin once she saw him? So what if I did meet him? I fear that you will hold onto his leg and not let go. Chun Xiaodong looked at Fujio morosely after speaking. Young master, did you forget what you did previously? It would have been okay if Chun Xiaodong did not bring it up. With his reminder, all the embarrassing memories rushed up to Fujio's mind. Apparently, it had happened in this very canteen. She fell in love with the back of Almighty Chin at first sight. Then, she said she would make him her gigolo. Fujio wasn't someone who became embarrassed easily, but now she wanted to cover her face up. But she was a hacker queen. She needed to prove herself innocent. The one who spoke about making him a gigolo wasn't me. Chun Xiaodong had an expression that read, Do you think all the students and teachers in the school are blind or something? He made it a point to advise Fujio. Young master, listen to me, even if you like boys, it can't be young Master Chin. His background is something our Fu family can't mess with. We are quite a few levels apart. Okay. Fujio didn't care. Chun Xiaodong stopped and looked serious. He wanted to move her with real emotions. Young master, can't you just like girls, please? Boss is already not satisfied with you about this. Not only did he cut off your pocket money, he also left you to your own devices at school. You might not get the company in the future, and it will be given to that pair of siblings being raised outside the family. Aren't you worried, young master? For madam's sake, can you just stop liking men? Upon hearing that, Fujio halted. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. All the bad things she had done before were all reported to her father by that brother-sister duo. At first, Fu Zhongyi was really nice to Fujio. After all, Fujio was his first legitimate son. But later on, he got influenced by gossip and rumors. Fu Zhongyi began disliking Fujio more and more. When he heard that Fujio might be gay, he almost cut off all of his financial support. He no longer returned home and coldly put Mrs. Fu, who went through life's ups and downs with him, aside. Fujio didn't give a sh*t about a trashy guy like that at all. Back then, Fu Zhongyi opened his company using her mother's money. Now that he had everything, he kicked away the person who had helped him just like that? How could such an action be acceptable? Since she had taken over this body, she would take back what belonged to them. Chapter 6. Hacker in Action and Meeting Chin Mo in Games. Now, she was most in need of electronic parts to assemble a laptop with high specs. The one she had at home was still okay for playing games, but it would leave traces behind if it were used to hack websites. So making money was of the utmost priority. What did you say? Making money? The driver was shocked when he heard what Chen Xiaodong had just asked. After he slammed on the brakes, they both turned and looked at Fu Jiu as if they were looking at an alien. Fu Jiu had a can of cola in her hand, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. What? Is it so weird that I want to make money? A little. Chen Xiaodong wasn't expressing his true feelings. It's so freaking weird. Alright, you used to spend 1,000 renminbi a day to show off your nouveau riche status. Anyone who saw that would have the urge to beat you up, and now you're telling me that you want to make money? Are you joking? Fu Jiu laughed lightly. People change. I got so poor lately that I need to find something to do. Young master. The old driver quivered and looked very excited. If Madame heard you, she would definitely sleep soundly tonight. Fu Jiu took a sip of the cola. My mum has business in the other provinces, so don't bother her. Takes time to make money. Uncle Wang, please request a 2-day absence for me from school. That will do. Driver Wang and Chen Xiaodong. All this talk, but all you wanted was to ask for a leave of absence. Young master, if you want to stay at home, you can say it directly. Don't lie to us saying that you want to make money. Chen Xiaodong murmured softly. Hearing that, Fu Jiu sighed hopelessly. She realized that no matter what she said, nobody would believe her. After all, she was a nouveau riche who knew nothing. All she knew was how to chase after handsome guys. But that was nice too. It could be a good disguise. That night, on the second floor of Fu residence. Through the mirror, a pair of fair hands could be seen moving swiftly over an old-fashioned keyboard. Someone who played games could tell that this person had brilliant moves. Bah! A powerful strike was launched. Boss terminated. First clear accomplished. F***CK. A professional gamer? How did this person pass the ghost boss stage? He's not a professional. I had spent some money to get someone to escort me across a tiny map. I didn't expect that he would obtain the first clear. I'm also freaking shocked. Alright? Where's that person? I want to hire him. What's his name? Is his equipment kick-ass? He has no equipment. Looks like a newbie who needs money. Who are you lying to? Can a newbie get past the ghost boss? It's true. I just PM'd him and he just took on a team extermination job. Now he's on his second run. Just wait for the game announcement. Just as his voice faded, another first clear announcement was made across the server. Then, for the third time, fourth time, fifth time, 10th time, the name Spade Z would show up atop the game screen every time. Those operation skills were like computer effects. They made everyone's blood boil. In the professional alliance team, an adorable cat-like young man screamed excitedly, "Young Master Qin, take a look at this Spade Z. So cool. Let's poach him. We need him." Qin Mo turned, his legs crossed. His pitch-black eyes and overly fair skin made him look like a vampire royal. His laid-back and free temperament was even more elevated when he had on that alliance uniform. Rookie? Chapter 7. Young Master Qin lifted his eyebrow. Was he rejected? He must be a rookie, but his skills don't seem like a rookie's at all. He got 10 first clears. Captain only had 9 back then. The cat-like young man changed the topic quickly. But he is definitely no match against Captain. He's not bad though. If we get him, along with Captain, our Supreme Alliance will be invincible. Qin Mo looked at the game figures on the screen. He didn't say anything at first, but when he saw that person turn his weapon and devour everything around him with fire, he raised his eyebrow. PM him. The cat-like young man's eyes brightened up as he received the order. While holding a stuffed toy, he sent a friend request directly to Spade Z, aka Fu Jiu. But to his utter surprise, Spade Z rejected his request. Rejected. The cat-like young man felt like he had taken a critical hit of 10 million points of damage. His in-game name was on it. How could it get rejected? Now we need to clarify that the cat-like young man's name was Coco. His in-game name was the same and he was ranked in the top 10 of the nation. But this was not the point. The point was that he was a famous professional Godinon. Every time he live-streamed, he would get millions of viewers, but this person even dared to reject his friend request. I'm gonna make him add me no matter what. Coco, who had a head full of blonde curls, logged into another account. Captain, what's your passcode? Chin Mo didn't stop him, and a set of numbers came out as his thin lips moved slightly. Coco logged onto the game page again. Just as he got onto the home page, the entire server exploded. What did I just see? A god. *T. It really is a god. Oh, please enlighten me with the coordinates of the Almighty. Seems like it's set to private. Of course Coco would set the coordinates as private. He would crash the server using his captain's account to log in. Again, he sent a request to Fujio. Coco was holding that big white rabbit stuffed toy, feeling so full of himself. This time, he will kneel down before me and call me Big Brother. Who would have thought that he was once again rejected? Again! Spade Z, what the heck do you want? Coco bit the rabbit's ear out of fury. Is he illiterate? Anyone who plays games would know young Master Chin. The National League contest was broadcast on both television and the internet for goodness sake. Chin Mo put down the physics textbook in his hand and put his right hand on the keyboard. He sent another friend request. This is Chin Mo. Fujio was still testing the flexibility of her fingers, but the friend requests kept popping up. Seeing that that person was so persistent, she casually freed one of her hands and replied with a lollipop in her mouth. So what? And there was a rejection notification again. Only this time, there was one more sentence. Coco saw the message and was utterly stunned. What does he mean? He still rejects young Master Chin despite knowing who he is. Chin Mo narrowed his slender eyes as he became intrigued. The corner of his mouth was lifted up slightly. No way? Young Master Chin smiled. He must have seen that wrongly. In order to distract himself, Coco snatched the keyboard back again. Why aren't you accepting the request if you know? No reaction? Opferline. Opferline. Coco felt like he was teased by something, and the one that teased him had disappeared before he even got rid of the itch. Young Master Chin? Coco turned his head, the look on his face making him look like he had already lost the battle before it even started. How unfair. Chapter 8. Fujio and Chin Mo's first official encounter 1. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaodong didn't forgo the mission that Mrs. Fu had left with him on the phone. Young master, if you really need money, just get better grades on your tests, and madam will give you a big red packet. Playing PC games all day in the room puts far too much strain on your eyes, and you didn't like to play PC games before, did you? Young master, I'm not trying to encourage you, but getting closer to young Master Chin by playing PC games is quite a nice idea. But young Master Chin is a god in the National League. Even if you practiced another 10 years, you still wouldn't be able to reach him. Are you implying that I'm playing games because of that young Master Chin? Fujio took a sip of some soy milk, lifted her eyebrows, and asked, Who gave you such a wrong impression? Chun Xiaodong's heart ached, and he shook his head. Young master, you've already come so far. You can fool old Wang, but you can't fool me. I've been in the Fu family for 3 years now. How would I still not know you? Men aside, since when have you lost sleep and appetite for something? Fuju. Young master, just admit it. Chun Xiaodong looked very serious as he said, As long as you promise madam to improve by 1 rank, I promise I won't sell you out. Forget it. She wouldn't explain anymore. The more she did, the more complicated it got. The deal to progress by 1 rank was not bad. Fujio lazily held her jaw. What was my rank from last time? Chun Xiaodong. Dead last. Fujio went silent and after a while, she said, Are you sure my mum only asked me to move up by 1 rank? Yes, madam said that if you rank second to last this time, she will reward you. Chun Xiaodong looked so firm. She's absolutely my real mother. Deal. Second to last was easy. All right? Even if she sucked at physics and chemistry, there was still English and math, the strong suits of a hacker. Chun Xiaodong started to worry after seeing her agree so decisively. Madam also said that if you rank second to last through bribery, there'd be no rewards. Fujio lifted her eyebrow. Why would I bribe? Isn't violence better? Young master, stop kidding already. You can't even fight girls, so how can you fight boys? Chun Xiaodong laughed loudly, patting Fu Zhou on the shoulder like Song Xiaobao 1. Fu Zhou raised her eyes and put down the wooden chopsticks in her hand slowly as she looked at him coldly. Chen Xiaodong froze instantly. Why did he feel such a strong murderous intent from young master? This was unscientific. But it was truly frightening. Fu Zhou didn't do anything to him. After all, this kid had been nice to her. To be honest, exactly how weak was she in the past that she was not even able to hold her own against girls? Such a good figure was totally wasted. No matter what, Fu Zhou still went to school with her pretty face. Wearing the black and white school uniform, she threw her school bag over her shoulder in a very cool fashion. Under the bright sunshine, this young man's overly fair skin was like milky jade bamboo, transparent and distant. Many people in school stopped in their tracks and started to look. Do you guys feel as if Fu Zhou has changed into someone else? He feels so handsome. Chapter 9. Fu Zhou and Qin Mo's first official encounter 2. Upon hearing people complimenting her, Fu Zhou turned her head as her lips curled into a smile. Thanks, you are very pretty too. Well, it was hard to describe it precisely, but that smile was really flirty. The girls who were addressed covered their faces instantly. They were burning hot. Chen Xiaodong, who was behind Fu Zhou, looked like he had seen a ghost. Young master, did you just flirt with those girls? Fu Zhou raised her eyebrow. Is there any problem? They are very cute. Didn't you say that you were born to like men? Chen Xiaodong lowered his voice. Fu Zhou casually asked back, what does that have to do with me flirting with cute girls? Chen Xiaodong. He actually had no words to refute her. But when did young master learn how to flirt with girls? You used to hate girls and wanted to run for the hills whenever you saw them. Look at you now. Simply a master at picking flowers. 1. Pick flowers? Chase girls. Fu Zhou didn't care about what other people thought of her, especially her desk mate Zhang Feiyang. Even his eyes widened after seeing her brand new attitude towards other girls. What was the matter with this little wimp? Thinking of stealing others' girlfriends? There was fire burning in Zhang Feiyang's eyes, and he looked like he was going to create trouble again. Fu Zhou carelessly threw her school bag down and looked at him with one hand in her pocket. Zhang Feiyang's spirit was getting weaker and weaker, weaker and weaker. At last, he lowered his head and gave way to Fu Zhou. Heh! Fu Zhou laughed out and sat on her chair. She took out a lollipop and put it into her mouth, looking very much like a foppish scion. Zhang Feiyang's hand on his desk tightened, but in the end he didn't lash out, because he really wasn't a match against this opponent. How did that little wimp, who used to follow him around, turn into such a monster all of a sudden? This life was simply not livable anymore. While the most handsome man in class 013 was still troubled, the English teacher came in from outside. Fu Zhou realized this was a subject that she was good at, so her fingers moved under the desk and took out a tablet and keyboard that she had already prepared. The upright English textbook covered the tablet, and the keyboard was inside the desk. She knew how to touch type, so there was no need to even bend her head. With a single click, she had logged onto the game server. Before Fu Zhou went to the announcement column to take on job requests, she saw that the friend requests from last time were still there. Kin Montak. She wanted to reject it again, but Zhang Feiyang screamed out uncontrollably when he saw the tablet screen from the side. Qin! Young Master Qin! This title was like a tornado that swept through the whole classroom. What did he just say? Young Master Qin? Is young Master Qin here? Not possible. Without a school invite, that male god won't walk around inside the school. We don't even see him more than twice a year. All right? Then whose name did handsome Zhang just call out? No idea. What happened? Zhang Feiyang's finger was pointing at Fu Zhou's textbook, but it was actually pointing at the tablet beneath it. His lips were shaking. Young Master Qin, he... Teacher. Fu Zhou stopped him before Zhang Feiyang could finish his sentence, and she looked at the podium. Zhang Feiyang is disturbing the class by making random noises. He obviously doesn't show any respect for the teachers or the rules. The English teacher was already so angry that blue veins bulged out of her forehead. Hearing Fu Zhou's words, she said instantly, Everyone else, study by yourselves for now. Zhang Feiyang, come with me to the office now. Zhang Feiyang was truly suffering from such a great injustice. Pointing at Fu Jiu, he said to the English teacher in a rush, "No, teacher, it was him." "What about him?" The English teacher walked over and laid her eyes on Fu Jiu's upright textbook. Then, she raised her hand. Chapter 10. Fu Jiu and Qin Mo's first official encounter 3. Nothing was down there except for a ballpoint pen. The English teacher narrowed her eyes, feeling fooled by the student named Zhang Feiyang. Fu Jiu timed an innocent look on top of her dazzling handsomeness perfectly. Upon seeing this, the anger in the English teacher's heart burned as she turned towards Zhang Feiyang. "Not only do you not pay attention in class, you are now even planning on letting others take the blame for you? Get out right now." Zhang Feiyang didn't understand how he ended up in such a state. That little wimp was playing games for goodness sake. How could he have acted so fast? And that was clearly young Master Qin's in-game name, wasn't it? Was he mistaken? After sending away the person who was troubling her, Fu Jiu lowered her head and took the tablet out again. But the frustrating thing was, with Zhang Feiyang's scream just now, she clicked on the accept button by accident. Just as Fu Jiu was about to delete the person from her contacts, she seemed to feel something, her black pupils shrinking abruptly. Right after that, her mouth curved into a smile that was not really one. "I didn't expect that the day would come for someone to hunt me. Interesting." While Fu Jiu was talking, her fingers were swiftly moving and the page on the tablet changed in a split second. The game was gone. All that was left were strings of code flooding into the screen non-stop. Unlike the relaxed Fu Jiu, a gigantic figure of a fatty was sitting on the other end, hitting the keyboard like crazy and causing it to produce pa-pa sounds. He then crashed onto the desk with his whole body, hitting the desk hard. F***CK. He escaped. "What did you say?" "Escaped." The cat-like young man took the live streaming headphones off, ignoring the millions of fans that were tuning in. He turned his head with shock on his face. "How did he escape from your hands? You are on the top of the hacker list in the nation, Fatty." "Don't joke like that. The captain is here." Fatty wiped his face, and his eyes were bright from the excitement of meeting another master. He didn't answer the cat-like young man but turned to Qin Mo and said excitedly, "CEO Qin, where did you find this guy? He's amazing. His reaction is a little slow, and he noticed me a bit late. But after that, he was having a total blast. Hundreds of thousands of fake internet IDs sneaked in at the same time, completely masking the real data. Not only that, he even installed a non-decodable virus on my computer while he was wiping out all the traces. Amazing. Simply amazing. I guess his computer doesn't have high specs. Otherwise, even I would not be able to break past his external environment." "Wait, Fatty, tell me what's wrong with my computer first. Why is the screen black, huh?" The cat-like young man bit the rabbit's ear and didn't understand a thing Fatty had just said. Fatty gave an "oh" and explained rather simply, "The opponent installed a virus in your computer, and I can't decode it." The corner of the cat-like young man's mouth quivered. "Are you telling me that not only did we not hack him, he actually broke my computer instead?" "Yeah, you could say that." Fatty touched his chin in a rather profound manner. "The cat-like young man, why the hell are you acting profound for? Are you being proud at being counterhacked?" Qin Mo took in everything that had happened like it was nothing. He extended his arm, put down his company documents, and casually crossed his long legs. The shape of his jaw created a smooth line as he said, "Tell me about the external environment which you broke into." "Hey, CEO Qin is brilliant. He always gets to the crux of the matter." Fatty laughed, seemingly cunning. "I've already locked onto his general location. He's right in this exact school." Chapter 11. Fu Jiu crashed into Qin Mo's arms. In the classroom, Fu Jiu's thin lips slightly opened up as she lightly said 2 letters out loud, "KO1. She smiled slightly while stretching her wrist. She put down the upright textbook and went back to being that extremely regular and lame high school student again. Nobody knew that she had just taken down a professional hacker. In the middle of the 3rd period, Fu Jiu was thinking about what to eat during her lunch break. The school broadcast went on and out came an excited voice. "Everyone, in order to gather talents, your senior Qin Mo will come pay the school a visit on behalf of Qin Corporation." Before that person could even finish, all the students screamed out, HHHH. Chin Mo, a genuinely favored son of God, was born with a silver spoon. His family's power spanned 3 provinces, and he dominated the gaming world. He was usually mysterious, and he wouldn't show his face even if he was at school. He was either with the team or at the company. Young Master Chin had always been an existence that was too high to reach. If people wanted to meet him in person, they needed to compete with tens of millions of fans to get the sense of being present during a live broadcast for some big gaming contest. And now he was coming to the school for a visit? Happiness came so suddenly that all the students at number 1 middle school couldn't sit still anymore. Only Fujio stretched in her chair and thought to herself, it seems we won't be having classes in the afternoon. I will have time for another 2 rounds of games to make another 500 renminbi. In order to welcome Chin Mo, the roads covered by the shadows of the trees were all cleaned up, and the school heads were all wearing suits. After half an hour, 3 or 4 military Hummers drove in. They were all raven black in color and had a very low-key, streamlined design, but their luxuriousness could not be mistaken. Ah! Another round of screaming swept through the entire campus, and all the students excitedly swarmed in the same direction like bees. Bodyguards dressed in black formed a line, keeping the people at bay. The crowd stood on their toes and tried hard to witness the splendor of the god incarnate. Only Fujio stood in the middle of the crowd indifferently. She originally thought that she could stay in the classroom and make some side money while the school heads went to welcome the guest. But she didn't expect that they would order a full gathering of everyone. Just like what Chan Xiaodong had said, the family power of young Master Chin exceeded the Fu families by several levels. After all, he grew up in a military compound, and his grandpa was one of the founders of the country. In fact, Jiang City's number 1 middle school had never lacked rich people. Guasiyu, who used to bully people a lot, was one of them. In her eyes, Fujio was and always would be a bumpkin who could never win center stage. Therefore, she hated Fujio even more because of the incident wherein she had been hit. Guasiyu didn't know why this person suddenly became difficult to deal with. She guessed that he had found himself a teacher and had learned techniques at home. But today, all of that was not important. She would force him to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. Guasiyu cast her eyes on the warning line ahead and looked at Fujio, who was playing with her cell phone in front of her. Secretly, she stepped back. When nobody was paying attention. P.A. She pushed Fujio out viciously. Fujio was still thinking about what parts to buy in the afternoon, and defenselessly, her body bent forward and crashed straight into someone's arms. Chapter 12. Fujio ate young Master Chin's tofu. Translator. Henyi Translations. Editor. Henyi Translations. Everything happened so quickly that the bodyguards in black didn't manage to react. Chin Mo only felt that something crashed into his arms. After taking his left foot back, he lowered his ink-black eyes. CEO Chin. The secretary behind Chin Mo screamed out with sweat all over his forehead. He wanted to pull his boss away, but it was already too late. The moment Fujio lost her balance, she narrowed her eyes sharply. However, everything had fallen into dead silence before she could do anything major. Was she seeing an illusion? Why did she feel a chill on the back of her neck? On the contrary, she felt warmth under her palm. It was stiff and it felt good to the touch. Fujio moved her hand twice, and all of that was seen by all the school heads. They were all so scared that their faces turned pale. Fuju. The guidance director simply wanted to pick him up and throw him away. He didn't expect that this punk would show up out of nowhere in such a manner. Didn't he tell everyone to keep him out of here? Hearing the stifled roars, Guasiyu laughed out with pleasure. This time, that bumpkin Fujio was doomed for sure. Fuju? Isn't he that person who couldn't get off young Master Chin's back the last time? Wow, he's really persistent. Isn't he afraid of being killed by young Master Chin? He must have mental problems. From the looks of it, men can be equally appalling when they become crazy for love. With the discussions floating around, the person who wanted to cover his eyes the most was Chan Xiaodong. He never expected that the thing he was worried about the most would happen in front of everyone just like that. He even thought that his young master had changed these past few days. He didn't expect that they were all just tricks to lower his inner defenses. He shouldn't have stood with Class A. He should have mingled with Class D, so that when young master lost his senses and ran into young Master Qin, he could have at least grabbed onto his leg. At this moment, Fujio wasn't too happy either. She was the victim, all right? But upon seeing the look on everyone's faces, she knew nobody would believe her anyway. Might as well take it to the end. Since I've already started it, I'll see through it to the end. Upon coming to this conclusion, Fujio lifted her lips and smiled. She suddenly grabbed the man by the collar, and while leaning towards that handsome cold face, she said with a diabolical voice, "Nice body, bro." Was this flirting? Chun Xiaodong was covered in cold sweat. Young master went nuts. Nuts. Flirting with girls was fine. But even flirting with young Master Qin now? Didn't you know that he was a proverbial tiger? People really didn't expect such words from Fujio. By the side, the cat-like young man was so stunned that he almost bit through the rabbit doll's ears. The school heads, on the other hand, wanted this student, Fujio, to vanish. Qin Mo's eyes were cold to the extreme. But compared to the coldness, what was making everybody's nerves taut was his viciousness. He arrogantly regarded the world with his kingly airs. Fujio now believed in Chun Xiaodong. This man was not to be messed with. In a split second, his face drew closer. His stateliness and beauty were all shattered at once, and all that left was an unsettling pressure. He leaned in, and his cold breath hit the back of her ear. "Fujio, right? Watch it on your way home because someone's right hand might really get broken." He said it like it was nothing, and his voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear it. But Fujio understood the hidden meaning behind his words. She had just touched his chest with her right hand. In response, this young Master Qin, whose tofu one was eaten by her, was thinking of breaking her right hand. Tofu, it means to get fresh on someone, to flirt or even to harass mildly, depending on the context and the part of China. Chapter 13, praising me by touching me? Was there going to be a fight? She had yet to fear anyone. However, Fujio didn't like to make enemies without a reason. "Handsome, I was praising you. It wouldn't be nice if he still got people to beat her up after she praised him." Qin Mo laughed suddenly, but there was only coldness in his eyes. It looked like he could only appease his anger by tearing Fujio into pieces. "Touching my chest is a form of praise? You ain't no girl, what's the big deal with being touched?" Fujio persuaded. "Be gracious." Qin Mo's eyes moved away from Fujio's hand indifferently, and his voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between his gnashed teeth. "Such a pity. Generosity has never been in my dictionary." Did that mean that a fight was inevitable? Fujio looked at that extremely dangerous back and swung her aching wrist. Sunshine scattered on him through the tree leaves, and as if boundless light was added onto him, there were only stateliness and luxury, nothing else. Simply passing by people gave them freezing chills. On top of that, there were a bunch of bodyguards in black following him. It seemed like things were really going to be a bit troublesome. The school heads were all surprised that young Master Qin had let Fujio go just like that. He didn't even ask them anything, so they also felt relieved at the same time. Luckily, young Master Qin is a generous person. "Tell me about it." The guidance director wiped off the sweat on his forehead after the false alarm. Only the cat-like young man slightly tilted his head and bit again on the ear of the rabbit doll in his embrace. The captain he knew sought revenge to the end every single time. The calmer he was, the more severe the consequences were going to be. That Fujio, who had swooped in, would be dead soon. Qin Mo was leading in the front. The feeling which he had never experienced before was still lingering on his chest, making the glint in his eyes plunge into unprecedented depths. It was only a short minute, but all of the students and teachers felt like ages had passed. The moment Qin Mo's back finally disappeared, Chun Xiaodong rushed to Fujio like a wild gust of wind with his eyes wide open. "Young master, do you know what you just did? If boss discovers this, you will be punished again. And that young Master Qin, he never liked being touched. Were you testing his limits? And you even flirted with him. Young Master Qin is different from you. He's not gay." Fujio put her hand into her pocket and quite coolly denied, I'm not gay either. You have already done that to young Master Qin. You? Chang Xiaodong sighed. Young Master, I know. If I were gay, I would fall for a man like young Master Qin too. But look at the girls around you. They didn't even pounce on him and hug him. Fu Jiu gave a terse reply as though she thought nothing of it. The corners of her mouth were still half-curled. If it's like what you said, then didn't young Master Qin just give me his virgin hug? Young Master. Chun Xiaodong was completely defeated by his young master. At a time like this, he was still thinking of such a thing. Fu Jiu patted his shoulder. Just kidding, but let me be clear. It was not my intention to hug him. I was thinking about going to Computer City, and then someone pushed me from behind without me noticing. I trust you. Chun Xiaodong was dead serious. Fu Jiu raised her eyebrows. Chun Xiaodong continued, Therefore, young master, let's be honest with each other. Next time, if you want to do anything to young Master Qin, tell me first. Fu Jiu. Chapter 14. What if I wanted to sleep with you? With Chun Xiaodong acting like this, Fu Jiu got into the mood to tease him like a pet. She said lazily, There is actually one thing I've always wanted to do. What? Chun Xiaodong hurriedly asked. Fu Jiu gave a light smile and hurled 3 words at him. Sleep with him. Chun Xiaodong felt like he was struck by lightning and paused. Fu Jiu patted his face. So, no more word games with me, your young master. Who says I won't really do it? Be a good boy and go to class. Young master. Chun Xiaodong grasped Fu Jiu's arm. You must be joking, right, young master? Fu Jiu only laughed and pushed him away. She didn't say anything else. The more Chun Xiaodong looked at his young master, the more unsettled his heart became. It's over. Young master had only liked him secretly before, but now he wants to sleep with him. That is freaking young Master Qin. If you sleep with him, can you be sure that you can still live? Young master, since when did you start having such dirty thoughts? At the other side, Fu Jiu crossed the avenue and checked the cameras around. The corner of her mouth curled up. As long as there was the internet, how could it be hard for her to find out who had pushed her? Setting up her tablet, Fu Jiu sat down on a rooftop where there was only a few people. Once her long fingers touched the Bluetooth keyboard, her dazzling keyboard techniques led her directly to the school's internet center. After she had hacked in, images popped up on the screen one after another. 32 images in total showed up in different small windows. Currently, the tablet in Fu Jiu's hand was already perfectly synced with the school's security monitors. This meant that each camera in school had become her eyes. With a tap on the enter key, the screen paused on the scene from before. Fu Jiu unwrapped a lollipop from its package and put it in her mouth. Her thin lips lifted, and her eyes turned ice cold. Huasiu? So it was her. But this was nothing. What made Fu Jiu raise her eyebrows was the alarms coming from the internet firewall that she had set up on her tablet. Surprisingly, who would have thought that the one who hacked into her laptop would be this persistent? Fu Jiu narrowed her eyes, and her fingers were on the move again. This time, her fingers were more offensive than before, like a hawk from the desert, vicious and fast, directly delivering a swift critical blow. Bah! Another laptop blacked out. Fatty was in the school office. Looking at his broken laptop, he wasn't depressed at all. Instead, he looked to the people at the side with flaming passion in his eyes. CO Qin, I got him. Spades. Him? The school heads were confused. Young Master Qin came to visit, didn't he? Why was he looking for someone? Qin Mo's thin lips opened up slightly as he said 2 words. Specific location. Rooftop of Building B. He just hacked the school internet. Fatty was extremely excited. He should still be there. Qin Mo didn't pause. With a swoosh, he stood up and headed out to Building B in large strides. The cat-like young man followed quickly with the rabbit in his arms, along with those bodyguards in black. The school heads had no idea what had just happened. They only heard Fatty say that someone had hacked into the school internet, and their faces changed. From afar, the pitter-patter sounds of keyboard strikes continued. Qin Mo's long and slim figure was downstairs, standing on his long legs with his back against the light. His left hand rested on his belt. While still wearing that pure black uniform, he raised his head up and looked at the rooftop of Building B, and a thin layer of light trickled into his deep eyes. Chapter 15. Spade Z was no teacher, but a student. The elevator button was pressed. Fatty ran towards the rooftop first. But there was no one there, not even the shadow of a human being. How was this possible? Co Chin. Fatty's complexion looked bad, and he turned his head. Spade Z must be here. I can't be wrong. Saying that was one thing, but where was the person? Fatty was looking around worriedly. Chin Mo walked over, his cold and sharp eyes glancing at the candy wrapper on the floor. It was still warm. Someone was here, Chin Mo said as he ground the candy wrapper under the heel of his black military boot. He stood on the rooftop while looking down upon everything, including the campus. With that military uniform, he looked like a god. Spade Z is a student. Fatty let out a curse. You can tell from this? Is there a teacher who would be bored to the point of eating a lollipop? Your target was wrong from the beginning. Chin Mo turned his gaze onto him. Fatty couldn't stand those eyes that left people stifled. The eyes that his CEO had all the time. Chin Mo wasn't happy about losing against Spade Z. Fatty touched his nose with guilt. You can't really blame me. I saw how amazing Spade Z was in action, so I thought that he must be a teacher. Who would have expected a student to be that good? A student. This was a high school. For Christ's sake. Which student was good enough to compete with him? Fatty, are you looking down on students? I am a student, and I am a better gamer than you are. The cat-like young man wasn't convinced, and he scratched the wall. Chin Mo raised his hand suddenly, and his eyes swept over to the side. The scene became quiet all at once. I hear something. Chin Mo's voice was weak, but it sounded like an order. He harshly and coldly threw out a word. Search! Bodyguards in black spread out on the spot and started searching the rooftop. Suddenly, someone screamed, Young master, it's in here. That was a trash can. An iPad Air 2 was lying in it. It was perfectly fine and in pristine condition. Hardly any scratches could be seen. The sound was coming from the tablet, and after getting closer, it could be heard very clearly. Spade Z left this. Shock flashed across Fatty's eyes. Chin Mo had never picked up anything from a trash can before. He raised his eyebrows and extended his left hand, and a black glove was immediately presented to him. Is it off? The cat-like young man's eyes were wide open. Why did he leave his tablet here? Fatty's face dimmed. He realized that we were looking for him and erased all the evidence. How cunning. Don't tell me that he was battling me via an iPad. What if he did? The cat-like young man didn't understand. Did it really have to be a computer? Fatty looked serious. Compared to laptops with ordinary configurations, an iPad's operating speed is 5 times slower. If he was using an iPad, can you imagine how great he would be with a laptop? The cat-like young man was completely shocked after hearing this. Fatty thought about the possibility, and his eyes were lost in a daze. I wouldn't even be able to lock in on his rough position. Such a master, why isn't he ranked? Who on earth is he? A high school student. Chin Mo stood to the side. With his very slim and long legs, his profile was delicate, and his eyes were deep and cold like an ancient pool. His black-gloved fingertips swiped over the iPad screen, and all of a sudden, a word lit up. K.O. Chapter 16 made CEO Chin stumble. Keep looking. Spade Z left this too? Because he knew that we were looking for him? That's why he was being all sassy. The cat-like young man carefully observed his captain's face, and in the end, he didn't dare ask any further questions. Fatty nodded slightly. He didn't even dare to look up at his boss. At this moment, Chin Mo's cold and vicious eyes had the color of the ocean in a dark night, dangerous and deep. From the day he was born, he had always had his way. Those who actually made him stumble. Keep looking. There was no warmth in his words, causing all the bodyguards' nerves to tighten. All the school heads fell into chaos. At the same time, in the corner of the stairwell, Fujio disconnected the cell phone hotspot on her laptop. She looked up and a smile emerged at the corner of her mouth. K.O. Those who were looking for her must be so angry now. With this thought in mind, the smile on Fujio's face blossomed even more. She enjoyed being disliked, and she made things difficult for those who did so. However, without her iPad, she needed to buy parts to assemble a small laptop as soon as possible. Otherwise, doing any work would always feel inconvenient. After all, it was still about making more money. As for that Hoseo, she would deal with her later when she actually had the time. Fujio stuffed her phone into her pocket. With a lollipop in her mouth, she stretched her wrist and successfully blended in with the people who were standing in line to get lunch. She had turned back into that most unwelcomed high school student. However, Fujio's plan wasn't realized. As soon as she finished eating lunch, the guidance director called her to the office. Fujio's eyebrows knitted together. Those people were unlikely to have found her. Then why was she called out? In the office, there was another person aside from the guidance director. He was in his 40s, and he was wearing Armani and a big golden watch on his wrist. He turned furious as soon as Fujio walked in. Who else could he be aside from her slag father? Mr. Fu. The guidance director took a look at Fujio and disdainfully said, I feel bad for always calling the honorable you to come here, but your son's actions are such a disgrace to our school's reputation. Why would a nice normal young man like men and pounce over crazily? That was CEO Chin, for Christ's sake. Is that someone he can mess with however he wants? Fuzhongyi's chest was already filled with rage, and after hearing CEO Chin's name on top of all that, his face changed. He raised his hand up with extreme anger in his eyes, wishing he could hit Fujio. Why do I have a disgraceful son like you? Dad, don't be like this. Big brother didn't mean to. The one who stopped Fuzhongyi was his illegitimate daughter Fu Shuer. Fu Shuer got her looks from her mother. She appeared innocent and pretty, but she was full of schemes. Fujio had already experienced her tricks a long time ago. She seemed to be on her side every time. But in fact, the more she said, the angrier Fuzhongyi was with her. Didn't mean to? He doesn't have control over himself then. Fuzhongyi's eyes cooled down as he looked at Fujio. The Fu family had no need for such a disgraceful thing who liked men. Not to mention, he had messed with the Chin family this time, which would probably affect his business. Fuzhongyi then thought about his youngest son. Both were his biological sons. So why was there such a huge difference? Since this disgraceful thing wasn't up to it, don't put the blame on him as a father. Since you can't change this disgusting habit of yours, you are no longer my son from this day forth. Chapter 17. Fujio, you better not regret. Was he ending his father-daughter relationship with her? Fujio's eyes were cold, and she only threw one word at Fuzhongyi. Whatever. Fine. Fuzhongyi was breathing heavily, and he turned his head towards the guidance director. Teacher, you heard him. I no longer need to clean up his mess. Whether the school wants to expel him or persuade him to quit, none of it is my concern anymore. Chun Xiaodong heard this when he arrived. He looked waveringly at Fujio. Fujio acted normally and replied in a low voice, I do hope you won't regret what you said today. The thing I regret the most is having a disgraceful thing like you and marrying that mother of yours. Fuzhongyi left after slamming those words down. He was so angry that his neck turned red. The guidance director saw the situation and nudged his glasses up a little. He couldn't even bear to have another word with Fujio. Go collect your things. Your qualifications would only fit a technical college anyway. The school will recommend you out of goodwill. Go. After that, he even waved his hand as if Fujio was a pile of trash from a dirty ditch. Young master. Chun Xiaodong went up to her, worried sick. Fujio didn't linger for long. She only curled up her lips and smiled as she walked to the classroom with her cold eyes, bringing along the notification of her dismissal. Everyone in the school leaned on the rails and watched her pick up her textbooks and walk downstairs. There was pity and mockery, while some were taking pleasure in her misfortune. The happiest among them was Hoseo. She laughed out loud with her arms crossed in front of her. Such fast retribution. Some people simply have a death wish. Look at him, having no school to go to, getting what he deserves. I heard it's a technical college. The people behind Hoseo started laughing, too. Perhaps that's where he belongs, with all the trashy students there. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Fujo stopped, and her body leaned forward all of a sudden. After the last incident, Hwasiyu was scared of being beaten up by her, so she took a step back as she trembled. However, Fujo didn't mean to hit her at all. Rather, she only said, "You really think nobody knows what you did?" Nonsense. Hwasiyu had been bullying people for so long that she no longer knew what guilt was. She looked at Fujo with vicious eyes.
Fujo smiled shrewdly.
"Guess I will have to post it online." This was the last thing Fujo said before leaving the school. Hwasiyu didn't take that seriously at all. As a nouveau riche bumpkin whom his own father didn't even want, what could he be capable of? Today's Qin Xiaodong was particularly quiet, as if he didn't want to provoke his young master by saying anything else. Fujo was surprisingly relaxed, and her fingers were moving over her phone screen. There were a couple of videos of Hwasiyu pushing her saved on it. Young master. Before she exited the car, Qin Xiaodong had received a call. He turned and said to Fujo, "Madam will rush home overnight for today's incident. It seems like she hasn't eaten anything yet, so once you see Madam in a bit, don't quarrel with her." Qin Xiaodong was afraid that saying more would make his young master resentful, so he only said one more thing with a low voice. "Madam has also been through a lot." "I know." Fujo put her phone down with insipid-looking eyes. Qin Xiaodong thought that something was wrong with his ears. "Young master, what did you just say?" Fujo raised an eyebrow. "I said I know that Mum has been through a lot. What's wrong with that?" "No, nothing is wrong." "Yeah, right. Is that something even remotely close to what you used to say about Madam? Have you forgotten all about how you fought with Madam?" Chapter 18. Fujo was furious. Fujo knew very well that she had an estranged relationship with Mrs. Fu before. After all, she still had the original host's memory. At the time, she didn't know any better and felt very depressed about dressing up as a man. She blamed it all on her mother, and said that it was the result of her mother's greed for money. Plus, her father would give her whatever she wanted. Unlike her mother who controlled her every action and asked her to be wary of Fu Shuer, she didn't listen and even said that her mother was the most vicious person in the world. She thought of everyone as evil. Their mother-daughter relationship had been awkward ever since she was little, and it continued till she grew up. No matter what Mrs. Fu said to her, she would only reply with a harumph. And Mrs. Fu was from the countryside, so she couldn't really change certain things. After Fujo had gone to school, she looked down on her mother more and more because she would lose her temper without a reason, had absolutely no table manners, and was really loud. Such acts made Fujo lose face in front of her classmates. She even thought that if her mother knew how to dress herself up like Fu Shuer's mother, and if she wasn't chubby like this, her father wouldn't have left them. More and more things surfaced on her mind, and Fujo touched her forehead. She really used to be an A*** hole. When she entered the room, there was a middle-aged woman holding her phone with her chubby hand. "Hi, Mr. Zhang? It's me, Honghua, Fujo's parent. Can you pull some strings regarding my son's incident?" Yes, you are right. It is all my fault. I didn't educate him well." Fujo could hear the director's voice over the phone. He was berating her mother like she was a foolish kid. He said, "You people from the countryside don't know how to educate your own kids. What do you expect me to do over such a big issue? In fact, everyone had their own dignity." Honghua, her mother, hated being called a person from the countryside the most. Fujo remembered that there was once a salesperson who had talked to her in such a belittling way. Honghua went directly up against that person. "What's wrong with people from the countryside? Peasants earn money and support their families with their own hands. Did I give you less money or something? Did I treat you badly? Are you looking down on peasants? Go back 3 generations ago. Weren't your family peasants too?" At that time, Honghua was so confident like a heroine from some historical novel. But now, in order to save her future education, Honghua was being obsequious and apologizing throughout the phone call, saying yes to everything. All for her. Fujo couldn't quite grasp her feelings. She just walked over with one hand in her pocket, using her other hand to take away the phone from her mother's hand. He Honghua turned back and looked at her in shock. At the other end of the phone, the director was still speaking in a teasing tone. Well, it's not actually completely hopeless for your son to come back to school. It's just that this semester is half done. You'd still need to go through many people at all levels. You peasants probably don't understand this protocol, but schools are like this. Think about it, if you really want him back, then give out a few things and show your sincerity. Not everyone can stay in good schools, right? Fujio's eyes chilled after hearing those words. A sharpness, which had never been seen before, showed up on her beautiful face. With her silver hair, she looked like a vampire royal at night. You are right. We peasants don't know your sh*t, but openly asking parents for bribes. Hey, Director Zhang, do you not want your job anymore, or what? Chapter 19. Fujio, let them come beg me. The guidance director heard her words and instantly became enraged. Okay. Fujio, you win. Our school can't educate students like you. You listen, even if your mother begs me, I won't do anything. Rubbish like you can just go anywhere you want. Bah! He hung up. He Honghua reacted with her hand was still grabbing Fujio's arm. Even though Fujio was a girl, she was 5 feet 8 inches tall. She was taller than the short, chubby He Honghua by a whole head. You kid, why are you acting so naively? He Honghua was so anxious that she forgot to be angry. All she wanted was to bow her head down and make that phone call again. Fujio held her waist and spoke softly. Mom, I don't care about that school. You don't need to be like this. He Honghua's hand stopped in the middle of calling back. Her daughter hadn't called her Mum for a long time already. She was not sure since when it started, but they immediately fought whenever they saw each other. She knew that her daughter didn't want to see her, and that she also didn't want her showing up at her school, calling her Mum like that and holding her. Those were things of the past, many years ago. He Honghua almost couldn't believe her own ears. Fujio smiled at her, then turned her head and said to the rest of the people, My mother hasn't eaten anything yet. Ask the maid to cook a few dishes and make some sweet potato congee. Yes, young master. Chun Xiaodong took the order and bolted for the kitchen. In fact, he was shocked too. When did young master ever care about madam this much? In similar situations before, young master would have only screamed at madam. After that, both of them would become really upset. Throwing cell phones around and all of that was just normal. But after young master returned from the hospital, he felt like he became a good person. He Honghua was still confused when she sat down. She found it surreal until Fujio picked up some food and put it in her bowl. He Honghua turned her head and looked at Fujio's messy silver hair. The hand that held her chopsticks was shaking. She deliberately controlled her eating pace since He Honghua knew that her daughter didn't like how she ate. Fujio turned her head. That face was overly handsome, and her gaze was on the rice that He Honghua picked up grain by grain. She knew. Without saying a word, she picked up her bowl directly, mixed a dish into it with the chopsticks, and put 2 mouthfuls of rice in her mouth at once, causing her cheeks to become plump. She smiled at He Honghua, looking surprisingly cute. Even the food tastes better when eating with Mum. When He Honghua looked at Fujio, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her eyes were very red. Fujio put down her chopsticks and sat next to her mother. She pulled her in by her shoulder and wiped away He Honghua's tears. Mom, I'm sorry for everything in the past. I won't act like that anymore. Just those few words made He Honghua unable to calm herself down for a long time. Fujio looked at this middle-aged woman whom she had always looked down upon. But her mother never gave up on her for that. She called herself an *** whole again inside. The mother and daughter duo embarked on a new page of their story. He Honghua was overjoyed. She asked what Fujio wanted with a red face, thinking she would buy anything for her. Fujio knew that even though He Honghua was in business, she wasn't as rich as Fu Zhongyi. Fu Zhongyi had fun having an affair outside the family, making it difficult for He Honghua to work around in the business world. People laughed at how boorish she was and how she couldn't tame her own man. Additionally, with her background, things were harder for her than for others. Mom, I don't need anything. It's you who should be resting more since the business negotiations aren't going so well. Fu Zhou massaged He Honghwa's arms. He Honghua felt warm in her heart after hearing her daughter's words. She didn't want to say things that would jeopardize the harmonious atmosphere, but she would be too worried if she didn't say it. Zhou, I know you don't like to study, but a man needs knowledge. Mom will try to think of a way to let you return to school. You! Fu Zhou interrupted He Honghua as she said every word clearly. About this issue, Mom, you don't need to look for anyone's help. I will make them beg for me to return. Chapter 20. Fu Zhou's real power, cool. When that happened, it would all depend on her mood whether she returned or not. He Honghua didn't really pay attention to Fu Zhou's words. She just thought that her daughter was comforting her. But little did she know, Fu Zhou took action that very night. Young master, where are you going this late at night? Chen Xiaodong followed her worriedly. Whenever his young master was in a bad mood, he would go to clubs and get wasted. Although young master didn't say it out loud this time, who would be happy about being suspended from school? He understood. If young master went to the nightclub because of this, he wouldn't tell madam about it. But to his surprise, his young master answered plainly, Internet cafe.
Internet cafe.
Chen Xiaodong was confused. He saw Fu Zhou skillfully take out her ID and ask the owner to ready the machine for her. Then she put the headphones on, looking extremely handsome. Go get some lollipops for me. Ha! Chen Xiaodong was still confused. Fu Zhou put her wallet in his hands and turned away to switch the computer on. Chocolate flavor and 2 bottles of water. I'm gonna stay here for the night. For the night? In an internet cafe? What did young master want to do here? Chen Xiaodong was even more confused. Fu Zhou swiftly hit the keyboard once he left. She asked the owner to turn on the machine that charged 10 yuan per hour. Many people wouldn't understand, but internet cafes usually had specific computers with high specs for gaming purposes. Having high processing power as a foundation, Fu Zhou hacked the school network in only 10 seconds. All the files of the faculty showed up on her screen within a blink of an eye. Using a search engine, she locked onto Director Zhang. She then moved onto something else swiftly, hitting the keyboard with very skillful techniques. By using this computer as a leading machine to take advantage of the whole internet, with the addition of thousands of computers from other internet cafes all operating at the same time, her purpose was to work out a powerful virtual IP filter, all for the sake of finding the internet line of Director Zhang's house. Also on that day, computers in several internet cafes had coding issues. People stood up and hit their keyboards randomly. WTF? Owner, what the hell is happening? I can't play games. Is there a virus? At first, all the owners thought it was a virus, but restarting didn't work, so they called the technicians in. The only computer in the internet cafe that was still working was Fu Zhou's computer. While everyone was getting mad, Fu Zhou had her headphones on. With that beautiful profile of hers and the strands of her silver hair that drooped down and covered her eyes, only her black piercing gaze shone with a cold glimmer in the dark. Such a huge hacking mission definitely needed her to go around the security system. Fu Zhou was still tapping the keyboard with the same dazzling flexibility. With one single hit on the enter key, Director Zhang's internet IP was locked into her USB. Then she hacked his phone through the internet. At last, all she needed to do was install a tiny little virus, and it was done. Bang!
K.O.
Fu Zhou narrowed her eyes and pressed the distribute button. Amidst all the voices in the internet cafe, she put on her coat and her hat. She then stood up coolly. She didn't forget to smile at the owner before she left. Owner, thanks. The owner of the internet cafe didn't have time to respond to her at all. He was still fixing the internet with his head buried in work. Weirdly, before the technicians arrived, all the computers had started working again. Freaking hell. What was the matter? Chapter 21. CEO Qin found Spade Z. Love and hate. Young master, why did you come out already? Chen Xiaodong had just finished buying the stuff she needed when he saw Fu Zhou leaving. Didn't you say you were going to be here the whole night? Fu Zhou was playing around with the USB in her hand. No need, time to go home. Chen Xiaodong blinked and said in a serious tone, Young master, Why do I have a nagging feeling that you asked me to go away on purpose? Hearing that, Fuzhou turned back and looked at him. She curled up her thin lips as she said, I actually thought you were dumb. Chun Xiaodong. What good could she get by belittling him like this? Come on, I will treat you to a bowl of noodles. Didn't you say you were hungry? Fuzhou hooked her right arm around his neck and pulled him in. Chun Xiaodong felt that he was a target of her flirtation, and he looked at his young master in a dead serious manner. Young master? Yeah. Fuzhou lifted her eyebrow. Chun Xiaodong's whole face was serious. Young master, no matter how nicely you treat me, I won't turn gay for you. So young master, save your tricks, I won't change. Fuzhou. Change? Who? You? Chun Xiaodong gave out a long sigh. I get it, it's easy to become attracted because we spend so much time together. Plus, young master just had that incident. It's totally normal to have such thoughts. What thoughts? Fuzhou put her arms across her chest and let him continue. Although Chun Xiaodong felt a shudder, he decided to spill the beans anyway for the sake of his dignity. Ahem. Thoughts of sleeping with a man. Fuzhou laughed out loud and pulled him in again.
Ah, Xiaodong.
Young master, we can talk. Just don't get all intimate. Chun Xiaodong blushed. After all, his young master was too handsome. Fuzhou looked down at him. Even if I want to sleep with a man, do you really think I would choose someone shorter than me? Chun Xiaodong. Another critical blow from nowhere. Chun Xiaodong's height had always been a sore point for him, but this also proved that young master did want to sleep with a man. Chun Xiaodong thought about what Fuzhou had said before, and his little heart quivered. Young master wanted to sleep with young master Qin. If madam got wind of this, she would probably suffer from insomnia once again. In fact, the person who got no sleep at all was Qin Mo. He was sitting beside the ceiling-to-floor window. Behind him was the night view of the entire city. In front of him were 3 alien laptops with top specifications, which cost around 200,000 renminbi in total. The cat-like young man, Coco, was sitting close to Qin Mo. He was still holding that fluffy rabbit, and he had just finished live streaming. He was not sure if it was better for him to leave or to stay. Because Qin Mo didn't say anything, nobody dared to leave on their own. Coco thought about it and decided to remind Qin Mo, Captain. It's 11 o'clock already. I think Spade Z knows that we are looking for him, so he's not going to show up online. So, Captain, maybe we should get some sleep first. Qin Mo stared at the game page. It was showing that Spade Z had already accepted his friend request. If he was scared of Qin Mo, why would he accept the request? Qin Mo squeezed the cigarette in his hand violently and coldly on the ashtray. He only said one word, wait. The icy voice was so cold it made Coco shrink his neck. Quiveringly, he shied back. He knew clearly that this was the first time a privileged son of God like his captain had been tricked, and it was also the first time he had been hugged by someone. Now, he probably wanted to kill someone. Just let him be. That Spade Z was really ballsy, tricking his captain like this, and yet he still dared to accept the friend request. Did he want to force his captain to kill him? Co Qin. Found it. Fatty ran inside from another room in a hurry. With excitement on his face, he said, Spade Z, it must be him. Chapter 22. Fuzhou and Qin Mo's encounter. Qin Mo looked up at him. His eyes were especially deep, clearly revealing how important this news was to him. Fatty turned his laptop towards him as he exclaimed, Co Qin, just now, several internet cafes were paralyzed at the same time. Normal people would think that it was just a coincidence, thinking that they got hit by an internet virus, but that is not the case. Hackers like us would know. Viruses don't come and go quickly like that, disappearing without someone cleaning it. That's impossible. The biggest possibility would be that a hacker initiated an attack. So I checked out this internet cafe's internet, and I found the problem. It wasn't a virus. Someone initiated the hidden working mode. In other words, thousands of computers in Jiang City were all operating under one person. Coco was completely shocked and he lost his grip on the rabbit in his mouth. This guy is that formidable? Of course. Fatty was extremely excited. Do you even know what this means? Someone who can do this would at least rank among the top 3 hackers nationally. But what's strange is, nowadays, top hacker bosses use their own laptops to attack, but he was on an internet cafe's computer. That's totally Spade Z's style. After hearing all this, Chin Mo leaned back with his legs crossed. Emotionlessly, he raised his eyebrow halfway, like an ancient king, cautiously and lazily. So, which internet cafe was he at? Fatty paused and coughed twice. There were too many virtual IPs, thousands of them looking for something at the same time, and he hid his tracks. I couldn't figure it out. Hearing that, Chin Mo's eyes turned cold. Fatty added quickly, Co Chin, this Spade Z is really good. I'm no match for him. Coco started to tug at Fatty's sleeve after he had said that, wanting him to shut up. Don't you see that Captain is still upset at being tricked? Saying how brilliant Spade Z is at this time, idiot. Chin Mo stood up and picked up the wine glass on the table. He swirled it a bit, and the red liquid in the glass that looked like blood seemingly carried malicious hostility. He was standing by the full window, facing everyone with his back, as if he was considering something, as if the entire city was trampled under his foot. Then he took a sip of the red wine. His fair skin was like ice and gave anyone who saw it chills. He was looking for someone. Chin Mo tilted his head, and it looked as if there was a stream of light floating in his pupils. Fatty was stunned. Who? Who else? Spade Z, Coco cut in. But Captain, how did you know he was looking for someone? Chin Mo asked back plainly while holding the glass in his hand. Searching with thousands of computers, if not looking for someone, what else would it be? Fatty patted on his forehead very regretfully. Exactly. Why didn't I think about that? Such a severe search. This person must be Spade Z's next target. Chin Mo's eyes were like frozen pools, filled with icy depths. There will be more after this. Keep an eye on the recent hottest internet news and dig him out. Roger that. Fatty's voice just faded away when the cat-like young man, Coco, who was playing with his mouse, glanced at his computer inadvertently. He suddenly screamed, pointing at the screen. His voice was shaking. Captain, Spade Z is on. Chapter 23, Fu Jiu flirts with Chin Mo. Chin Mo narrowed his eyes, supported himself with one arm on the table, and looked down at the computer screen. His eyes were dark. The moment he was about to do something, a message popped up in the friend chat window. Spade Z, Almighty Chin, you spent so much energy looking for me. Do you have a secret crush on me? After seeing those words, the temperature around Chin Mo dropped to the freezing point. Coco and Fatty, who were beside him, both had their mouths agape. How dare he talk like that? Flirting with Captain? He's really courting death. But they were dying to see what was going to happen next. Coco tightly bit on the rabbit's ear in excitement. Chin Mo's voice chilled and each of his words felt like a stab to the bone. All of you, turn your heads around. Swoosh. This time, Fatty reacted the fastest and he turned around instantly. He was so afraid that CEO Chin would find out he was peeking at the screen. That, Spade Z, too amazing. Not his hacker skills. Rather, he was flirting with CEO Chin like that. Even though they knew that it was not the time to mess around with CEO Chin, they were dying to see what Spade Z would say next. Fu Jiu was still typing with the lollipop in her mouth. A smile was plastered all over her face, and her long, beautiful fingers were cruising on the keyboard, typing out with clicking sounds. I'm not a fan of this kind of courtship, but if you insist, try seducing me yourself. Maybe I will say yes. On impulse, who knows? Looking at those words, Chin Mo's hands tightened before relaxing. Finally, he pulled the keyboard over and firmly typed one word at a time. His eyes were so cold that they could freeze someone to death. No matter who you are, you'd better start praying now. Don't let me find you. Fu Jiu looked at the dialogue box and didn't respond. She curled her lips lazily, stretched her back, and logged out. She was in a good mood. On Chin Mo's end, the temperature in the room was never going to rise again. On the top of the most luxurious building in all of Jiang City, the swimming pool on the rooftop was still faintly shimmering. Everyone on the team didn't dare look at their CEO's handsome face. Coco and Fatty could not resist even with the threat of death. They sneaked a peek at the line of words left on the screen, and of course, they were once again astonished by it.
¿Se seduce?
Asking CEO to seduce with his body?
Bang!
Coco lost his grasp on the rabbit and dropped it. Fatty rubbed his face hard. After all, the conversation was too spicy for his eyes. Coco and Fatty looked at each other. They were thinking that if the day CEO, Captain, seduced someone on his own initiative came, they would raise both their hands in support to watch that scene. Chin Mo's expression turned colder. Suddenly, he looked over, his icy voice sounding, "You two look kinda happy?"
No, no.
No way. Coco and Fatty denied at once. This Spade Z is disgusting, we need to flush him out. Just to see more amazing things happen, they had to find him. Chin Mo smiled, but there was no warmth in his eyes. The two of you would be more convincing if you could get rid of those smiles on your faces while saying that. Then he said to his secretary standing behind him, "Pass down my orders. Coco and Fatty are banned from having any meat for a month." "Yes, CEO." The secretary was professional and quickly noted down everything. Coco and Fatty looked at each other again. "CEO Chin. Captain, you can't do this to us." The two of them slumped against the wall as they watched his back vanish into the distant corridor. They were simply too sad for tears. How could they live a life without meat? On this day, even while lying in bed, there was still a cold, blurry light left in the mighty CEO Chin's eyes. Chapter 24, Fujio's Most Handsome Side. It got late into the night. While everybody else was already sound asleep, the clicking sounds from a keyboard came from the main bedroom at the top floor of the Fu family residence. Fujio was sitting in front of the computer and had successfully logged into the home screen of Director Zhang's phone. Many passwords for transactions were still on the web pages. But Fujio didn't touch those. Maybe normal people didn't know. But real hackers didn't hack to get money. This was the principle. What Fujio wanted was simple. Everything in Director Zhang's daily chat history. "Your life sure is exciting." Fujio listened to Director Zhang's voice chat history with a young woman and curled her lips. Who knows what his wife will do after hearing this? Fujio smiled, moved her fingers, and stopped at Director Zhang's SMS page, which clearly recorded the details of him improperly soliciting money from all the parents. Fujio took screenshots of everything and planned to compose a long article for dissemination when an unexpected bonus found its way to her. Perhaps Director Zhang couldn't bear the loneliness and had insisted on the woman sending him a picture of herself sleeping. That woman agreed. Director Zhang saw that picture, and his breathing got all heavy. "Oh, my little baby. You made me hard." Fujio decisively took off her headphones. It was so unbearable. She was afraid she would puke soon. But, with this, the repercussions would be greater if it were posted. A cold glint flashed in Fujio's eyes. Of course, she wouldn't let people discover that she was the one who posted the long article. In Jiang City No. 1 Middle School, there were about a dozen students who were either too poor or had bad scores and didn't offer him gifts. They were all expelled by Director Zhang for miscellaneous reasons. Fujio was smart enough to include the videos of Huasiyu pushing her and what Director Zhang had said to her in the office, along with the incidents that had happened to these dozen students. After that, she used a virtual IP and posted all the evidence at every major marketing websites at once. Of course, she didn't forget to send copies to Director Zhang's wife and all the teachers at every major school. A good show needs to be shared. With that said, Fujio switched off the television and walked to the side of her bed. Her silver hair was handsome and mysterious as always. The next day, at 9 a.m., Director Zhang drove into the school on time. Was he overthinking things too much? He felt like, ever since he got out of the car, all the students had been pointing at him. "It's him. Look quickly. I usually found him very perverted. Turns out he is nothing good after all. Sure, stop, he's looking." Director Zhang was confused. He frowned and pushed the office door open. He saw a group of teachers who were looking at something in front of the computer. Director Zhang had been in a bad mood the entire morning, and now those who worked under him weren't working. making him even angrier. Go prepare your lessons. What are you looking at? As he was speaking, he pulled one of the teachers away. When that teacher turned and saw it was him, he stepped back with an indescribable look on his face. Director Zhang wasn't paying attention at first, but when he saw the pictures on the screen, he immediately snatched away that person's mouse. What is this? What the F***ck is all this? Why were all the pictures of him kissing his lover posted here? Chapter 25. Everything has just begun. This is a setup. This is a total setup. Director Zhang threw the mouse in anger, but somehow pressed play on accident. The voice message that he sent to his lover yesterday emitted from the computer just like that. For a moment, the whole office was full of his moans. Director Zhang's face turned white in a second, and he was paralyzed in his chair. Now he only had one thought. He was finished. His teaching career was over. The posts online swept through all the headlines like a tornado. This resulted in the biggest damage yet to Jiang City No. 1 Middle School's century-long reputation. The school heads took turns apologizing, but it still wasn't enough to appease the public's wrath. The school had hired such a person as their director. What did attending school mean to the kids here? This was their future. Could a simple apology compensate for the losses of all those kids who shouldn't have been expelled? After seeing accusations like these, all the school heads at Jiang City No. 1 Middle School made phone calls to apologize to each kid who was unfairly expelled. Some of those kids had already graduated and had gone on to professional colleges, and some of them who couldn't return to school anymore back then even started working directly. Among the dozen students, only 6 were still in high school. He Honghua was still troubled by her daughter's schooling problem and wanted to seek out some more connections. When she received that apology call, she fell into a daze. She couldn't believe the man on the other end of the phone. You mean my Fu Jiu can go back to school? Yes, Ms. He, we feel extremely sorry about what had happened, with such a huge misunderstanding because of Director Zhang's personal actions. Please bring your child back to school on time this afternoon. In order to show our sincerest apologies, we'd like Director Zhang to apologize to these kids in person. With things reaching this point, no amount of damage control was enough to stop the situation from deteriorating. A sincere public apology from Jiang City No. 1 Middle School was the best solution. In fact, instead of saying that Jiang City No. 1 Middle School had no means to redeem their reputation, it was more like they didn't even have the time to react. It all happened too suddenly, too quickly. They could only step forward and apologize. He Honghua hung up the phone and couldn't be happier. She ran to Fu Jiu's room in a splash. Joe, guess what? Your school called, and they want you back today. Mum. Fu Jiu sat up holding her thin covers. She had long fair legs and beautiful looks. Her silver hair was messy from her sleep, but that didn't make her any less handsome. On the contrary, it made her look like a totally lively pretty young man. At the same time, the way she rubbed her eyes was so cool and cute. Even He Honghua, her own mother, couldn't help blushing when looking at her. If her Fu Jiu was really a boy, God knows how many girls would be mesmerized. But being a girl was not so bad either. Girls were thoughtful. He Honghua narrowed her eyes and smiled. Hurry, get up, eat something and go back to school. Okay. Fu Jiu pushed He Honghua out as she said, Ms. He, please spare me a little private time to wash up. Thank you very much. You child. He Honghua was truly happy. She went downstairs jumping and skipping away. At that moment, Fu Jiu finally woke up. She smiled with her thin lips and lightly spilled out the 2 characters that she loved to use the most. Oh. Chapter 26, Fu Jiu, Justice Might Be Late. To show its utmost sincerity, Jiang City No. 1 Middle School invited several members of the press. Fu Jiu was standing in the middle. She was wearing a pair of faded jeans, a black belt, and a simple t-shirt. With her messy silver hair, she was so handsome that she made everyone's hearts thump. He Honghua was standing next to her, and one could easily see the joy on her face. In fact, this was the first time she came to her daughter's school after she entered high school. Fu Jiu seemed to think of something, and she twisted her piercing with one hand. Lowering her voice, she said, Later when that director Zhang apologizes to us. Ignore him. Leave the questions to me. Okay. Manhwa was indeed a bit clumsy in doing things, so of course she listened to her daughter. Fu Jiu and the other 5 students sat together, and the press was eagerly stirring in anticipation. After all, everybody in Jiang City was waiting online to see what would happen next. Fu Jiu was quite calm in the face of all of this, until Director Zhang showed up. By then, Director Zhang was no longer arrogant. He was wearing a wrinkled shirt, as sloppy as one could imagine, but he didn't want to give up on this even more. Clearly, all those kids were useless trash who sucked at studying. They were either trash or flat broke. How did they deserve an apology from him? But this needed to end. If he didn't apologize, then his life was done for. Director Zhang thought about this and walked up to those kids. He said, "Sorry." Those students weren't silly. They knew that he didn't mean it. Nobody forgave him. Director Zhang looked at the situation and raised his head up to the reporters. "I already said sorry, but my dear reporter friends, look at these kids. They're so stubborn. I only expelled them because I had no choice. If you want to apologize, then do it sincerely and honestly," Fu Jiu said, coldly interrupting Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, why are you still spouting bullshit? Director Zhang was provoked by Fu Jiu's words, and a sentence abruptly escaped from his mouth. "Shut up! If not for a bumpkin peasant like your mum who sent money to school all the time, would something like this happen to me?" Fu Jiu laughed and coldly retorted. "It looks like the school called us in not to apologize, but to be a spectacle for others? Otherwise, why would Director Zhang have such an attitude? Director Zhang didn't understand how this person, who used to wither from a single word in front of him before, would become so eloquent. The press caught this scene and clicked their shutters non-stop. Director Zhang's ineptness at public relations didn't mean that everybody at school was inept. Upon hearing this, a school head berated in a low voice, "You shut up! We invited all these kids back to school sincerely. You'd better re-examine your position before opening your mouth." This was a warning. Director Zhang understood this and lowered his head with a pale face. He tightened his fists and apologized to Fu Jiu. "Sorry about just now. I was wrong to deprive you of your right to study. I'm terribly sorry." "Not only studying," one girl suddenly screamed out. "Also our reputation. In fact, we're all jealous that Fu Jiu has a rich mother who can spend money for her. Just because I wasn't born rich, you expelled me saying I was a thief. My mother looked for help from everyone she could think of in Jiang City in order for me to return to school, and she was cursed by people pointing at her back. You do not deserve to be a teacher." Chapter 27. Fu Jiu. But it will never be absent. That was hate. Hate in the heart of each student who was expelled by Director Zhang. Director Zhang was still stubborn. "If you didn't steal it, why did you return it?" The girl didn't expect that this loser would still say something at this moment in time. She was quivering with rage. Fu Jiu held up her hand and said in a low voice, "According to Director Zhang, if we pick something up, we'd better keep it to ourselves? Because if you are poor, you will be unfairly mistaken as a thief." Upon saying this, her gaze lifted, and her silver hair shone with a sharp gleam. "I heard that the school leaders are planning to recommend Director Zhang to teach in other places. Shouldn't such a teacher be blacklisted?" Director Zhang's finger was trembling. The school head immediately interrupted him. "No way, dear student. Don't worry. The education world will not want such a person." Upon hearing that, Director Zhang froze. He had a nasty expression, and turning his head, he looked at that school head. There was no longer any hope for him. Reporters flocked towards him like bees, and some asked, "Can his conscience be at peace?" Some were interviewing students, and one of the questions was, "Since you have suffered injustice, why didn't you say it earlier? Were you waiting for the issue to get bigger?" Such evil intentions existed in any time. Fu Jiu glanced at the reporter coldly. Other media personnel couldn't stand it any longer. One of them pushed that reporter aside and said, "We have all read that post online. Some people were dismissed even if they were wronged, but they were still kind at heart. I would like to ask all of you, What allowed you to stay true to yourself? The mic was handed to that girl who was said to be a thief. The girl took the mic and put it in Fujio's hand. She looked at her with sparkles in her eyes. Fujio smiled and turned her head. She looked towards the camera with both eyes, which were flashing with a blinding light. Because we all believe that justice might come late, but it won't be absent. At that very moment, several students' eyes welled up with tears. Yes, justice might come late, but it wouldn't be absent. We believed so much so that we could hang on until today. Pa! Chin Mo pressed on the TV remote control, and his eyes turned to his subordinates. Frowning slightly, he said, "What the hell are you crying for? I didn't know anything aside from programming. When I was little, I also got expelled because my teacher said that I wasn't a good student." Fatty rubbed his face while saying this. "If not for CEO Chin discovering me, I wouldn't be able to become a hacker." Chin Mo looked at the other. "Second-generation rich guy. Don't tell me you were expelled, too." "I'm so moved." Coco was biting on his rabbit's ear. "That B***-starred director, he deserves to be destroyed. Captain, you should call your mother right now, so he wouldn't be able to go anywhere." Hearing this, Chin Mo tilted his head and lit a cigarette. His eyes were dim as he said, "There's no need for me to do it. Someone will make him suffer." "Who?" Coco was surprised. Chin Mo's long and slim fingers flicked the silver lighter.
Spade Z.
Hearing that, Fatty and Coco all jumped up. "CEO Chin, you mean that Spade Z was the one behind all of this?" Chin Mo held the cigarette between his fingers. With his iron suit, his regal air was shocking. He was so casual but so grounded at the same time. Who else would expose so much of Director Zhang's private chat history? Unless someone hacked into his phone system. Spade Z must be among those 6 kids getting interviewed. Chapter 28. Chin Mo. About to find him. Among these students, Coco and Fatty could not help but look at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. First, the 6 students were extremely ordinary. One of them was a gay who used to chase after CEO Chin. Could this kind of person be Spade Z? Chin Mo raised his eyes. In the misty smoke, that handsome face was looming. "Why are you surprised? Didn't I say before that Spade Z was a student? But CEO Chin, why are you so sure that one of these 6 people is Spade Z?" Fatty still didn't get it. Chin Mo glanced at the news page and got straight to the point with one sentence. "Because only a victim would seek justice." Fatty was stunned and suddenly enlightened. If Spade Z was among them, then the search range shrank a lot more. Because only 4 of them were boys. Spade Z didn't register his gender. But from his style of doing things, he was most likely a guy. That night at the Fu residence, Fujio took out the USB. As soon as she went downstairs, she heard He Honghua on the phone. She was very loud and seemed to be arguing with someone. Obviously, the result wasn't very satisfying. Otherwise, He Honghua wouldn't have dropped her hand and fallen into a daze looking in one particular direction. Seeing Fujio walking over, He Honghua forced a smile on her face. "Come sit down. Mum cooked you your favorite pig's feet, and I put in chilies and potatoes." Madam woke up at 3 a.m. to cook for young master, slowly boiling it on low heat. The maid walked over with tea. "You can eat up in a bit. It must be so delicious and tender." Hearing that, Fujio put her arm around He Honghua's shoulder. "Thanks, Mum." "No need to thank your own mother for that." He Honghua blushed, becoming a little shy. "Go on. You are too old to hug your mum like this." Although she was saying that, she couldn't hide her happiness. However, at that moment the phone on the coffee table started to ring again, and again. It was too jarring to listen to. He Honghua checked the incoming call, and her smile faded. She wanted to prevent Fujio from seeing it. Fujio was a clever girl. She didn't wait for He Honghua to ask. She instantly knew what was happening from her mum's look and handed over a cup of tea. She said in a low voice, "Mum, answer it. No matter what, I will be here with you." Empowered by these words from her own daughter, He Honghua felt an unknown power surge from within. She reached her hand out and swiped on her phone. "Hello. You tell them that I, He Honghua, didn't owe them anything during the past year. Now that the gaming contest is coming up, they want to leave. Do they even have a conscience? 100,000 per person? Do they? You are really being a voracious tiger. Boss, I was talking to you in such a peaceful manner. Look at you now, why are you acting this way? Duze sounded like he was deliberately angering her. Luckily, I left early enough and followed Sister Qing. Once a peasant, forever a peasant. Really, you've always been short-sighted. Boss, let me, Duze, give you some advice. Since you once helped me, get a divorce with Boss Fu as soon as possible. What qualifications do you, a fat village ant, have to compete with Sister Qing? Bah! He Honghua hung up on the phone and flung it away. Her chest was heaving up and down heavily, and there was a multitude of emotions in her eyes. She was both angry and sad. It was also difficult to calm her fury. After that, she realized that Fu Jiu was looking at her, so she instantly said, "The pig's feet should be ready. Let me get you some." Fu Jiu grabbed He Honghua's arm. Her voice was deep. "Mom, what happened at the company?" Chapter 29. Young Master, stop kidding. How could you know how to play games? He Honghua paused and didn't say anything. Fu Jiu raised her eyebrow and looked at Chun Xiaodong, who obviously knew the answer. You tell me what's going on. Without elaborating, she looked exactly like that young master who woke up that day in the hospital. Chun Xiaodong was shocked and words spilled uncontrollably out of his mouth. It must be the tricks of the three. Fu Jiu tilted her head. Explain more. Chun Xiaodong walked up. Young Master, nowadays e-gaming competitions are quite big events in Jiang City. They are led by Qin Corporation. Each year, they select some people from the companies under them to join their team. Not only do they need to be gaming masters, they also need to be very young so that they can attract more money. Madam thought that this could be a good opportunity and found some good gamers from various schools. She provided them with accommodations and meals and trained them for a whole year, just so they can participate in this year's contest. As long as they can stand out in this contest, they will be selected by Qin Corporation and become contracted professional contestants. When that happens, Madam will be able to reap a huge profit, but at this crucial time, the three, along with their manager, poached away the most talented contestants we have. Now, we only have some average contestants, and they will definitely be eliminated from the contest. By then, the company will not only lose the money we've invested during the past year, but our business license too. The three did this on purpose. Madam had been able to turn this around, but later you were expelled. The three told the company partners that. What did they say? Fu Jiu said in an indifferent tone, indicating for him to continue. Chun Xiaodong looked at He Honghua hesitantly. At last, he caved in and said, they said young master was into guys and wouldn't accomplish anything in the future. After hearing that, they decided to withdraw their investments. Madam can't maintain the company anymore. When Fu Jiu heard this, her eyes darkened. Even her silver hair had a bone-chillingly cold aura. He Honghua hurriedly added, don't listen to Xiaodong. We can always come up with a solution. Your mother's not one to be messed with, right? Don't worry. Mom will be able to support you with the best food and drinks no matter what. Mom. Fu Jiu lifted her gaze up and smiled. You're wrong. I should be the one supporting you with the best things. Isn't it just playing games? I can do that too. He Honghua laughed out loud with a unique brightness. Mom knows you can play games. Plants versus zombies, right? Enough, electronic gaming contests are different. Come. Let's eat first. Mom still needs to go to Huai City after dinner. Yet, at that moment, unbeknown to He Honghua, Fu Jiu meant what she said. She really could play games. After that meal, Chun Xiaodong was called in by Fu Jiu. Come over here. Chun Xiaodong didn't know what was going on. Whenever his young master spoke with such laziness, he felt chills run down his spine. Young master, you called for me? Fu Jiu closed the gaming magazine in her lap and leaned back. Her silver hair cascaded down as she said with inexplicable evilness, give me the list of the company's contestants. When he heard this, Chun Xiaodong looked around and whispered, young master, I was going to say, you only played games for a couple of days because of young master Qin. Forget about the gaming contest. That is for gaming masters. Yes, young Master Qin will be there on that day, but that has nothing to do with a rookie like you. Only those who win will be able to see him. Seriously, young master, you've only been quiet for several days. Don't cook up trouble again. Chapter 30, Almighty Qin. What about a gay meetup? Get it? Two very simple words, but they sounded freezing cold. Chen Xiaodong instantly turned around and brought the documents to Fuzhou. Fuzhou only flipped through 2 pages before heading upstairs. Chen Xiaodong didn't know what his young master was up to and tried to eavesdrop at the door, but there were only sounds of gaming coming from inside. That was right. Putting the tip of her finger against her chin, she thought about it. At last, she moved her finger, opened her friend profile page in the game, and sent a message to Qin Mo. Almighty Qin, how have you been these 2 days? Having a hard time finding me? At the same time, Qin Mo was sitting in the company office, having an overseas market conference. It was a company that created online games, so having the computer switched on was pretty normal. The temperature of the atmosphere in the conference room dropped to the freezing point as a ding sound was heard. That man, who was sitting in the middle like a king, tilted his head, and a stream of light swept across his deep eyes. He raised his hand up and indicated that the meeting was adjourned for now. This hand gesture shocked all the higher-ups of the company. Even the secretary on the side found this unbelievable. CEO Qin never stopped for anything during a meeting before. Why would he do it for a game? But in the end, everyone still watched helplessly as that beautiful man left the conference room with a notebook computer held in one hand. What the hell?
No idea.
There were murmurs in the conference room. Qin Mo leaned against the wall and looked at the only name in his friend list, Spade Z. His long, slim fingers paused a little and then hit the keys. Not really. Fuzhou looked at those 2 cold words and then his character avatar. Laughing lightly while holding a lollipop in her mouth, she sat in her chair and replied lazily, Almighty Qin, if you keep being dishonest, you will have a very hard time finding yourself a girlfriend. Qin Mo had the urge to kill someone again. His eyes became even deeper. His thin lips curled up, and he messaged another line of text. You really like lollipops, huh? Chocolate flavor? Fuzhou looked at the screen and felt her back stiffen. If not for the fact that she was still in her room, she would have thought that someone had planted a camera in her room. But on second thought, there was no way that he would know who she was. Otherwise, he would have started calling her by her name a long time ago, not making small talk about her and her lollipops. This man didn't just look like alluring, he was a real black belly indeed. But how on earth did he find out that she loved lollipops? Was it that day on the rooftop? Fuzhou's eyes flashed, and she laughed out. Seems like I need to be more careful next time. Almighty Qin is really extraordinary. Since he was so difficult to deal with, and since she was going to join the Qin Corporation anyway, she might as well drop a bomb on the enemy first. You see, we have been challenging each other for so many days already. Even dogs would have formed a bond by now.
Fuzhou continued typing.
The weather has been really nice recently. I believe Almighty Qin already knows that I'm in Jiang City. How about we have a little gay meetup tomorrow? Qin Mo looked at his pure silver notebook computer and thought about all the answers that Spade Z would have to his questions, either to deny or to avoid. But he never expected in a million years that Spade Z would ask him to meet up. 0. Gay meetup. In Chinese mianji, meaning 2 male friends meet up, for they act quite close. It gives a feeling to others that they may be gay and like each other romantically. Chapter 31. Qin Mo asked, before a gay meetup, are you a boy or a girl? Qin Mo's eyes became deeper, and he didn't reply for a moment. Fuzhou wasn't in a hurry either. She sat on her chair, tapping her chin with her fingertip, and looked at that chat box. After about 5 seconds, a word finally popped up. Sure. Qin Mo typed that. Fuzhou was going to ask about the details such as where, when, and how to contact him, but she was interrupted by the other party. I'm still in a meeting. Let's talk about the details later. He sounded like he was ordering her, replying in such a cold tone without the slightest bit of warmth. But he replied to her in the middle of a meeting. The Almighty really paid attention to her, right? Fuzhou curled her thin lips playfully. Awesome, I'll wait. Qin Mo glanced over that "I'll wait" and closed his computer. The secretary was behind him, and shock was written all over his face. Did he see it wrongly? Why did he have the impression that CEO Qin smiled just now? When Qin Mo returned to the meeting room, all the higher-ups quieted down at once. But what did the CEO do during those 10 minutes of absence? The curiosity was killing them. It seemed like he was playing games. Since when did games become so appealing? Qin Mo didn't pay them any attention. He slowly walked to his expensive armchair made of genuine leather and crossed his legs slightly. His grand aura was extremely suppressing and shocking. Go on. With that, all of the management gathered themselves and concentrated. CEO Qin, from this season's gaming report, there are 50 companies in the whole city. The murmurs in the meeting room faded. In the Fu residence, Fuzhou was sitting in front of her laptop. She figured that meetings could take some time, especially evening meetings. They wouldn't wrap up so quickly. She gamed for 2 rounds and got a FC. Then she got ready for a shower with a towel in her hand. Things can wait after my shower. On the other end, Qin Mo finished his meeting and reopened his silver notebook computer. His secretary was standing still beside him. He didn't dare to speak up or move, but he couldn't control his eyes. Although his CEO was at present a sacred existence in the world of electronic gaming nowadays, his CEO had never chatted with anyone while gaming. What happened today? This was the second time. He was seeing his CEO typing for the second time now. Still there? This was what their CEO sent. But the other party seemed to be AFK. No reply. Their CEO didn't move. He just sat there with his legs crossed and his eyes on the screen. Is the CEO going to wait for the other party? The secretary felt shocked again. Who the hell was that person who's interesting enough to make the CEO wait? I'm here, I was taking a shower. Fuzhou saw the notification light as soon as she got out of the shower. She typed with one hand and dried her hair with the other as she replied. Droplets of water dripped down from her cropped hair. They slid along the side of her androgynous face and seeped into her white shirt. That picture right then and there was extremely appealing. Qin Mo sat in the huge meeting room, and when he saw the reply, he asked bluntly, "Are you a boy or a girl?" Fuzhou paused, and her eyes blinked slightly. Male. After replying, Fuzhou added another sentence. What? Almighty Qin, don't tell me you have a crush on me. Hearing that, his cold and lonely black eyes burned up with terrifying flames. The secretary behind him couldn't help but cough out severely. This person is ballsy. Chapter 32. Give you a taste of liking someone. This person is ballsy. Wouldn't CEO simply slaughter him in his rage? Secretary Liang planned to go home early, but now he changed his mind and stayed. Seeing his CEO getting teased was way more interesting than watching TV shows. Unfortunately, just as he made this decision, Qin Mo took his notebook laptop and said to him in an indifferent voice, Secretary Liang, since you enjoy company drama that much, please stay here and work overnight. I will come back to check on the results tomorrow. Secretary Liang, CEO, you can't do this to me. Qin Mo pressed on the elevator's button, walked into the break room on the rooftop, and lifted the corner of his mouth. A smile blossomed, like an eternal ice flower in the North Pole. Fuzhou sent over after not seeing a response. Ding! Just as Qin Mo sat beside the floor window and reopened his notebook, he saw this message. He slowly replied, I am not interested in guys, but if you are a girl, I will give you a taste of how I like someone. He typed with extra strength. It was absolutely not anything innocent. Fuzhou understood the hidden message and felt heat burning in her cheeks. In order to not spoil the relationship before their meeting, Fuzhou cleverly switched topics. So, at what specific time will you be free tomorrow? Morning or afternoon? Afternoon. Another one-word message. Fuzhou mused to herself that this man was a man of few words unless she upset him. Fuzhou looked at her watch. Then let's meet after school. My last class will finish at 6 p.m. I can be at that Lanning Cafe around University A at 6:15 p.m. Be there or be square. With that, Fu Zhou went offline. To her surprise, there came another message which was not so warm. Hold on a sec. Fu Zhou raised her eyebrow. Qin Mo's eyes were indifferent. Why do you want to meet up? Well, it does kind of bother me being chased like that. Fu Zhou sent this over, putting down her towel and waiting for a reply. Of course, she couldn't say the true reason online. Qin Mo only replied, heh. He was rather cold. Obviously, he didn't buy that at all. Then he added, give me your contact info. Fu Zhou was thinking about that too. She didn't want to give him her cell phone number, so she gave him her WeChat ID, Spades. Got it. The other party replied again, and this time without any punctuation. The words were truly like the person himself, so arrogant. It seemed that this almighty CEO wasn't interested in talking to her any longer. After all, girls were more popular in the world of games. However, she had seen him already. She would just ask for Qin Mo once she arrived at the cafe. What if almighty Qin got a VIP room or something and didn't give out any information? That was fine. She would just use WeChat. After she had figured that all out, Fu Zhou turned off her laptop and went to bed. She didn't have her phone with her, so she didn't know that at this time, 3 friend request notifications popped up on her phone, waiting to get her confirmation. On the rooftop of Qin Corporation, outside the ceiling-to-floor window, the whole city was lit up at night, which was reflected inch by inch in Qin Mo's eyes. He held the wine glass with one hand and looked at his phone screen. His eyes turned cold bit by bit. Still not confirmed? Nice, very nice. Just watch how he would fix him up well tomorrow when they met. Chapter 33. Before a gay meetup, Fu Zhou flirts with girls. The next day, Fu Zhou took her purse and was about to head out in her school uniform. Young master, wait. Old driver Wang was still eating his fried breadstick. I'm starting the car right now. I'm taking you to school. Young master woke up even earlier today than yesterday? No need, I'll skateboard there. Fu Zhou stood at the gate and pointed at the skateboard under her foot. Old driver Wang made an sound and said, You're not riding in the car anymore? No need, Uncle Wang. Don't wait for me at the gate later on. It's autumn now and it's getting colder. You are already too old for such chilly weather. I will be fine by myself. Fu Zhou's figure had long disappeared as she was saying this, leaving her voice faintly lingering in his ears. Old driver Wang fell into shock right there. Young master was caring for him? Fu Zhou had been outrageous before. Old Wang knew that the best. He thought that young master acted well recently and only became thoughtful to get some extra pocket money from Madame. But to his surprise, young master had really changed. He had changed into someone who warmed a person's heart. 8 a.m. in the morning was when the school was the most crowded. Various kinds of luxurious limousines were parked and crammed at the gate. This was nothing strange at Jiang City No. 1 Middle School, because most of the kids who went there were from rich families. Along with the fact that they were at the age where they loved to show off and compete, they got their drivers to send them to school. Then, a handsome human figure flew by in the narrow path between the rows of limousines. It was a blur. One could only see that eye-catching cropped silver hair. That blur was Fu Zhou. Her left leg was on the skateboard, and she was wearing pure black headphones. Her uniform was fluttering with the wind because of her legs' movements, showing a bit of the fair skin on her waist. That figure was so pretty that many girls wanted to take out their phones and snap a picture. So cool. I thought he was too cool when he was getting interviewed yesterday. Now, with that skateboard, he's even cooler. What should I do? I feel like changing my dream lover already. Fu Zhou. As if Fu Zhou heard the girls talking, she turned her head and curled up the corner of her mouth. In the blink of an eye, countless girls were awestruck. Everyone changed the way they looked at Fu Zhou after the incident, especially that female student who didn't come from a wealthy family, Shui Yaoyao. Today was her first day back in school, and she took the initiative in requesting to be assigned to the same class as Fu Zhou. When she saw Fu Zhou walking into the classroom, she abruptly raised the bun in her hands. My mum made this herself. She gives you her thanks. Because of Shui Yaoyao's actions, the whole class looked in Fu Zhou's direction, which was followed by a big round of discussion. There's no way Fu Zhou will eat her bun. What if that dirty stuff makes his stomach sick? Exactly. Hey, is it possible that she has a crush on Fu Zhou? Gosh, doesn't she look at herself in the mirror, please? Look at that figure of hers. She's simply a fat pig. But she still dares to fantasize about Fu Zhou. Hearing that, Shui Yaoyao bit her lip in embarrassment. She only wanted to thank him. She didn't want to give him trouble. But she forgot that she was a joke herself. With this point in mind, Shui Yaoyao wanted to retract her hands. But to her utter surprise, that young man took off his headphones and turned around. Suddenly, he took a big bite of her bun with his snow-white teeth. Delicious. I actually haven't had breakfast yet. Thanks. That voice still carried a sense of lethargic grace from just waking up not too long ago, adding to his smile that could melt the snow. It was not just Shui Yaoyao. Even the pretty girls in class couldn't stop their hearts from speeding up. 0. Gay meetup. In Chinese mianji, meaning two male friends meet up, for they act quite close. It gives a feeling to others that they may be gay and like each other romantically. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Stay in contact. Young Master Qin said, "You get in my car directly." Back then, Fu Zhou had no idea that her small, trivial gesture would make Shui Yaoyao swear that she would protect this young man. Because he protected her. Fu Zhou didn't feel that she did anything so moving. It was just that, if someone thanked her sincerely, of course she would receive it with the same sincerity. Although she was indeed a person with good looks, she didn't like for anyone to judge others based on their looks or figures. What's wrong with being a little chubby in one's teenage years? That's normal. Holding that delicious bun in her mouth, she went back to her seat. Fu Zhou switched her phone on. She was going to search for some studying hacks for physics. After all, physics had always been a pain in the butt for her. However, before she could open the webpage, 5 WeChat friend notifications popped up. The first one was normal, like the sender style. "This is Qin Mo." The other 4 were relatively normal. She had successfully stimulated the other side of Almighty Qin into coming out. Every other message was a cold "heh" with an extremely frosty tone. Well, Fu Zhou admitted that it was her fault this time. Not cool. But then again, that man didn't say that he would add her on WeChat. Fu Zhou paused and clicked accept. Thinking of their meeting today and their impending cooperation, she replied with a sentence. "I went to bed last night and didn't have my phone. I just saw your friend request." After replying, Fu Zhou subconsciously started to wait for an answer. But class started, and there was still no reply at all from the other end. As cool as Fu Zhou was, she soon forgot about all of that. The physics teacher was lecturing while Fu Zhou frowned. Was she the only person who found this subject ill-designed for human beings to study? Without her tablet, class seemed to take forever. Once sunset came, her phone buzzed under her desk. Fu Zhou took it out and saw a voice message from Qin Mo. "In class, can't listen to it?" she replied quickly and simply. No response again. Fu Zhou didn't care. After 3 minutes, Qin Mo replied, "Meetup location has changed. I will wait for you at the school gate. You should know that my car is easy to find." Fu Zhou. She did know, but she was not the only who knew. Everyone at school knew that high-end Hummer. Not mentioning Jiang City, you couldn't find another in the whole 3 northern provinces. That car and that red license plate all displayed his privileged noble status. But if that was the case, she would have to get into his car in front of everyone. All right. Dear Chen Xiaodong would go mad again. Okay. She was fine with it. Qin Mo tilted his head and saw the reply on his phone. He then sat up on his bed. He had just woken up, and his bewitchingly dark eyes were still profound-looking. His white shirt was half open, and his manly, buff honey-colored chest peeked through. His electrifying V-line and every inch of his outline was lethally appealing enough that it simply made people's noses bleed. He tilted his head a little. His hair was perfectly trimmed, barely covering his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of something and replied again with a domineering tone, "Don't switch off your phone." Chapter 35. Complete change of view.
Fuju.
Chapter 35. Complete change of view.
Fuju.
Fu Jiu could even feel how cold the expression that man had when he replied was through the phone screen. She really couldn't switch off her phone now. That would delay things. It was several minutes past 5 p.m. The rooftop team were all looking at the time with their heads together. Why isn't CEO Chin here yet? Seems like he waited for a WeChat reply till midnight, and he just woke up. Whose WeChat reply would be this important?
No idea.
As they were discussing, they heard a creaking sound and the door opened. Chin Mo walked in with wide strides and his shirt half open. His black hair seemed to be dyed by the wildest ink-black night, and he instantly shut everyone up with his icy coolness. His body was just so alluring that many people stole a glance and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Coco ran up. "Captain, you slept here last night? Was it too busy at the company?" Chin Mo didn't answer. He turned and pressed on the company phone on the table. "I need a new suit. Bring it up now." "Yes." Secretary Liang was very efficient. Chin Mo took the jacket in his hands and put it on, fixing the sleeves with his hands and doing the buttons up one by one. He said slowly, "I'm meeting Spade Z." "What?" "Bang!" Coco and Fatty stood up from their chairs at the same time. "Meeting? Like those meetings between online game buddies? This is too surreal. This guy is so cunning. Is it a trap?" Coco questioned. Fatty agreed. "CEO Chin, bring more people with you. We can't let him run away this time. You think I wouldn't have already figured it out if this is a trap? Or?" Chin Mo raised his eyes up without a thought, and there was an evil coldness emitting from the depths of his eyes. "Are you reminding me about the last time I was fooled?" Coco and Fatty froze at the same time, and their scalps became numb with fear. "No, not that. Boo-hoo. So Chin is so scary today." Meanwhile, the last class had begun at school. Usually, at this time, everyone's minds would no longer be focused on studying. Everyone was looking at the time on their phones with their heads down. Fu Jiu was no exception. After all, she had a meeting. The English teacher also knew that they weren't listening, so he wanted to liven up the atmosphere with some questions. He called Fu Jiu up. "What kind of girl do you like?" Everyone in the class knew that Fu Jiu ranked dead last every year during exams. She couldn't understand English at all. Although the girls were intrigued by this question, they knew that Fu Jiu couldn't answer. Zhang Feiyang sat next to Fu Jiu, looking mockingly at her and getting ready for a good show. Shui Yaoyao was worried. She took out her pen and poked at Fu Jiu's back from behind, writing one word on the note: "Beautiful." As long as Fu Jiu answered with this word, she would pass this test. But she feared that Fu Jiu didn't even recognize this word. The teacher was looking at her. Fu Jiu laughed, opened her thin lips, and answered with extremely fluent English. "Do you think because I am poor, obscure, plain, and little, I am soulless and heartless? You think wrong. I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart. And if God had gifted me with some beauty and much wealth, I should have made it as hard for you to leave me, as it is now for me to leave you." She had a naturally beautiful voice, and now that she spoke with an authentic British accent, she enunciated those words slowly so that they were full of exotic magnetism. Everyone in the class was intoxicated by her voice. This is... The English teacher was very excited. The exact line from Jane Eyre. "Teacher, it seems that you also like this book." "Yes, the female lead in the book is my favorite type." Fu Jiu, who was still smiling, winked her left eye at Shui Yaoyao, who was behind her. The charm of that evil, seductive handsomeness made the hearts of the girls sitting behind her thump heavily. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Where are you going, young master? Fu Jiu, meeting up with Chin Mo. The English teacher personally led a round of applause and unprecedentedly showered compliments and recognition on Fu Jiu. Then she asked the other students to learn from Fu Jiu. Zhang Feiyang's eyes widened. He thought he was about to witness another joke, but he didn't expect that this little trash would win the limelight. Fu Jiu sat down, glanced at him with the corner of her eyes, and curled her thin lips. That obvious mocking gave Zhang Feiyong the feeling like his face had been slapped until it was swollen. Also, he didn't know why, but he thought that Fu Zhou was really good looking. Was he insane? Okay, students, that is it for today. Class dismissed. With that statement from the English teacher, all the students flooded out the classroom. Fu Zhou grabbed her school bag and threw it on her back. She carried her skateboard underneath her arm and slowly walked through the crowd. In front of the school building, Chun Xiaodong was already waiting. Young master, where are you going? Wait for me.
Fu Zhou stopped.
Many girls were looking at him while blushing, and they stopped as well. Chun Xiaodong paused and thought, was he seeing things? These girls, why were they blushing and acting all shy? Young master, Chun Xiaodong said in a low voice. What did you do again? Did you flirt with girls? Fu Zhou took her phone out and answered languidly, Nope. Okay, Chun Xiaodong said seriously. I believe you, young master. Then, young master, where are we going now? You said you need to go to Computer City to get some components. He was not sure why, but lately, his young master seemed to be quite into this stuff. Fu Zhou opened WeChat and looked at the I'm here message. She lifted the corner of her mouth. Before getting some components, I need to meet someone first. Chun Xiaodong said, oh, and he didn't know a bomb was about to drop on him soon. Who?
Kin Montak.
Fu Zhou only said 2 words before walking off. Chun Xiaodong froze, and his mouth was quivering. His expression was exaggerated to the extreme. Young master, wait, calm down. You would get beaten up into a pulp by young master Qin. Meanwhile, at the gate of Zhang City No. 1 Middle School, a smooth jet-black Hummer was parked at the roadside like a ferocious tiger. The car plate had a white bottom and red letters, and there were bodyguards standing around the car. It looked imposing, but even so, it couldn't stop the students' enthusiasm. Almighty Qin's car. I'm going nuts. Qin Mo was really popular, like some godlike superstar. As soon as he showed up, people would always start taking pictures. Regardless of whether they were men or women, as long as they saw him playing games, they would all fall in love with him. However, no matter how many people crowded up outside, Qin Mo in his Hummer wouldn't be even the slightest bit moved. He sat in the back seat. He had a sharp nose and a pretty face. It seemed like he was asleep. His head was resting languidly on one hand, and his other hand was gently laid on his long leg. His narrow eyes were serenely closed, making him look unperturbed. He suddenly opened his eyes when he received a WeChat notification. Those sinister-looking eyes were like the dark night and seemed to be able to see through the entire world. Qin Mo unlocked his phone with a swipe, and a line of text showed up. I'm walking over. Coco, who was in the passenger seat, also heard the notification, got all excited for no reason. I have been playing games for so long, but this is my first time meeting up with an online friend. I wonder what Spade Z looks like. Don't tell me he's a burly chap. After all, his way of doing things was quite lion-hearted. Chapter 37. Fatty was also very excited, and his fingers tightened on the wheel. What kind of high school student can be this good? I really want to PK against his hacking skills in person. Coco was, of course, still biting on the rabbit's ear. I just want to play games with him. Don't act like this. He will think of us as weak. Fatty patted him on the shoulder. Draw out that aura you have of an online celebrity persona. It's just a meeting. What's the big deal? Coco scoffed. Stop pretending to be calm. Your hand is shaking. From the looks of it, CEO Qin was still the calmer one. They looked at each other, then looked back through the rearview mirror at the same time. It should be the CEO, Captain's first time meeting someone through a game, right? They didn't expect that a cold person like the CEO would agree to a meeting? But if that guy really was Spade Z, then there was nothing really strange about it. As the Hummer had not left, the gate was still swarming with students. This was what Fu Zhou saw when she came out. Everyone stood on their toes, looking in the same direction. Excitement was written all over their faces. Some of the girls even couldn't help but cover their mouths when Qin Mo rolled down his car window. Qin Mo looked out, and his black eyes swept through the crowd inch by inch. Spade Z would walk out from the crowd soon. As soon as he thought of this, the curve of his lips, which had been always cold, showed an interest that he never had before. Pa! He lowered his head and lit a cigarette, casually sticking his arm outside the window. He played around with his limited edition platinum Zippo lighter with his fingers, and his black hair was ruffled by the wind. That godly profile made the audience scream. Ah! Young Master Qin! Young Master Qin! Chun Xiaodong, who was following Fujio, was stunned once again. He didn't expect that right after he heard from his young master that he was meeting with young Master Qin just a minute ago. Young Master Qin would show up right in front of them. The heavens were torturing him. He had to restrain young master. He couldn't allow him to stir up trouble. Fujio looked at Chun Xiaodong, who was standing in her way. She raised an eyebrow. Move away. Young master. Chun Xiaodong earnestly tried to persuade him. Look, there are so many people here. It's not the best time for you to go there. Plus, young Master Qin rarely shows up at school, so he must be waiting for someone. Let's not join in the fray, shall we? What if you get expelled from the school again? Madam would be heartbroken. Fuju laughed. You know that he's here waiting for someone, so do you know who that person is? Ha? Who? Chun Xiaodong was helplessly confused. Fujio said in a deep voice, Me. Young master. Seriously, you gotta stop imagining things, you. This time, Fujio didn't let him finish and directly gave him a sharp look. Right after that, she harshly pushed Chun Xiaodong away with her hand. She strode towards that black Hummer, which was surrounded by people, with her headphones on and her skateboard under her arm. That casually trimmed silver hair gave off another kind of resplendence in the sunset. Wait, that was Fuju? He still hasn't gotten over young Master Qin? No. I just fell in love with him, for goodness sake. Let's bet. When young Master Qin sees him, he will ask him to scram. As if she couldn't hear the crowd murmuring, Fujio walked directly to the Hummer, with the corner of her mouth even curled up into a smile. The bodyguards tried to stop her with their hands. It was this young man who had crashed into their CEO's arms last time. Now it was him again. Did he think that they were mere decorations? Facing such a barricade, no fear could be seen on Fujio's face. On the contrary, she raised her eyebrow and a sense of playfulness could be seen in the curve of her lips. Chun Xiaodong, who was far away in the crowd, felt relieved. This was good. At least the bodyguards were there to stop her. There was no way they would let him through, so he didn't need to worry about him bumping into young Master Qin. Ah! Coco, who was sitting in the car, also recognized Fujio. It's him. Back then, Fatty was busy with his laptop, so he didn't know what had happened. Who is he? It's that gay guy who has a secret crush on Captain, Coco said, before noticing that Chinemo was looking at him. He instantly changed his tone. No, I mean he's a rather crazy fan of Captain's. He's so crazy. He has his own unique way of expressing his affection. Hearing that, Fatty was quite disappointed. Then he's not Spade Z. Fujio saw that they didn't intend to open the door, and Chinemo was still on his phone with his head down. Fujio simply launched WeChat and texted, Almighty Qin, ask your bodyguards to get out of the way. Chinmo's fingers stopped abruptly, and he raised his head unconsciously. With the bodyguards between them, their eyes met, and he looked at the rather familiar figure outside the car. In the sunset, that guy had his skateboard in his left hand and his phone in his right hand. His school uniform was unzipped, and it was paired with a cream-colored t-shirt. Those dreamy eyes had a perfect contrast of black and white. The light shone down upon his silver hair, and those inky eyes added an inexplicable sense of coquettishness to him. Chinmo's eyes showed signs of abrupt shock. Then, those deep eyes narrowed. Fujio saw him check his phone, and she shook her phone casually. Chinemo didn't let her in the car immediately. His long and slender fingers flicked the ash from his cigarette, and he lowered his eyes again as he texted, That head out there is you? Fujio saw the message and couldn't help but raise her eyebrow. So Almighty Qin counts people just like counting animals at home. This time, Chinemo saw Fujio texting with his own eyes. At the same time, a faint cold glimmer leaked out from his eyes. Move. Let him in. What? Coco was so shocked that he finally bit off the rabbit's ear. The bodyguards were all stunned, and they looked at one another while rooted to their spots. They were not the only ones. Chun Xiaodong's eyes were wide with utter shock. He let young master through? All the students around the car covered their mouths as they watched in disbelief. Fu Zhou raised her hand up and patted their shoulders. Told you your boss was waiting for me. Why didn't you believe it? All the bodyguards turned around. They wanted confirmation from their boss because they didn't believe it was true. Let him through, Qin Mo just repeated in a low voice. Coco turned his head in shock. Captain, don't do this. Even if that person has hugged you before, you can't beat him up in public. At this time, Fu Zhou had already walked over. She lifted her left hand up casually and placed it languidly on the car window. She bent her waist slightly, and along with that beautiful face, her eyes inched close to Qin Mo. From a shorter distance, those extremely dazzling eyes became even more appealing. Oh, who does Almighty Qin want to beat up? Me? Chapter 39. Don't bully little kids. Chapter 39. Don't bully little kids. Qin Mo frowned as he saw Fu Zhou's face, which seemed to have been gently kissed by God, getting closer and closer. She smelled nice, just like candy. The young man's thin lips were pink and extremely suitable for kissing, and his face was wearing a mischievous smile right in front of him. Only Qin Mo could still remain calm when facing such powerful flirtatious charm. His eyes curved into smiling crescents, but they were full of warning. Don't get this close when you're talking to me. Get in the car. Fu Zhou was surprised. She thought he would at least blush a little. How boring. Almighty Qin was really difficult to deal with, but this only made it more challenging. Next time, she would try breathing into his ears. Then, she would know if he had always been this numb to things. Fu Zhou finally found something interesting to do. Coco and Fatty were sitting in front with their eyes wide open after hearing the exchange. What did they just hear? Captain asked this gay to get in the car. Fu Zhou obviously knew what these two were thinking. As she sat down, she curled the corner of her mouth. Yo, let me reintroduce myself.
I'm Spades, Fu Zhou.
It was still fine before she said this, but after her words, Fatty's hands almost slipped off of the wheel.
Spades.
Not only him, even Coco's face started to crack. No wonder Captain was a little stunned. Who would have thought that a gay nouveau riche was actually that dazzlingly cool Spadesy? This was not how things were supposed to roll. Among all the students who were interviewed, they eliminated this gay first. Was this some kind of joke? Was he still dreaming? Or was this gay totally faking it? No, not possible. Because he saw Captain exchanging messages with this guy. This was too surreal. The Spadesy in my mind was a burly chap, Coco said weakly. Fu Zhou lifted her eyebrow, and an evil smile blossomed on her face. I'm so sorry that I failed your expectations and didn't grow into what you had imagined. I won't be able to press you under me and give you some pleasure. Coco? Captain. Now I believe this kid is Spadesy. Coco tightened his fists. But can I beat him up first? He must be Spadesy, considering how he left people wishing to beat him up almost as soon as he opened his mouth. He remembered again how this guy acted when he met him in-game for the first time. This guy was so arrogant, and he didn't even reply to his friend request. So far, aside from Captain, nobody had his contact information. Fu Zhou smiled. You want to beat me up? Sure, but I'm afraid you would cry after you try. Coco's face turned completely red with rage. He couldn't outspeak Fu Zhou, so he could only turn to his captain and come up with a sentence. Captain, you found him. You control him. Fu Zhou was stunned by that sentence. Why would she be controlled by Almighty Qin? Were they close to each other? They hadn't even met with each other face to face a lot. They only exchanged messages on WeChat, right? Qin Mo looked at her without warning. That neat suit and delicate profile really fit together well with his CEO status. Actually, he really had the power to rule over people. After that, he put down the gaming magazine in his hand and said in an indifferent tone, "Don't bully a kid." After hearing what his captain said, Coco lifted his chin up high like a cat. But on second thought, wait, kid. Coco's mouth quivered, and he felt wronged. Captain, are you helping me or bullying me together with this Spadesy? This is just your first meeting, so why are you taking sides already? Luckily, Spadesy wasn't a girl. Otherwise the whole team would lose favor with Captain. Chapter 40 Chin-mo took Fujio to dinner. Chapter 40 Chin-mo took Fujio to dinner. Fujio felt that Chin-mo had finally said something decent, so she wanted to compliment him. But before she could do so, Almighty Chin opened his mouth again. Slowly, he brought up the dark history that she wanted to face the least. Also, I don't like men, especially being kept by a man.
Fuju.
With a tongue this vicious, he doesn't deserve any compliments at all. Coco laughed out loud this time. He was also curious, and he held the rabbit as he asked Fujio, "How did you become Spadesy? When Captain added you, you were so arrogant. Don't you like our captain the most?" Hearing that, Fujio let out a long sigh. Well, humans, can be a little naive when they are young and carefree. So you were saying that you don't like CEO Chin anymore? Fatty turned around. Chin-mo's finger on the magazine paused. Coco saw that his captain's eyes cooled down, and he grabbed onto Fatty. What kind of big bombshell are you blindly talking about? Chin-mo noticed the silence in the car, and nonchalantly glanced at Fujio. His deep voice carried an irresistible coldness as he said, "Drive." Yes. Fatty didn't dare say another word and sat straight, stepped on the accelerator, and drove into the avenue on the left. All the students outside the Hummer were stunned, especially Chun Xiaodong, who had shock written all over his face. Since when did his young master and young Master Chin get so close to each other? Young Master Chin didn't beat him up and even took him away in his car? Did he take him back to give him a lesson? It wasn't impossible. When Chun Xiaodong imagined the scene, he couldn't help but shudder from the cold. Now what? Should he inform Madame about it? No, he should call young master first and figure out what was going on. As soon as the Hummer made the turn, Fujio's phone started to ring. She picked it up casually, seemingly not caring about who was sitting next to her. "Hello. Young master, it's me," Chun Xiaodong said in a hurry. "Where is young Master Chin taking you? Are you in danger?" Hearing that, Fujio raised her eyebrow and turned her head. She asked the man beside her, "Where are we going?" "Taking you to dinner." Chin-mo closed the magazine and his voice was still aloof. "Don't gaming buddies who meet for the first time all have dinner first?" That was true. But I didn't expect you to do the same. To be honest, did Almighty Chin do a lot of reading on how meetups work after they had decided to meet up yesterday?
Fuju paused.
She said to the person on the other end of the phone, "He's taking me to dinner." "What dinner?" Chun Xiaodong was even more worried. "Dumplings? Is he going to cut you up and make dumplings with your meat?" "Young master, don't be scared. I'm coming to save you right now."
Fuju.
"No, I didn't sleep with him, so why would he cut me up? Stop letting your thoughts run wild all day." Fujio corrected him in a careless manner. "We are just going to sit down and have a friendly dinner." Chun Xiaodong widened his eyes. "Young master, you still haven't given up on the idea of sleeping with young Master Chin? If he knows this, he will kill you." His voice was quite loud. Especially in a fully sealed car, the volume was amplified many times over. Fatty, who was sitting in front, obviously heard it. With a slip of his hand, they almost hit the car on the left. Coco didn't react and remained frozen just like Fatty. He wanted to turn around but did not dare to. Their ears were likely working. Did the person on the phone just mention that Spadesy wanted to sleep with their CEO? Chapter 41. If you are under me, I'll consider it. Chapter 41. If you are under me, I'll consider it. The air in the Hummer froze. Fujio could sense the changes around her, especially the icy aura radiating from her left. He already knows. Fujio was forced to finish the call, and she looked at Chin-mo mischievously. "If I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you buy it?" Chin-mo looked at her, and his eyes were slightly frigid. "What do you think? This is really a misunderstanding." Fujio emphasized the last part in order to be more convincing. You are too difficult to sleep with.
Kin montagssmilet.
The curve of his thin lips was still cold, and he was grinding his snow-white teeth with considerable strength. Sorry about that. I'm not easy to push down. Should I lie down flat and let you do whatever you want with me? If you are willing, why not? Fujo sounded like she really gave it thought. As soon as she finished, Fatty's foot spasmed, and their speed went up a few levels. Coco wanted to shrink himself into nothing. Chin-mo suddenly reached out with his hand and pinched hard on that face. He hated so much that it made him grind his teeth. He said in a deep voice, Fujo. Fujo raised her eyebrow and looked up at him with confusion. Her eyes were as pretty as the eyes of his cats at home. Mostly, it was that fluffy silver hair that gave Chin-mo that illusion. If you still want to eat, then be quiet. Chin-mo let go of her face. The silky sensation of her skin was still lingering on his fingertips, compelling him to look out the window. There was no warmth in his voice. Chin-mo told himself that he didn't throw this flirtatious guy out of the window only for the sake of Spade Z. The dinner venue was a hotel with a high-star rating, the most expensive place in Jiang City. It sparkled with lights and was luxuriously decorated. Hundreds of thousands of wine glasses were hanging on the ceiling. Even the waiter was wearing formal black and white, and the service was extremely thoughtful. Someone immediately went up to welcome him when they saw Chin-mo's car drive in. That wasn't a mere doorman but the hotel lobby manager. CEO Chin, the rooftop garden that you reserved has been cleaned. Today's Australian lobster is very fresh and the Arctic shellfish is good, too. Hearing what the manager said, Chin-mo tersely acknowledged it and said, You tell him and see what he wants. The lobby manager paused and reluctantly turned his gaze to Fujo. He was still fine when he did not see her at first. As soon as he laid his eyes on her, his heart almost jumped out. Wasn't this the black sheep of the Fu family, Fujo? Every time they came to the hotel, they would always show off and order a lot of things, asking them to casually open vintage wines. However, in truth, they didn't have that much money in their pockets. He was totally an unwelcome nouveau riche. Why was he with the CEO? And CEO Chin even asked his opinion on ordering? Fujo instantly knew what the manager was thinking. After all, she was no stranger here, and she came here often to eat. The lobby manager must have had a deep impression of her, and he even put her on the blacklist with the tricks those siblings had pulled. Lobster then. Fujo smiled, her eyes suffused with a faint glint. Indeed, she still likes the expensive stuff. The lobby manager quietly took the order down. Chin-mo, who was walking ahead, tilted his head. He said in an indifferent tone, You like lobster? Fujo held her lollipop loosely in her mouth and didn't deny it. Chin-mo answered tersely and told the person behind him, 10 lobsters, all for him. The lobby manager? Chapter 42. Almighty Chin touched Fujo's head. Chapter 42. Almighty Chin touched Fujo's head. Yes, sir. That was the most difficult yes the lobby manager ever had to say. Even though he was astonished inside, he was still good at reading people. When he raised his head up again, he was all smiles. Young Master Fu, what else do you fancy? I will get them to serve it. Young Master Fu. Fujo stopped, and her voice paused. I don't really like that name. It's easy to mix me up with others. Isn't there another young Master Fu who comes here a lot? The lobby manager wanted to say that there was no way to mix them up. The other one was an extremely well-mannered, straight-A student. Anyone could tell the difference. But since the CEO was here, he couldn't say that, so he could only reluctantly explain, that. Call me Lord Jiu. Fujo pulled out her lollipop, and she still had her skateboard tucked under her arm. She laughed out loud with incomparable arrogance. The lobby manager's mouth spasmed from suppressed laughter. What? Fujo raised her eyebrows. Manager Lee, are you unwilling to? The lobby manager glanced at his CEO. Chin-mo's eyes were cold.
Fujo.
Fujo raised her head up and her left eye winked at Almighty Chin, who was close to her. She pretended to be innocent, but she still couldn't hide her arrogance. Don't take it too far. Chin-mo turned aside, pressing on her head with one hand. His voice was low, sounding domineering and magnetic at the same time, and his hard-to-ignore breath slowly hit Fujio's left ear. "This is still my territory." Exactly. The lobby manager raised his head up and wanted to let out a cold harumph. But his CEO turned towards him again with cold eyes. "Manager Lee, it's just a name, call him by whatever he wants. Don't make me teach you how to serve a guest." This was not what he had expected. Shouldn't the CEO ask that nouveau riche to scram? Why was the CEO supporting him? The lobby manager froze up again. But what? Chin Mo lifted his gaze, put his left hand on his belt, and said with an air of elegant haughtiness, "Do it." The lobby manager quivered and lowered his head. "Lord Joe. Good boy. Now go get the lobsters." Fu Ju nodded at him. Inside, the lobby manager was cursing hatefully. A dog barks harder while its master is around. Fu Jiu looked at the bitter side of his back and curled her mouth up coldly. Chin Mo lost his patience again and dragged her in. According to Almighty Chin's style, he never liked physical contact. Therefore, he grabbed Fu Jiu's school uniform. Fu Jiu was dragged to the rooftop like a cargo box by Almighty Chin. Coco and Fatty both thought that Spade Z could live till now because of his gaming skills. Otherwise, the CEO wouldn't have dragged him to the rooftop, but would have directly thrown him out of the hotel instead. But even so, the CEO was very tolerant towards this kid. And he even touched his head? This had never happened before. Fujio didn't mind being dragged by Almighty Chin like that. After all, she was having a good time. "But you ordered so many lobsters. I can't finish them all." Fujio looked at the table full of Australian lobsters and felt a little bit frustrated. Chin Mo tilted his head and lit a cigarette. With a straight face, he said, "Take them back if you can't finish them." "I can take them home?" I didn't expect that Almighty Chin would be this thoughtful. Fujio just erased that image of a viciously ruthless tycoon from her mind when she heard Chin Mo say, "Go get 2 fresh ones for young Master Joe to take home. Let him finish these here." Fuju. Thoughtful my butt. It was all just a pie in the sky. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Black-bellied Almighty Chin, following Fujio to the restroom? Chin Mo's words were orders. Nobody dared to disobey them. In the whole Jiang city, there would simply be people at his beck and call, let alone a hotel under the Chin Corporation. Soon, the waiter walked in with 2 fresh lobsters inside bamboo containers. Each one was large, and their claws were still moving. Fujio watched from the side, and she suddenly lost all her appetite for the remaining lobsters. She found them hard to swallow. This man, he must have done this on purpose. Could they still have a happy meeting? CEO Chin. The waiter's hands handed the bamboo containers over politely, so that their CEO could check the quality of the lobsters. The cigarette was still held in between Chin Mo's long and slim fingers. He carelessly gave them a glance. "Take them to your Lord Joe." "Your Lord Joe." Fujio grabbed a huge lobster claw and took a hard bite. Chin Mo looked at that young man who was getting slightly frustrated. Disregarding the astonished eyes of others, he reached his hand out and laid it on that fluffy head, suppressing him with a low half-laugh. "Take your time. If you want more, we can order more." Hearing that, Fujio wiped her mouth decisively and gave an evil smile. "Excuse me. I'll go to the restroom first." Chin Mo retracted his hand. His eyes were deep and entrancing as he looked at Fujio for a couple of seconds before curling up his mouth. "We won't touch your lobsters. They're all yours. Go ahead." He was not even giving her a chance to use the restroom? Fujio narrowed her eyes. This man took revenge whenever he could, but it was all right. After all, he was the one paying. She could not cook lobsters, but could she not know how to eat them either? Just wait. She would wage a war when she was hungry again. Fujio loosened her fingers coolly and stood up. She casually strode out of the rooftop garden. But she didn't know what kind of expressions Coco and Fatty had behind her. The second time. This was the second time the CEO touched this punk's head. Both of them turned their heads at the same time. They wanted to say something but stopped. Of course, Chin Mo knew they were looking at him. He flicked the ash and said plainly, "Say it, Captain, Why are you so nice to this Spade Z? Providing him with infinite lobsters. You were never this nice to me and Fatty. Coco finally spilled what he had been repressing. Chin Mo asked for a wet wipe from the waiter and cleaned his hand. If you want to eat, fine. While looking at those 2 fresh ones, start eating the 10 lobsters. Coco paused. He thought about that picture in detail and suddenly realized how horrifying it was. It seemed like being cared for gently by Captain was not exactly a good thing. But it was still strange. Captain had never touched anyone's head. Forget touching someone's head. Even smiling like that was rare for Captain. As Coco was racking his brains, Fatty saw his CEO stand up for no reason. He quickly swallowed the beef in his mouth and asked, CEO Chin, where are you going? You guys continue eating. I'm checking on the guy using the restroom as an excuse. Chin Mo nonchalantly leaned his head to one side. Strands of his black hair hung to the side, exposing his bottomless eyes, which glistened like a falcon soaring high up in the sky. As he was saying that, his cold eyes were like shards of ice, not letting anything escape under his nose a second time. The hotel restroom was located in the corner of each floor. Using the best sense, the decoration style was cohesive with the hotel design. Very beautiful. Just that. Fujio didn't expect that there would come a day when she would struggle over such a simple question. Should she enter the men's room or the women's room? Chapter 44. Taken to the men's room by Almighty Chin. Chapter 44. Taken to the men's room by Almighty Chin. If she went to the women's room, people would think that she was a pervert. If she went to the men's room, there was no privacy there. Unless it was a squatting toilet. Fujio pushed her hair back with her hand, and her beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she frowned. Okay, it's decided. She would go to the one that had nobody inside. In order to let herself not seem too perverted, Fujio put a smile on her face, and with one hand on her belt, stood elegantly near the door. A girl came out from the restroom and saw an energetic and pretty young man. When she raised her head, she blushed instantly. This guy was so handsome. But it was just so weird. Why was he standing outside the restroom? That girl looked at Fujio suspiciously. Fujio curled her mouth into a smile and pointed at the sink casually. The tap is broken and there's no water. Let me see. That girl lowered her head shyly. She didn't know what to do now that the pretty young man was hitting on her. Should she be gentler or wilder? That girl suppressed the excitement that was bubbling up inside of her and reached her hand out as she said in a low voice, "It's fine. It should be a sensor tap. Just put your hands under and the water will come out." So it works like this. Fujio acted like she was enlightened. Then she turned her head naturally and smiled at the girl. "Thanks. You're welcome." His skin looked even better from up close, and his eyelashes were so long, oh my goodness, she couldn't breathe. How was it possible for such a beautiful human being to exist in this world? That girl's heart was jumping out of her chest. And just as she wanted to ask for his WeChat, all of a sudden, a long, pale arm extended between the two of them and dragged the pretty young man away by his collar. The girl was shocked. What was happening? Fujio was also stunned, and she subconsciously looked up at the person dragging her away. The man was standing with his back against the light. It was Chin Mo. He wore a black suit, and his collar was half open. That beautiful face looked like a face with mixed heritage. It exuded an extraordinary temperament, one that was restrained, low-key, and dangerous. Now he was grabbing onto her with one hand, and the other hand was in his trouser pocket. He stared at her with his deep, profound eyes.
Fujio smiled calmly.
Almighty Chin, what a coincidence. You want to use the restroom as well? What else? Watch you hit on girls. Chin Mo slowly returned with a question. He overheard part of the conversation just now, and the corner of his mouth still had a hint of coldness. The tap is broken? God, how can you come up with such a clumsy pickup line? This punk was flirting non-stop, even in the restroom. Did he love flirting with people this much? What can I do? That water tap is the only thing here. Fujio was not embarrassed at all. She looked towards the shocked girl to the side and winked with her left eye. Her pair of cherry blossom eyes was extremely appealing. The girl covered her mouth and looked at these two very excitedly. Chin, almighty Chin. Fu Zhou tapped on her thin lips with her fingertip, harumphed deviously, and said, Almighty Chin, so she is actually your fan. This time, Chin Mo didn't let Fu Zhou finish as he used some strength and dragged her by the back of her collar into the men's room like a little kitten. Fu Zhou's lips couldn't help but purse. Why did this man love dragging her around like this? When she entered the hotel, he was like this, and he was still doing the same now. Furthermore, he had a face full of resentment. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Fu Zhou. Almighty Chin, do you need me to take off your pants for you? In the men's room, Chin Mo released her collar. Why were you standing stupidly outside just now? Ha! Fu Zhou raised her eyebrow and smoothly denied it with a smile. When was I standing stupidly? Wasn't I flirting with that girl? Chin Mo scoffed and stood aside. He didn't have his tie on and two of his shirt buttons were open. He glanced at her, before his deep voice sneaked its way into her ear. Didn't you want to pee? Why aren't you coming over? Come over. Fu Zhou looked at that conspicuous half-concave urinal. How could she go over? She looked like a pretty boy, but she was still a total girl inside. Even if she needed to pee, she didn't need such a urinal. Perhaps because she had taken too long. Chin Mo noticed something and suddenly walked over to Fu Zhou. He lowered his head, looked at her with his sharp eyes, and said apathetically, I checked. At a gay meetup, two boys need to drink and pee together. It looked like Almighty Chin was seriously inviting her to pee together with him. God *mn this gay meetup. But how would she pee? She didn't have anything to pull out. Fu Zhou tilted her head and thought about it. She then suddenly lifted her head up and pressed on the man's chest, pushing him against the wall. She raised her left hand and placed it against the white wall behind Chin Mo. That posture gave a sense of fluid handsomeness. After that, she moved closer and breathed into Chin Mo's ear. Actually, in a gay meetup, you take off each other's pants. Almighty Chin, do you want to try that? At first, Chin Mo's body stiffened. When he finally got back to his senses, a horrifying coldness instantly appeared on his handsome face. He looked at the person in front of him and enunciated his name one word at a time. Fu Zhou. Fu Zhou was still smiling, and her right hand expressed its intentions of taking his pants off. Don't be shy, we are both men, we need to go through this. If we don't compare the sizes of that thing, we won't know who is stronger, right? Chin Mo couldn't bear it any longer and grabbed that infuriating person's wrist with his hand. His thin lips pursed, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Are you sick of living? No, I'm just trying to be friendly with you. Almighty Chin treated me to so many lobsters, so of course, I should give something back in return. We are brothers. There's no need to be so restrained. Fu Zhou was blinking innocently, and she moved even closer towards him. Her beautiful figure was getting clearer and clearer. Her fair skin was so smooth that not even tiny hair follicles could be seen, and the warmth of her body temperature was lethal indeed. Chin Mo looked at him coldly, and he couldn't contain the urge to strangle him. Swoosh! With the back of his hand, he held her hands and body against the wall. His voice was freezing cold. If you dare to carelessly touch around again, I will tear your paws apart. Fu Zhou didn't mind being pressed down by him like that. She turned around and gave a bright, sunny smile. Almighty Chin, you are so innocent. Don't tell me you are still a virgin? That laziness of hers and her silver hair really did mirror the cats he kept. They all didn't know what punishment was. Chin Mo sighed deeply and pinched the young man's jaw with strength as he said every word with equal darkness. Be good. Don't provoke me into killing you. Understand? Pissed off. Fu Zhou murmured. Don't be. Only intimate friends would do this. Chin Mo laughed coldly, then pushed her away. He fixed his own messy collar. Don't talk to me like you are flirting with those girls. Go pee by yourself and freaking return instantly. As you wish. Fu Zhou swung her hurting wrist and looked at the cold view of his back, turning away to leave. She laughed insidiously. Who would have thought that the Almighty was such a pure, naive boy? Chapter 46. Chapter 46. CEO Chin, do you really think Fu Zhou is Spadesy? Sitting in the rooftop garden, Coco and Fatty didn't know what had happened in the restroom. The two of them were still eating with their heads down when they realized CEO Chin had spent too much time in the restroom. Fatty frowned and asked, "Did something happen?" Coco didn't pay attention. "What can happen? That guy is thinking of sleeping with Captain all the time."
So.
Fatty put down the fork and knife in his hand and pointed towards behind Coco with his mouth twitching. The sensitive Coco immediately noticed an abnormal coldness coming from behind him. Instantly, his voice rose an octave as he swiftly switched topics. "Think about it. Is our captain that easy to sleep with? Our captain likes girls, not gays like him." Phew. Luckily, he didn't say, "If he continues to be like this, I'm worried that Captain will become gay because of him," out loud. That was really close. Coco wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Chin Mo's expression didn't change or became warmer just because he changed his choice of words. On the contrary, ever since he walked in, the whole room seemed to freeze like an iceberg. The surrounding chill was beyond imagination. Coco felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That iciness, which made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts, undoubtedly came from CEO Chin. He turned his head and signaled towards Fatty with his eyes. Why did Captain's eyes change to this after using the restroom? It feels like he wants to murder someone. Fatty shook his head. "How would I know? Don't talk. Don't let boss stare at you." The two of them automatically sat back, and their CEO's dark and evil voice loomed over the top of their heads. 10 more lobsters for him. Big ones. Not to mention Fatty and Coco. Even the waiter standing beside them asked, "More?" But the CEO's words were decrees. Even though the whole thing was bizarre and wasn't anything like CEO's style at all. After all, having all these lobsters in one's stomach wouldn't feel very comfortable. After the waiter walked out, Fatty thought about it and questioned, "CEO Chin, do you really think Fujio is Spadesy? Why do I find this person odd?" "He's gay, and a gay's world is like this," Coco said something for Fujio and added. "But he is a little different from the Fu family black sheep that I used to know of. Wasn't he a little that before?" Little that. Fatty was a homebody who didn't know anything. Coco counted with his fingers. A nymphomaniac. Ostentatious. Tasteless. A typical nouveau riche, but he didn't harm anybody. It's just that with his gestures and temperament, nobody liked him. Plus, he was gay, so people ostracized him. But he is still gay, and he wants to sleep with. Fatty replied to him and then stopped himself abruptly. Chin Mo was playing around with the lighter between his fingers. He raised his eyebrow coldly. "He wants to sleep with who? Why did you stop? Sleep. Sleep. Sleep." Fatty couldn't find a better word as he was already in too deep for tears. "Sleep with me? You?" Chin Mo spun the lighter, and his fingers paused. And then his voice became even colder like an unsheathed sword, filled with lethal force. "He can't do that, your face won't cut it." Fatty. Why was his CEO lambasting his looks even after he sacrificed himself? Chapter 47. Why have a gay meetup? Chapter 47. Why have a gay meetup? In order to save Fatty's hide, Coco voiced out, "Captain, should we test that Fujio?" "No need." Chin Mo tilted his head and said the two words plainly with no emotion in his voice. "It is him." Fatty frowned. "I really can't figure out why Spade Z would ask you to have a gay meetup. Is he only playing games to get closer to boss? That's why he wanted the gay meetup." Fatty looked at his CEO after he finished his piece. Fortunately, their CEO was rational. It didn't seem like he rejected his opinion. But Coco thought of something and suddenly sat up straight. "No, it's not for the sake of getting close to Captain. If it's such a simple reason, he wouldn't have declined Captain's friend request when he added him. Isn't our Captain recruiting new contestants? Many companies under us want to send people over to our company. Madame Fu seems to be having some issues with her company. All her contestants were poached away, and they can't even provide a name list. If this continues, her company will crash." "You are saying that Spade Z asked to meet CEO for this reason?" Fatty said and looked at Chin Mo. Only, this time, he wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but it seemed like the CEO had almost dropped the lighter in his hand. However, Chin Mo didn't say anything. He raised his jade-like hand slightly and picked up the wine glass on the table. He swirled it several times, and his deep eyes were a bit cold. So this was the reason for wanting to meet him. After Fu Jiu had relieved herself, she discovered that 10 more lobsters had been put in front of her. In fact, their dinner table wasn't small at all. They had asked for a presidential luxury table that could seat 12 people. Now it was full of lobsters. Almighty Qin's food only occupied a tiny space on the table. He wanted to feed her to death. Fu Jiu raised her head up and looked over. She was very frustrated. Did the gay meetup guide not teach Almighty to be generous and nice towards the in-game friend that he was meeting for the very first time? You can't waste money like this however rich you are. These are not some small 10 yuan miniature lobsters. These are all Australian lobsters. The man noticed the murmurs from the silver-haired young man who seemed to be complaining to himself. He laughed lightly and pulled out a cigarette. Putting it between his lips, he tilted his head, lit the stick, then tilted his chin up. They're all yours, eat up. Fine. Fu Jiu also laughed with a trace of mischief. Well, I would eat then. Anyways, I'm not the one paying. But she realized that Almighty Qin was even colder than before. She didn't take off his pants, so why was he smirking as he looked at her? Could it be that something happened while she was not here? Fu Jiu pondered for a moment but still could not figure out the reason. She had already eaten a number of lobsters and was able to endure all the way up to this point, which made her fairly satisfied. After this meeting, she wouldn't have to hide her status again in the contest, and she wouldn't have to be worried about Qin Mo checking on her ever again. To be honest, this was her first time dealing with such a difficult opponent. He even figured out that she liked lollipops. If he continued to investigate her, who knew what he would get out of it? She couldn't afford to be investigated by Qin Mo, not only because she was someone who was reborn, but most importantly, she was a girl, not a boy. Zero gay meetup, in Chinese mianji, meaning two male friends meet up, for they act quite close. It gives a feeling to others that they may be gay and like each other romantically. Chapter 48. Give the bill to your Lord Jiu. Chapter 48. Give the bill to your Lord Jiu. After finishing the last lobster, Fu Jiu thought it was time to leave, and she went to thank Almighty Qin. Thank you for your lobsters. See you later. She heard a half laugh from Qin Mo. You're done eating? Yeah, done. Fu Jiu nodded. She was in a good mood. Almighty Qin learned to socialize, proving that their gay meetup actually worked. Qin Mo smiled and looked at the lazy Fu Jiu. A gleam of cold light swept across his eyes as he raised his hand. The waiter immediately handed over the menu. Qin Mo looked at that waiter and said, "Get the bill." Bill? The waiter was confused. CEO never needed to foot the bill when he was eating here. Coco and Fatty didn't know what was happening either. But they heard their CEO add slowly, "Give it to your Lord Jiu, it's on him today." Coco? Fatty? Fu Jiu? Even the waiter. Fu Jiu had the most direct reaction. Her eye, which was about to flirt with Qin Mo, twitched a little. Since when did this meal become her treat? Wasn't this hotel named Qin? Almighty, I remember this is your family's hotel. Are you sure you want me to foot the bill? Where were his manners? Fu Jiu raised her eyebrow. Even Coco and Fatty were embarrassed. After all, the CEO never asked anyone to treat him to a meal, especially since this was his hotel. The waiters who were standing to the side looked at one another and didn't walk up. Qin Mo looked at Fu Jiu's beautiful cherry blossom eyes and said nonchalantly, "This is how I treat my close friends." Fu Jiu. This man did this on purpose. He was using her own words to upset her. She blew intimately on his ear. And now he was doing this to her? All she had was 5,000 yuan, which she earned from playing games. She only had enough for 5 lobsters. The gay meetup handbook was complete **T. Almighty Qin, if you continue to be this keen on your revenge, forget making any gay friends. You won't even be able to marry a girlfriend, alright? What? You don't want to treat me to dinner? Qin Mo took the teacup but didn't drink from it. As his eyes were exuding a faint light behind the thin smoke from his cigarette, he said, "Didn't you say that we were close?" Fu Jiu leaned back and decisively rebutted, It's not that I don't want to. I just don't have that much money. No money? You? Coco replied in a high-pitched voice, seeming like he didn't buy it. How's that possible? Fujo laughed. Why is it not possible? Someone thought I was the shame of the family and was afraid to offend young Master Qin, so he excluded me from the Fu family. You should know about that. Coco did know. After all, they had a small business relationship with the Fu family. That was actually quite shocking news. His dad also said that no matter how disgraceful Fujo was, he shouldn't have taken care of someone he kept outside like his own, going as far as cutting off financial support for the mother and son. The three were even more shameless, stealing their contestants at this critical moment in order to crush He Honghua. In a split second, Coco didn't know what to say himself. He only turned his head to his CEO. But Qin Mo didn't say anything. Fujo opened her mouth again as she placed one hand on the back of their CEO's chair. Her face was very close to his, and her voice was flirtatious. Almighty Qin, how about I pay with myself? Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Have a control on him when you need to. Almighty Qin. At that very moment, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. The waiters were all staring at the side with stiff fingers. The shock in their eyes was indescribable. Someone dared to position himself against CEO. And what did he say? Pay with his body? Please don't let it be what they were thinking of. But looking at that young Master Fu's attitude, he had indeed said that to the CEO. It was too hard for their guests not to head in that direction. Especially those paper-thin pink lips which were only about an inch away from the CEO's ear. A bit closer and they would already kiss? The CEO's temperament cooled by a lot. But that young master didn't pay attention to this, and the tear-shaped mole under her eyes brought out a bewitching luster. What? You don't want me to pay with my body? Then allow me to kiss you. Fujo heartily said that and was about to take immediate action. Qin Mo's eyes abruptly turned cold. His hand reached out and clenched her wrist, pressing Fujo on the table. He had a look of impatience, clearly hoping he could strangle Fujo at that very instant. Then, he took Fujo's wallet from her school uniform pocket by force and readily threw it into the hands of a waiter. His cold voice sounded like an icy pool in the snow. Swipe all the cards clean. Yes, sir. At this time, there were no waiters who dared to disobey the commands of Qin Mo. Anyone could see that the image of their CEO, who had always been cold and indifferent, was about to be twisted due to Fujo's flirtation. Fujo still wanted to keep some of her wealth, so she attempted to negotiate with Qin Mo. Do you mind saving me 1,000 yuan for my living expenses? Qin Mo did not listen to Fujo at all. In that same single gesture, he pressed her back down. Looking down at her, he finally forced himself not to break the guy's wrist. Who would have thought that this guy would learn to behave? He maintained that position and looked at him with a smile. Faint, warm breaths hit the back of his own hands. He was not sure why, but Qin Mo once again thought that Fujo looked like his cat's. Even her hair looked very soft, brushing his palm again and again. People not in the know would think that this young man was being playful. In fact, this guy was just pretending. Even if they were going to game together in the future, he still had to change that flirting disease of his. Flirting with whomever he saw. Where on earth did he learn this from? Qin Mo narrowed his eyes. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray with one hand and pressed Fujo down with great force using the other. He still had that suit jacket on him, and a lock of black hair on his forehead drooped down naturally, making him look extremely manly. And it wasn't just his posture, but his sharp eyes too. This Qin Mo could make people's legs weak by merely looking at them. No wonder his fans called him Almighty Qin. Too handsome, too cool. It was a pity that Fujo wasn't in the mood to appreciate a god's beauty right now. After all, her cards were being swiped clean, and for a hacker who had just saved up a little, it was a pure nightmare. CEO Qin. That waiter ran back with sweat all over his forehead as he raised up both of his hands high. The bill is 26,580 in total, but Lord Zhou only has 5,000 on his card. They've all been swiped already. Qin Mo curtly acknowledged the waiter's words. Fujo thought that was the end of this whole thing. After all, there was no more money in her card now, So what else did he want? To her surprise, when she was about to sit up, she heard that man carelessly add, "Put the rest on your Lord Joe's tab for later." Chapter 50 Chin Mo. Let me take you home. Chapter 50 Chin Mo. Let me take you home. A tab? Nobody ever put their bills on a tab here, especially since people in their age group loved to compare who was richer. Putting bills on a tab to pay later when going out to eat? How shabby was this? Coco bit his finger with his head down. Seo was really scheming and evil this time. He was obviously helping Fujio become infamous in their circle. Later on, no matter where Fujio went, this thing would be brought up. Fujio didn't really care about her reputation, but she cared about her money. Almighty Chin, didn't the gay meetup guide tell you that if your gay friend runs out of money, you should pay the rest in full? Chin Mo carelessly glanced at her. That is during a normal meetup, but that doesn't suit you. In order to stop your ridiculous thoughts about paying with your body, you should pay in full with your money. Fuju. This meal of lobsters was such a loss. In order to take less damage, Fujio, who originally didn't want to, decided on the spot to take those 2 lobsters home instead, even if she had to carry them all the way. Today was her treat, and she still owed a bill of 30,000 yuan. But only money was needed to resolve the matter. With this meal, she wouldn't need to worry about being investigated again. Are you going back by yourself? Or do you want me to give you a lift? Chin Mo looked at the young man who was carrying his lobsters. He looked a bit like his own cat when it got drenched in the rain. He knew that this guy had sharp nails even though he was pretending to be poor and destitute. Chin Mo still asked him in a low voice. After all, he still had good manners as a member of the Chin family. Chin Mo also thought about something else, whether or not this guy would request for anything else in the car. As long as it was nothing overbearing, he would say yes. After all, his biggest reason for meeting up with Spadesy was to ask him to join the team. Fujio wasn't making it easy for him. She flipped her silver hair and the corners of her mouth curled upwards. Send me back. I don't have money for a cab. It's far from my place, so I can't skateboard back. Chin Mo reached out and opened the car door. He appeared emotionless, but he was still cold, arrogant, and regal. Now, they finally had the atmosphere of a gay meetup. Fatty and Coco both thought that this was nothing close to a gay meetup. It was simply an action movie with daggers flying around. Fatty was still the one who drove. There was music playing in the car. Fujio sat on the left side of Chin Mo. There wasn't much distance between the two, but they didn't exchange any words. Coco wasn't used to this and opened his mouth. Fujio, what about your mom's company? Is it really closing down? Why would it close down? Fujio directed her eyes away from the night view outside. She had a deep look in her eyes. Coco licked his lips. I heard some news about your mom having her contestants poached, and now the company can't form a team. If your mom doesn't do anything, your company would be eliminated from the competition. Once the investors withdraw their money, your mom's company won't be able to take the hit. It's true. Fujio laughed, freezing coldness emerging from the bottom of her eyes. Who told you that? That 3? Or that Fu family's illegitimate child? Whoever told you that, my mom's company will be fine. It's their companies that will be closing down soon. Coco didn't expect that the free spirit at the hotel just now would exude such strong suppressive pressure. At this moment, he finally believed that Fujio, the nouveau riche prodigal son, was that Spadesy who had defeated them over and over again online. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Fujio flirts with the Almighty again. Chin Mo was also looking in Fujio's direction. His eyes were so deep that they were unreadable. Co Chin, we've arrived at the Fu residence. Fatty stopped the car. Chin Mo took another look at Fujio, who was still tightly holding those lobsters in her arms. Then, she smiled at him with her head tilted up. I'm going then. Almighty Chin, thanks for taking me back. See you online in a bit. They had been sitting together. Chin Mo could see that innocent face with a little tilt of his head, and he could even see the tiny fluffy hairs on her face clearly. Looking at that face, Chin Mo couldn't stay upset anymore. Only this? You're not going to say anything else? Anything else? Drive safely. Text me when you get back. I will call you up to raid some dungeons. Fujo turned and brushed the black hair on Almighty Chin's forehead with her fingers. If the Almighty can join the game, they will definitely offer better prices. Chin Mo was about to say, if you came to me for your family's business, I can help you with it. But he didn't expect that this guy only stayed good for a minute. Now he was courting death again. Chin Mo sighed deeply and narrowed his eyes again. His chest was heaving up and down, and his voice was heavy as he squeezed his words out through gritted teeth. You! Get the F***ck out. Angry again, Fujo glared back before laughing out loud. She simply raised her arms high and caressed Chin Mo's head. Almighty, don't act so cool. Be nice, this is our first meeting after all. Don't leave unhappily. Now there, that's better. Coco and Fatty were sitting in the front, but they didn't dare to turn their heads around. What was that guy doing? Rubbing CEO? Captain's head? Has he ever heard of pulling hair from a tiger's mane? It's the same principle. CEO must be itching to tear him up into pieces. Chin Mo's head had never been caressed by anyone. His fingers tightened and loosened several times. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He opened the car door and threw that smiling young man out of the car. Drive off. He said those two words very coldly. They did not have a trace of warmth. Fatty trembled and stepped on the gas without another word. He feared that his CEO would really kill Spade Z if they didn't leave instantly. Fujo was happy, and her lips curled up. She was waving to the car with a bright smile. That smile dazzled Almighty Chin's eyes. He harumphed and turned his head. Fujo lifted her eyebrow. Was he avoiding her? She still had ways to bug him. She instantly lowered her head and texted him on WeChat. Almighty, remember to log on when you get home. Let an experienced player take you raiding dungeons. Chin Mo held his jaw, swiped to open the message, and harumphed coldly again. Do I need you to take me to raid dungeons? Then you take me. It's the same thing anyway, Fujo texted, before sending a smiley emoji over. It's fun to play with friends. Chin Mo didn't reject her this time and replied with two plain words, got it. So he agreed? Fujo raised her beautiful eyebrows. It seemed the Almighty wasn't completely inhuman after all. If Almighty Chin would really raid dungeons with her in a bit, then each mission's payout would go up significantly. Well, things like taking pictures together would add more money to it. It would not be easy to ask a god to attack a dungeon together. Regular prices wouldn't be accepted, period. She had to change to it to giving VIP treatment. Not bad, not bad. Gay meetups also had their own merits. Later on, whenever she took orders to raid dungeons, she would ask him to join her, and then the money would just come rolling in. Chapter 52. Kept flirting with the god. Chapter 52. Kept flirting with the god. As soon as she thought about this, all the gloominess disappeared, and she wasn't so resentful about the lobsters in her arms anymore. No matter how much money a god had cheated from her, she would earn just as much from him later. This was called justice. At this moment, Chin Mo's deep eyes were still fixated on those few text messages he received. Mixed feelings in his eyes. The young man didn't even say a word about the thing that he believed the young man would mention. Coco turned around and looked at him as he hesitatingly said, "It seems like Fujo didn't come to Captain for her family issues. It's just unbelievable that he has changed so much overnight. Was he only acting to get close to Captain before? Maybe he knew that Captain liked a gentle personality before, but now, he feels that there's no need to act anymore. So he is revealing his true self." Chin Mo looked at that blinking profile picture again with his cold eyes. With a brain like his, can he have such great acting skills? Hearing that, the corner of Coco's mouth twitched. Captain, even though Fujo wasn't so smart before, he has now improved. Maybe he really was acting. However, if he was acting, there was no need to let them know that he was Spade Z. With this in mind, he felt that he overestimated Spade Z's observational prowess. If he really was good at acting, Fujo wouldn't have made CEO want to kill him so badly by flirting with him like that. So why was there such a huge change? Was it because of a change in his family background? Coco couldn't figure it out. As long as he stays like this, there's no need to care about him, Chin Mo said and closed his eyes as if he were taking a nap. His black hair, which had just been ruffled, created a special air of messiness. He felt that something was left on his head, so he grabbed onto it uncomfortably. Coco and Fatty froze when they heard his words. Stay like this, stay like what? Like how he was flirting with CEO. Coco lowered his head and bit the rabbit's ear. Captain is really spoiling that Spade Z. That night, Chun Xiaodong was standing at the gate while looking around. He was worried to death because young master didn't reply to his messages except for one sentence. He already knows it. Before hanging up, Chun Xiaodong's heart dropped with that sentence. What did young master even mean by, he already knows it? So young master Chin already knew that young master wants to sleep with him? Young master can't come back safely anymore? Chun Xiaodong's pupils shrank, and he stood up abruptly.
No.
He needed to do something. Maybe he could try and break into the military compound? The Chin family was likely in there. As Chun Xiaodong was worriedly jumping up and down, Fuzhou patted him on his shoulder from behind. Why are you standing outside at night? Young master. Chun Xiaodong's eyes lit up. You came back alive. Young master, were you beaten up? It's okay. You can tell me. I'll go get you some medicine. Fuzhou rubbed his temples when he heard that. Why are you wishing for me to get beaten up every time? Look closely. I don't even have a single scratch on me. It was only then that Chun Xiaodong realized his young master was fine, and that handsome face was even glowing with a light flush, seemingly well-fed. And he was also holding on to 2 live Australian lobsters. Chun Xiaodong curiously reached his hand out. Young master, where did you get these? They were even alive. Chapter 53, Logging in to flirt with the Almighty. Chapter 53, Logging in to flirt with the Almighty. Zhang City wasn't close to the sea, so a pair of Australian lobsters like these would be very expensive even when dead, let alone alive. Didn't young master run out of money recently? How could he afford these? Almighty Chin gave them to me, Fuzhou said, and she threw the lobsters into his arms. Find a water bucket and ask Auntie Lin to keep them. Cook them for Mum when she's back. Chin. Lobsters from young master Chin. Chun Xiaodong's eyes shot wide open. He felt like the things in his hands weighed 1,000 pounds. Young master and young master Chin were close enough for gifts already? It was true that one would experience miracles if he lived long enough. When young master expressed his affection towards young master Chin for the first time, young master Chin nearly got him beaten to death with a single hand gesture. Now, he surprisingly gave young master gifts, but wasn't giving lobsters as a gift. A little weird? Almighty Chin's world wasn't something that mortals like him could ever understand. Hold on, young master. Where are you going? Chun Xiaodong, who watched Fuzhou go upstairs, couldn't help but ask. Before Fuzhou closed the door on him, she said, logging in to flirt with the Almighty. Both Chun Xiaodong and Auntie Lin, who just walked out, thought that their young master had been possessed. For the sake of a man, she had really started playing games like crazy, to the point where she even forgot about sleeping and eating. But they clearly knew their young master best. He didn't even know how to manipulate the characters in the game. When Madame first started her company, they knew that their young master was bad at online games. Yet a scion like this could surprisingly hook up with Almighty Chin. It had to be said that sometimes, people can only be astounded when someone encounters a stroke of luck. Auntie Lin didn't cook those lobsters. When she heard that they were gifts from young Master Chin, she didn't dare touch them. She only placed them in a small wooden barrel, put some seaweed into it, and took it upstairs to Fuzhou's room to let her keep as pets. Fuzhou came out from the shower and saw those 2 happy lobsters waving their claws at her. She picked one up, looked at it, then took a picture of it. She sent it to Chin Mo. I'm using my new pet to wake Almighty Chin up. The picture was taken with her body turned aside. She didn't even notice that her messy hair and collarbone were showing in the picture when she sent it. Chin Mo swiped his phone open, glanced at that picture, and saw the young man's fair, delicate skin and his collarbones. His eyes paused, and he texted back with his eyebrows knitted together, sounding a bit cold. Don't send pictures like this anymore. Pictures like this? What was wrong with the picture she sent? Fuju looked at the thing in her hands. What was wrong with a lobster? And it was Almighty Qin who gave it to her himself. Forget it, they still needed to get down to business. Are you logging in? Fujo sent a voice message while turning to the side to switch the computer on. Qin Mo held the phone to his ear and heard the loud noise from her computer. This guy was using such a lame computer for gaming? Wait for me at the death bridge. Fujo, of course, wouldn't reject. She swiftly logged in with her account, chose a character, and sent it over to Death Bridge. Ding! Something was sent over. Your friend Qin Mo sent you 999,999 in-game gold coins. Do you accept? It wasn't just this. There was more. Another message came in right after. Your friend Qin Mo sent you 999,999 neon diamonds. Do you accept? Chapter 54 Almighty said, "This is a gay meetup gift." Chapter 54. Almighty said, "This is a gay meetup gift." Your friend sent you 999,999 in-game gold coins again. Do you accept? 999,999 in-game coins? They cost 9,999 renminbi in real money, not to mention those expensive neon diamonds. They were too rare to get even if one had money. What was the Almighty doing? As smart as our Fujo was, she didn't know what the other party was thinking about right now. Accept them. Qin Mo said and added, "Gay meetup gifts."
Fuju.
Almighty, which gay meetup guide taught you this? Why does it feel like he's giving an engagement gift? Where can you find someone who straight up gives money to an in-game friend? This animal was rich and scheming. Fujo couldn't tell if she was lucky or unlucky to have met him. She thought about it, but didn't click accept. She did take the diamonds though. She could create a smurf one. In online gaming, a smurf is an experienced player who uses a new account to deceive other players into thinking he's a newbie, and grind it up to make weapons for two accounts. Weren't you short of cash? Almighty Qin was just as astounding as people described him. He talked coldly, arrogantly, and straightforwardly. Fujo unwrapped a lollipop and hooked up a smile. But Almighty, if you keep sending me money like this, I would mistakenly think that you want to make me your sugar baby. Qin Mo's fingers on the mouse tightened, and he laughed very, very coldly. Give back the diamonds you just received. I need them. Fujo held the lollipop in her mouth and crossed her legs as she quickly replied, Almighty Qin, I talk honestly with you because I treat you like my bro. Don't be so stingy. You are a man, so how can you take back what you've already given? I took a job, so let's go raid the dungeon. Be good. Qin Mo's deep eyes looked at that sentence on the screen, especially the phrase be good at the end. His whole body was exuding a suppressive chill, making Secretary Liang, who came to report, automatically back away. What's wrong with the CEO? Why did he suddenly turn murderous? Then, he saw his CEO raise his hands and pound on the keyboard hard. Shut up and begin the raid. Qin Mo never held any expectations for Fujo. What can you expect from a hog but a grunt? He did everything for the sake of Spade Z. He would let him get away with it. Qin Mo told himself that again. Fujo sent a head-scratching emoji. Diamonds can make weapons for us. What do you want? Slowly, Qin Mo got used to the way this fellow spoke and replied plainly, I don't care. Okay then, I will figure it out later, Fujo said and put her headphones on. I'm inviting you to join the team. All right? As soon as Qin Mo said that, the background in the game changed. The gentle-colored small bridges, waters, and blossoming peach flowers were gone. They came to an ancient tomb. There were 4 more players at the entrance of the tomb. Some of them had hired Spade Z before. They knew Spade Z's battle power well, and they were originally going to open the gate, but they heard Spade Z brought a friend to join in the attack. At first, they thought that attacking the tomb with too many players wasn't good. They needed to split the weapons, and if that person was bad with controls, they might lose the FC, first clear. But when they saw the friend that Spade Z brought along, they froze up one after another.
Alalalal.
Almighty Chin. How was this even possible? It must be some counterfeit version trying to take on jobs by using Almighty Chin's name. Once we see his profile and level, we will find something suspicious. WTF. There's nothing suspicious at all. Chapter 55. The Almighty is dating online? Chapter 55. The Almighty is dating online? The four players looked at each other before shifting their gazes towards Chin Mo. Maximum level, a complete profile. And his PK ranking was freaking blinding.
Numero 1.
This was Almighty Chin, no doubt. They met Almighty Chin, a living Almighty Chin. Petrified, excited, and pumped. None of these words could even describe their feelings. Sitting inside an internet cafe, the fingers holding onto the mice were trembling. All right? That was Almighty Chin. He never played private games like this. He was Almighty Chin, who could bring in hundreds of thousands of fans with a single gaming contest stream. Were they dreaming? Forget it. Let's just kill ourselves and log in again. Only by dying once would they believe this was true. Why aren't you all moving? Let's do it. Fu Zhou was typing and then saw all four of them died. What the heck was happening? Fu Zhou paused and realized something all of a sudden. Because of you? Fu Zhou sent this message privately to Chin Mo. Chin Mo typed back with a spare hand. Not sure. I've never played amateur games before. I only play professional league competitions. You've never raided a dungeon before? Fu Zhou was shocked. Chin Mo replied in an indifferent tone. Never did it privately. Only for company promotions. Did it 3 times in total. According to Fu Zhou's understanding of the Almighty, his words translated into, he only raided dungeons 3 times, and every time, it was done for live streaming. No wonder they all died. They were scared off by a god. Fu Zhou raised her eyebrow and typed swiftly. Then, don't you feel lonely when gaming by yourself? Now it's better. With me, let this experienced player show you the way up. Chin Mo completely ignored her. He knew that this fellow would take any advantage the moment he was given the slightest chance, so he'd be better off ignoring him. But, to his surprise, he found him less annoying than others. With this in mind, Chin Mo lit a cigarette and sat back in his big armchair made of genuine leather. A sky full of stars was behind him, as if the whole cityscape at night became the background that served as a foil to him at that moment. Secretary Liang bent over and served coffee with white gloves. Their CEO had obsessive-compulsive disorder and he never overlooked any detail. Secretary Liang wanted so badly to take a look at the screen to see whom CEO was talking to. Usually at this time, CEO would be reading the financial news, so why was he online playing games? And who was it on the other end? CEO had stopped a meeting for him the last time. Now, he was changing CEO's working hours. It must be an evil little fairy. Otherwise, why would CEO neglect his work for games? But who was this little fairy? His curiosity was killing him. It was as if there were claws scratching on his heart. The itchiness was unbearable. CEO didn't let him know a thing. So sad. How could he report to boss and madam if he didn't know such *T? Secretary Liang. Chin Mo extinguished the cigarette and took the coffee. Looking at him coldly, he said, Remember who you are working for. Now, walk out and close the door. Secretary Liang's body shook. He gathered his courage and said, Yes. Why is CEO even more domineering than boss? Isn't he still a student? No wonder CEO's fans calls him Almighty Chin. He is absolutely the reincarnation of a tyrant. If one thought about it, this person was really brave to be unafraid of CEO. Having come to this conclusion, Secretary Liang took his phone out, dialed a very familiar number, and said with a serious face, Madam, boss, I am quite confident that CEO is dating online. That's right, online dating. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Almighty Chin is online. The world explodes. Nobody was playing games whatsoever. It seemed like messaging was the only thing that was left in the world. WTF? Did I just see Almighty Chin go online in my living years? And he's not invisible. Tell me this is not true. Our fan base didn't receive any information about a live stream. How is it possible that Almighty Chin is in the game? No freaking way. It's real. So many people saw him raiding a dungeon. The poster before me. Stop dreaming. Almighty Chin will raid dungeons? Almighty Chin only plays Pro League PK. Alright? *T, if you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself. Almighty Chin is together with a newbie, and they seem close. They seemed close, very close. After the Supreme Alliance team heard that their CEO was raiding a dungeon, they logged into the game. Now, they were all looking at one another. Then, they all looked at Coco. The young cat-like announcer was biting his rabbit's ear. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Captain, why did you hook up with Spade Z for a dungeon raid? Who was it again that said dungeons were no fun? Do you know that the game system nearly crashed once you showed up? The network traffic on the whole server had exceeded 10 million pings. The technicians would all go mad if things continued to be like this. Alright? The Supreme Alliance team's manager heard about this firsthand. It was the owner of a live streaming company who informed him of it. He laughed gently and said in a business tone, "RCO never raids dungeons. You must have been mistaken." That owner simply handed his laptop over to show him. The manager felt shivers running down his back. Wait, let me make a phone call. Before making the call, he took a deep breath. To his surprise, CEO Chin's first sentence was, "I'm raiding a dungeon. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Don't just wander around outside all day. Return to the office earlier and get some work done. Gotta go." He sounded cold and he hung up very decisively. That was him, all right? But, CEO, I am your manager for goodness sake. I should be the one controlling you, not vice versa. But the thing is, you're really raiding a dungeon. What if this reaches the headlines tomorrow? Wait, the headlines? The manager rolled his eyes and called the publicity team at the company. You guys prepare a long article right away, explaining that CEO Chin is helping the team scout for new blood while raiding dungeons. What intimate relationship? And how did that intimate relationship come about? That someone said that CEO Chin logged into the game for a newbie. That newbie was making money by playing games with CEO, 5,000 yuan per FC. One could take pictures with CEO too. We are all online too, hoping we can get a place in line. The manager's chest heaved up and down. Who could tell him what the *CK was going on with CEO? In the past, he had to beg his CEO to do a live stream for each dungeon raid before he would agree. This was under the premise that there were no meetings, that he had nothing to do and he happened to be in a good mood. Their CEO Chin was always like me if you want to. I'm just arrogant like this. A totally godlike style. And now, he was assisting others to get a FC for an insignificant 5,000 yuan? CEO, if money can move you, why didn't you tell me earlier? The manager's heart was aching to the extreme, and his expression changed instantly. Which area is CEO Chin in right now? Huh? What? The manager harumphed coldly. I'm gonna hire him to raid dungeons for me. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Putting up Almighty's first night for auction. Fujio realized that more and more people were gathering around as they were playing. And those people all had the same shiny golden titles as Almighty Chin on top of their heads. Fujio raised her eyebrow as she held the lollipop in her mouth. She smiled shallowly and messaged Chin Mo. Almighty Chin, you really are popular. All the nation's professional team players are here for you. Chin Mo glanced at the screen and didn't care one bit. Don't look around and focus on the monsters. Why was he so cold? Fujio flicked her finger as she released a powerful attack. The boss was taken down. FC accomplished. Spade Z's and Chin Mo's names were both pinned up high on the server announcement board. It was very late at night already, but all the cyber citizens' passion wasn't smothered at all. They were all staring at the screen. No matter whether they were people in internet cafes or those in professional league teams, they sent requests again and again, hoping that Spade Z would take their requests. Fujio's crafty eyes shimmered when she took in the situation. She sent a message with a sinister smile. Tonight's last request will go to the highest bidder. Last request. The manager was absolutely not letting his chance of enslaving his CEO slip away. So he started bidding. He instantly raised the bid to 10,000 yuan at once. People in the game world never lacked money. Who wouldn't want to get closer to their idol? Wasn't it just money, right? Add more. Momentarily, the screen became an auction. The price for raiding a dungeon jumped from 50,000 yuan to 50,000 yuan. Fu Zhou crossed her long legs. The fringe of her silver hair was ruffled up from wearing headphones. Seeing the price go up non-stop, she sent an honest message to Qin Mo by accident. Almighty, why does it feel like I'm auctioning off your first night? Ha 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 ha. Fu Zhou. Despite being separated by a screen, Fu Zhou could still feel the teeth-grinding hatred from that man. If you don't shut up, I will kick you out, along with your laptop. Qin Mo's eyes were deep and gloomy, and his long, slim fingers were on the mouse. Grasping it tightly, he tried with great effort to contain his rage, to no avail. He still ended up sending that out. Secretary Liang saw this when he came in. One look at Qin Mo and he retreated swiftly. So scary. CEO was possessed by a demon. He only made 2 phone calls and briefly reported the situation. Why did CEO become so bloodthirsty? He felt that CEO would crush the neck of anyone who went inside. So scary. People in love were all absurd. One second he was smiling and the next second, he just turned murderous. Secretary Liang couldn't help but make another phone call. Madam, is that you? Yes, it's me. I think that CEO was arguing with the other party. Yes. Right, like those small tiffs between young couples. In fact, the moment she sent the message, even Fu Zhou found it improper. After all, Qin Mo had helped her make so much money. So after a few moments of consideration, she added, "Don't worry, if your first night were auctioned off, I would be the first one to make a bid on it. I wouldn't let anyone steal it away." Even though they were chatting privately, Qin Mo still wanted to drag that guy out from the computer and smash his mouth. Except for playing games, this guy was no good. He only made people want to kill him every single minute. He would change this habit of teasing and flirting someday. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Someone wanted to raise Fu Zhou onto a pedestal as an almighty. Qin Mo squinted fiercely, a freezing cold look suffusing the depths of his eyes. Aren't we beginning the raid? You want me to break your paw? AI Almighty is being arrogant again. Fu Zhou lazily stretched, thinking it was better not to go overboard with her flirting. Otherwise, the consequences would come back to bite her. While she was thinking, Fu Zhou held the lollipop in her mouth. She extended her hand and clicked on the mouse, swiftly inviting the one who offered the highest price. I'm the Almighty's manager. Into this dungeon. I'm the Almighty's manager? Weird nickname. As Fu Zhou was chatting with Qin Mo, she located the person. Qin Mo glanced at that player, and a cold gleam of light swept through his deep, dark eyes. The manager was feeling good about himself and asked the assistant beside him, "How do I make CEO follow my instructions?" The assistant shrank his neck. Just type. Just type? The manager was having fun with this. Who would have thought that there would come a day when he would have his turn to be the boss? Just as he put his hands on the keyboard, however, he saw a sentence in-game. "Are you going offline? Or do you want me to make a call to force you offline?" Your choice. The oh-so-mighty manager Feng. Feng Yi didn't expect that he would guess his identity so fast. He felt chills run down his back. And his CEO added, "Seems like you don't have enough work to do at the company if you even have time for games? 1 week overtime starting tomorrow."
Feng Yi.
Wait a second. He just spent 50,000 yuan to enslave CEO. He didn't spend that money for CEO to enslave him even more. This was no raid. This was simply a trap. He must have smacked his little head on the pavement to think of using this opportunity to enslave his CEO. Wasn't it said that one could do the raid as long as one paid? Liar! Feng Yi was about to burst into tears. He spent 50,000 yuan just to experience the joy of being tortured again. He shouldn't have come to mess with CEO. But that Spade Z's maneuvers were really cool. Complete annihilation in just one shot. And he still had a spare hand to type? Wait a second. He could even perfectly coordinate with CEO's each move? One had to know that no one could catch up with CEO's speed in games. This must be a master of masters. Feng Yi's blood was boiling from watching. With a bang, he stood up from the couch and dragged the assistant in, pointing towards the screen. This Spade Z, I don't care what you do. Give me his full profile. I don't care if he's a boy or a girl, single or not, how old he is now, where he is from, what his occupation is. I want to see his picture on my desk tomorrow first thing in the morning. Huh? VP, why do you want his picture? The assistant was confused, thinking that his VP had become stupid from spending that 50,000 yuan. A glint flashed in the depths of Feng Yi's eyes. I will nurture him into a professional almighty only second only to CEO. Of course I need to know what he looks like. Go! This was such an unexpected bonus. Awesome maneuvering. This kind of gaming scene was perfect for live streaming. The team needed someone like him who could pair up with CEO. Worst of all, even Coco couldn't do so. Now, he could finally have a special subject. God was simply helping him. Wait a second, he should add him as a friend first and chit-chat for a bit. Feng Yi thought that since his CEO had already proved his identity, the other party would accept this friend request quickly. But to his surprise, rejected. He was the nation's elite gaming manager who every player wanted to get in contact with, but he was actually rejected by someone. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. The oppressive pressure coming from the Almighty. Feng Yi didn't want to give up, so he kept sending friend requests over and over again. After finishing another raid and distributing the equipment, he was kicked out. Kicked out. When gaming in the past, Fujio had a habit of never accepting any friend requests. Adding Almighty Qin was a total accident. Why would she add one more? Of course she would reject it. Now, her focus was completely on making money. The number in her bank account shot up, making her immensely happy. It really was different playing with Almighty. He was both handsome and extremely expensive. Including the other 2 rounds before, she had made 60,000 yuan in total, enough for her to get some PC parts. Subtracting the lobster money she owed from today, she still had around 40,000 yuan. Fujio bit on her lollipop and very cheerfully sent 3 simple words to Almighty Qin. Done. Sleeping time. Before going to bed, let me take a count first. Qin Mo slowly tapped the keyboard. The money you made from taking on jobs today.
Fujio paused.
Her lollipop dropped out of her mouth. Why was a god counting money? This was nothing like throwing 399999 at her like a rich nouveau riche when he just got online. I thought the Almighty would treat money as no different from dirt. Fujio pushed her silver hair aside. The money she had just made simply flew away. That didn't feel nice at all. Qin Mo replied slowly. Looks like you have a big misunderstanding about my principles. I'm a businessman. I don't do things that don't make money. Capitalist vampire. Fujio quickly gave the other party a new title. She then thought about how she needed him for her later jobs, so it would be better to establish a long-term cooperation. She hooked up lips into a devious smile. I will transfer half to your WeChat. Half? Qin Mo gave a half smile. Who said the split is half-half? You get 10%, I get 90%. Fujio looked at this extremely unjust final split and inadvertently blurted out, Almighty, don't you feel shameless splitting the money this way? Not at all. Qin Mo sounded indifferent and asked Fujio 3 questions at once. Whose reputation did you use to get job requests? Who are the crowds here for? And who gave the highest bid for the last job?
Fujio.
All me. Qin Mo took a drag on his cigarette and added, so you getting 10% is perfectly fair. Faced with such a vengeful guy, what else could Fujio say? She opened her WeChat and transferred over a huge portion of the money, on one condition. More games later. When she was transferring the money, Fujio told herself that she was letting the line run for bigger fish. The Almighty only played 1 round and they had already made 60,000 yuan. Next time, with more promotion, they would make more for sure. Just see it as an investment. But her heart was still hurting from giving all the money away. The net profit, which had been a 5-figure sum, shrank to 4 figures in the time it took to deliver a short sentence. Fujo bit on her lollipop in frustration. This man was only cute when she was teasing him. He was so calculative the rest of the time. Fujo finished transferring him the money while Chin Mo received a whining call from his manager, who was crying out, "CEO Chin, that Spade Z rejected me. He rejected me." Chin Mo unlocked his phone after getting the general gist of what happened. He saw the transfer notification, a deep current flowing through his eyes, slightly more than 30,000 yuan. He thought that guy must have been extremely unwilling to transfer the money, just like how he was when he needed to pay for the bill at the hotel today. With this in mind, a light smile emerged on his mouth. Even Chin Mo himself didn't realize it at all. Chapter 60 Flirted with Almighty a little before bed. Chapter 60 Flirted with Almighty a little before bed. Chin Mo switched off the main CPU, but didn't go to bed straight away. He moved his long, slim fingers slightly and sent a WeChat message to Fujo. "You just rejected the player who added you?" Fujo intended to answer curtly, but she became interested in flirting a bit more before going to sleep. She replied with a voice message, "Aside from Almighty Chin, I don't add anyone else in my games. Are you moved now? Want to repay me with your body? With Almighty Chin's body and looks, I can still consider sleeping with you." Chin Mo received the files that Secretary Liang just brought in while one hand was still holding the phone up. That languid voice entered his ear just like that, carrying the young man's unique freshness. Secretary Liang couldn't hear the voice on the other end. He only saw his CEO pause for no reason and stand there, without saying anything as the expression on his face changed over and over again. Those long and fair fingers grasped the phone beside his ear tightly. In his eyes were an uncontainable coldness and gloominess. He looked as if he would strangle the person on the other end of the phone if he said one more sentence. Secretary Liang couldn't bear to see this scene anymore and lowered his head, pretending to gather and organize his briefcase. At last, his CEO took a deep breath and replied in a deep, low voice, "If you dare to say sleep one more time, then you will no longer be able to speak." "Sleep?" Secretary Liang's eyes were burning with flames. Chin Mo glanced at him and closed the door with an emotionless face. "Secretary Liang? Come on, CEO. Where do you expect me to go this late at night? It was freezing outside on the rooftop. All right?" After dealing with the eavesdropper, Chin Mo sent a voice message while he unbuttoned his shirt with one hand. "The one who added you was my manager." "I know." Fujo combed through her hair with her fingers and stretched her leg out onto the computer table with unspeakable handsomeness. "I just didn't feel like adding him. If I have you to open up the back door for me, why would I need anyone else?" He was not sure if it was because it was too late at night, but the young man's voice entering his ears wasn't so upsetting anymore. Chin Mo took a towel from its place beside him. When he tilted his head, his white shirt slipped half open, and his beautiful chest muscles and sexy V-line lifted slightly as he unbuttoned his shirt.
Kin Montag suddenly pauset.
As if he had suddenly thought of something, he soon threw his pants aside and replied with his hand touching the screen. "Tomorrow, the Chin Group will be signing a team of newbies. You can come directly to sign. What about the first round of that gaming contest half a month later? This is an internal recruitment." It was only 5 words, but Fujo understood Almighty Chin's hidden meaning. She hooked up the corner of her mouth. "I will be there after getting my parts. That was all Almighty Chin replied. As long as he was not talking about serious business, he always replied in a few words in an incomparably arrogant and cold fashion. Fujo didn't care though. She yawned and lay down casually in bed. Her soft silver hair spread out and highlighted her fair, sharp little jaw perfectly. She replied in a daze, "Good night." In the bathroom covered in steam, Chin Mo listened to the voice message. That voice was low and soft, completely unlike how domineering and evil he usually sounded. Subconsciously, with a swipe of his finger, he clicked on that green message bar again. Through the misty and hazy bathroom, nobody could see what facial expression Chin Mo had on his delicate and pretty face. At that moment, Fujo's soft "good night" was the only sound lingering in the bathroom. Chapter 61. What if he turned gay? Chapter 61. What if he turned gay? After realizing what he just did, Almighty Chin's pretty eyebrows furrowed. The black hair on his forehead dripped water down onto the phone screen. Chin Mo took the towel and threw his phone away. He must have gamed too much tonight. He even couldn't control his hand. Why did he feel like that guy's voice sounded nice? He should be wanting to strangle him. The next morning, Fujo woke up, but she wasn't in a hurry to go to school. Today was Wednesday. Even though school was important, buying computer parts and signing with the Chin group were obviously more important. Fujo thought about it and decided to ask for a leave. When she was bringing up this request, Chun Xiaodong was standing next to her. His face was saying, "I knew that you, young master, wouldn't be able to behave yourself for more than a month. You are doing your evil fairy tricks again," as he looked at her with funny eyes. Fujo curved her lips into a smile. She freed up one hand and patted his cheek gently. "Your young master has real business to do. You go to class and help me ask for a sick leave. Don't let the teacher think I love skipping classes." Chun Xiaodong was shocked from the moment he was patted, because his young master was too good looking at a close distance. He was so handsome that he even forgot to react. Also, young master even winked at him. Chun Xiaodong took a deep breath. Not good. He needed to keep a distance from young master from now on. What if he turned him gay? He still wanted to get married and have babies, for goodness sake. According to the tip-off given by the Almighty, the internal recruitment for the Chin Group's team would only begin after 1 in the afternoon. Fuju now had money on hand. Even though it was just 4 figures, it was still enough to get some decent components like a graphics card or a RAM stick or something. She really couldn't comprehend the subject of physics, so she didn't plan on going to school to waste the teacher's time. She would just find a spot to sell some of her equipment. She would not only save her family's company, but also harshly slap the faces of those ingrates who thoughtlessly left the company. Fujo narrowed her eyes and took a lollipop out of its wrapper. She put her left hand in her pocket and looked up at the computer city right in front of her. It was said that there were many goodies hidden in this place, and that many professional players came here to get their parts. These new upgraded parts would come in handy for the contest. Fujo pushed the door open and walked in. Following the guide on a technology forum, she found the fancily decorated store she was looking for. This place was really different from those computer shops outside. As soon as you walked in, you entered a world of electronics. In the store, there were 4 big screens, and each one of them was live streaming games. There was Almighty Chin's game character on the screen. With a single lift of his hand, black feathers covered up the sky and created a huge vortex. Every feather could kill the other party. Fujo also thought that Almighty Chin's trick was really cool. But her thin lips were curled up a little. Those were the images from their games yesterday. In the end, she was the one who cooperated with a god and allowed him to release that mighty move. She recognized her game ID, Spade Z. It looked like playing with a god created a bigger impact than she had expected. The raids that they took part in last night were already playing on the screen in the store the next day. She wondered if the owner would give her some discounts if she told him her ID. As Fujo was thinking about asking for something, she heard a polite, obedient voice. "Young Master Fu, take a look at this. This is our newest component. It has great aesthetics and it's really fast. It really suits your style." Chapter 62. Lord Jiu is about to slap faces. Chapter 62. Lord Jiu is about to slap faces. Fujo instantly knew that the other party wasn't calling herself, but another person. After all, that old guy wanted the world to know that she, the shame of the family, was no longer related to him. Since the one being called couldn't be her, it must be the other young Master Fu then? Fujo raised her eyebrow and turned towards the voice. A young man of her age was wearing a white suit. He was quite good-looking, but he got his height from his mother. He was not very tall. He seemed like a man of a few words, and there was impatience in his eyes. One could tell that he was a spoiled kid just by looking at him. This young master was no other than the apple of Fu Zhongyi's eye, his one and only illegitimate son, Fu Shiming. There were 2 guys accompanying him to buy computer parts, and Fuju knew one of them. Well, she did not exactly know him. They were just acquaintances. At that time, she was still naive. When she still wore shoddy clothes and fought a lot with Manhwa. That guy was the one standing by the sidelines, watching with an amused half-smile. Fu Jiu still vividly remembered his extremely disdainful gaze. Perhaps it was because she received such looks all the time that she was always irritated. As a result, she fought with Manhwa over little things. The company manager back then was Du Zhe, the scum that had immensely troubled her mother. Fu Jiu held her lollipop in between her snow-white teeth and slowly curled the corner of her mouth into a smile. Everyone was here? She really should remember these two faces well. She didn't want to miss these targets during fights. Du Zhe also saw the black sheep he resented the most. He used to be nice to him because of Manhwa, and he even had to address him as young Master Fu when he met him. But in fact, he had long hated this mother-son duo to death. The older one was from the countryside. The younger one had no taste. Being with them lowered his standing. They were unlike the person he was following now. Not only did this person have a good temperament and a great deal of knowledge, he was also extremely talented in gaming. They were both kids of the Fu family, but this one's future was 10 times brighter than that black sheep's. Young master. Du Zhe glanced at Fu Jiu before turning back to Fu Shiming. Should we go there and have a look? There are too many flies here. Don't let them spoil your mood. Fu Shiming recognized Fu Jiu as well. But then, so what? He thought nothing of this stupid older brother of his. In the past, ever since Fu Shiming was little, he had been called the illegitimate son by others all the time. Fu Jiu had all the privilege. But now he was the real deal. Fu Jiu was nothing against him. Trash like that wasn't worth his attention. Fu Shiming lifted his chin. He pulled the zipper on his jacket up and said arrogantly, "He's not even leaving, so why would I keep looking around? Didn't you just say that this place had good stuff? I need to get a new keyboard. It looks good here, so let's get it here." "Sure."
Du Zhe smiled.
Young master is right. If he is not leaving, then we shouldn't leave even more. The other person laughed as well. Young Master Fu is indeed highly computer literate. I have things to share that can help you when we get to the Qin group in a bit. Manager Li, thanks for your help. Du Zhe continued. I heard that Manager Feng really believes in fate. Aside from being great at games, a person must also be very good looking to get in. Manager Li cut him off. This is what the market needs now. The online audience gets bigger when good-looking people do live streaming. Just look at our CEO Qin. When he is live streaming, everyone online is waiting just to see him. But don't worry, with young Master Fu's looks, there will be absolutely no problems. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Bullying young Master Fu? Courting death. Fu Shiming was a kid with great self-control. After hearing Manager Li's words, he didn't show any signs of ecstasy. For a high school kid, that minimal show of arrogance was really not bad. Du Zhe laughed out loud. He was not really feeling smug, but he simply wanted that black sheep to pay attention and hear such a tidbit. Look at the huge difference between him and young Master Fu. The best scenario would be for them to get into a fight in the store and for this news to reach Manhwa. Then, without further wasting efforts, Manhwa's company would collapse. Du Zhe's plan was all right, but there was something he didn't expect. After hearing their words, Fu Jiu was not angry at all. Rather, she casually picked up a mouse and asked the salesperson, "How much is this?" That easygoing gesture clearly showed that she couldn't be bothered about them. Du Zhe frowned and quickly acted out again. Now, even those who know nothing about computers are all over the place being a nuisance to shoppers. You should implement a VIP system or something later and establish rules about who can and cannot come in. Manager Li knew a little about the Fu family's business and glanced over at Fu Jiu. Manager Du, let's keep looking. Don't bother with those insignificant people. Let him waste his money however he wants. It's not cheap to get that whole set of equipment. Du Zhe thought so too. With Manhwa's money, she couldn't afford for her son to waste money like this. Yeah, keep buying. The more the merrier. Who knew that Fu Shiming would also set his mind on the one Fu Jiu had picked? I want that one too. Du Zhe broadened his smile but didn't say anything. Fu Zhou lifted the corner of her mouth so bewitchingly that the salesperson blushed. I'm so sorry. The store manager came over when he heard them talking. This is the mouse that the Almighty uses. We only have one in stock. Only one. Then who should get it? The saleswoman felt that this pretty silver-haired young man should have it. After all, he had picked it first and was about to pay. But Du Zhe wanted to test a person's limits. Since it's good stuff, then whoever offers the most will get it. But the store manager looked troubled. Honestly, as a businessman, it was natural for him to desire more money. But this way of doing business was not very principled. Nobody would come to his store to purchase anymore. He wanted to say something when he saw a few people wearing uniforms walk in. One of them was about 6 feet tall. He looked appealing and seemed to be from a well-off family. He put one hand on Fu Ximing's shoulder as he said in a low voice, "Ming, what's up? I was getting a mouse, but someone won't let me." Fu Ximing looked in Fu Zhou's direction as he was saying this. "Don't you find it amusing?" That guy laughed somewhat evilly. "Is that your stupid brother? Can he win against you? Old Yuan, give me some slack. We are real gamers. It's not exactly nice to give such a great mouse to a rookie, right?" Old Yuan was the store manager. Seeing that a professional league member was here, he said instantly, "Then, who offers the most will get it. This bullying is too much. The pretty young man must be so angry," the saleswoman thought. She looked towards Fu Zhou with worry in her eyes. But she didn't expect that the pretty young man would wink at her and then lift his thin lips, saying a number after a light laugh. 10,000. Chapter 64. You are precisely the one being fooled. Chapter 64. You are precisely the one being fooled. 10,000 yuan for a mouse? Wasn't this a little too extravagant? The saleswoman's eyes widened into 2 big circles. And that pretty young man had softly asked if there was a discount just now. How did he suddenly turn into a nouveau riche?
Deuce was shocked.
The Manhwa was begging for money all over the city. Could it be that she still had money at home? Otherwise, how could this black sheep still be so arrogant? 10,000 yuan for a mouse was just too expensive. Even Fu Ximing, the spoiled and privileged young master, would feel the pinch from spending so much. But with so many friends looking and a manager from the Qin Group's club present, how could he lose face? Fu Ximing laughed coldly and increased the bid. Who didn't know that he Honghua was out of money? What was with this posturing, heh? He wanted to see how far this black sheep could go. 11,000. Fu Zhou laughed, slowly putting the thing in her hand down. Owner, you can sell this mouse to this idiot now. 11,000 for a mouse. Either you have money to burn or you're a moron. The store manager. Fu Zhou didn't care how the people around her reacted. She unwrapped another lollipop and spread out her fingers with an evil smile to reveal a hard drive beneath the mouse. I want this, actually. Give me 10 of the biggest internal hard drives. After all this drama, he didn't come for the mouse but to buy hard drives? Then why did he start bidding? Even starting off with such a high price of 10,000. Did he? Fu Ximing tightened his fingers as he squeezed the words out of his thin lips one by one. Fu Zhou, you played me? Hell yeah, I played you. Fu Zhou pushed her silver hair back as she laughed fiercely. So what? You. Fu Ximing was trembling from anger, but he was still rational. Knowing his status, he couldn't stoop down to this person's level in public. That would damage his image. Fu Ximing took a deep breath and laughed. It's just 10,000. I know you can't afford that with your situation. You are smart to give yourself a way out. Just wait until my dad divorces your mom. I will see if you can continue to act arrogant around me. Fu Zhou didn't lose her temper with such a person either. She curled her thin lips. Fu Ximing, if I were you, I wouldn't even mention the fact that you are an illegitimate son or that your mistress mother split up a couple. It seems as though you are not ashamed of it, but rather proud of it. It's true that, in this world, not everyone has the qualification to be called a person. Fu Zhou. Fu Ximing, who realized that more people were gathering around, roared out with his face green. Just you wait. That saleswoman knew what was going on now. This scion was not just bullying people, But he was also the evil intruder who planned to occupy the figurative nest after kicking a little bird out. She hated this kind of person the most. Seeing Fu Ximing leave, she shouted out, "Sir, please check out before you leave. 11,000 yuan in total. Do you want to pay with cash or credit?" Fu Ximing took another deep breath and pointed at Du Zhe. "Ask him to pay." Du Zhe didn't expect this ending. Not only were they unable to bully that black sheep, they had also wasted 11,000 yuan for a mouse worth 100 yuan. Most importantly, he was the one shelling out that money. This was King bad luck. What was the matter with this black sheep? Did he become smarter? No, not possible. At most, it should just be a lucky case of a blind cat chancing upon a dead mouse. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Almighty Qin asked, "What were you doing?" Fu Zhou replied, "I'm flirting." After finishing off those scum, Fu Zhou's mood improved a lot more. The corner of her mouth hooked up. She picked more small parts with her head down, handing all of them to the saleswoman with a handsome smile. "Just punch these items in, thank you." The saleswoman received them and decisively gave a 10% discount. Her face was flushed red. The pretty young man's voice was so soft and gentle. She simply couldn't get enough of a customer like this. "So you don't need a mouse?" The one who asked this wasn't the saleswoman, but the man who put his hand on Fu Ximing's shoulder. He had a team uniform on, and his smile wasn't friendly at all. Fu Zhou put one hand in her pocket and didn't even look at him. She left after paying for her purchases. Exceeding her expectations, when she passed him by, the man curled his lips and said, "Interesting. Interesting indeed, wasn't it?" Fu Ximing's stupid older brother, who would blush whenever he saw him, now became someone who he didn't even recognize. That man narrowed his eyes and didn't pay attention to Fu Zhou either. However much he might have changed, he was still a gay. He didn't want to touch a pervert like him. Once you got in contact, you could never get rid of him. Even if he was good-looking, it was still pretty disgusting. "Boss, come see. They are screening the gaming video of Almighty Qin and that Spade Z. I'm so envious of this guy. Usually, only you can match Almighty Qin. But this guy was even playing games with him, so lucky." I asked, "And he is not from the Supreme Alliance. Nobody knows which team he's on either. How is he still a newbie?" That man's followed his teammate's finger and saw a screen full of silver light enter his eyes. He immediately jolted and blurted out, "Beautiful." It was beautiful indeed. Even he couldn't reach such maneuvering speed with his hands. This Spade Z. Who in the world was he? At 2 p.m. in the afternoon, people started to enter the Qin Group's club. Fu Zhou was one of them. The registrar asked, "Do you have a reference letter?" "Reference letter?" Fu Zhou shook her head. "Nope." That person frowned and pointed to the line on the side. "Then get a number and wait over there. Someone will call you in when it's your turn." Fu Zhou didn't say too much. She followed the rules and got herself a number. Sitting with her legs crossed, she started to study the hard drives she just got out of boredom, such as how to mount and dismount them or what kind of covers she needed. It would be better to have a smaller one, so that it could be better disguised. "You are enrolling for the internal contract." A bespectacled boy to Fu Zhou's side mustered his courage before speaking to her. Me too." Obviously, that boy had a little stutter. Fu Zhou laughed and harumphed with her head up. That boy paused and thought that this person was really good-looking. "You will surely pass with your looks. I heard that Manager FF Feng really cares about air appearance." "You are not so bad yourself," Fu Zhou said, and she added with a smile, "and so young to boot." As the two of conversed, Fu Zhou received a WeChat notification. It was a very short message from the Almighty. "Are you here already?" He didn't even add any punctuation. Fu Zhou laughed and sent a voice message in a lazy tone. "I'm here. I'm flirting with a delicate-looking handsome young boy I just met." Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Almighty Qin said no more flirting at the company. At the top floor of the Qin Group, in the massive office, Secretary Liang clearly saw his CEO's finger pause while he was texting. Why was his indifferent facial expression starting to turn nasty too? Just what happened? Secretary Liang subconsciously thought about the online dating commotion. Chin Mo was still looking at that text as he raised his eyebrows. The Chin group is no place for you to flirt around. The fingers he used for texting exerted extra strength, and his gaze was still so frigid. Understand. Fu Jiu saw the words he texted back. Popping her lollipop in her mouth, she replied coolly, "Don't worry, Almighty. There's no one more handsome than you here. If I do flirt, I'll flirt with you because you're the big fish." Big fish? Who would like to be described in such a way? Did a biology teacher teach this guy Chinese or something? Chin Mo's fingers tightened, and a cold beam of light swept through his eyes. Secretary Liang was standing beside him and only thought the way his CEO looked at the phone screen was like he was looking at a dying animal. He even made a bystander tremble from the bottom of his heart. So what did that person on the other side of WeChat do this time to piss the CEO off? CEO was obviously in a bright mood this morning. Why did his mood turn cold all of a sudden? Chin Mo opened the door of the conference room with one hand while sending a message with his other. He then raised up his head and looked at Secretary Liang with his deep pool-like eyes. He sounded chilly as he said, "Pass my order to the team. If anyone flirts at the company in the future, I will deduct his pay." Ha? Ok. After Secretary Liang had taken note of the order, he felt baffled. Flirting. All the team members were intensely training their gaming skills to prepare for the upcoming city competition, and everyone was staying in the company. Who would have the spare time to flirt? Moreover, they were a bunch of boys. Just who should they flirt with? At the very least, they still needed a few girls to flirt with. At that moment, Fu Jiu was still sitting on the cold bench, looking at the message Almighty Chin just sent over. She lifted the corner of her mouth, and her fingers were dancing on the phone. "Go have your meeting first, I'm fine here. I should be able to pass." There was no need to trouble a god with trivialities. Almighty was for her to make money with. She couldn't just use him for a fling without a thought. Even though this god had promised to meet up with her after the meeting, Fu Jiu still saw this as a tiny contest which she could pass easily. Besides, didn't Manager Feng intend to sign her this whole time? He would let her pass no matter what. She knew that the other party didn't have time to reply anymore. So Fu Jiu casually put her phone away and quietly waited for her number to be called. The boy's face tuned all red next to her. I am not pretty. I am average. You look better without the glasses." Fu Jiu turned to him, her silver hair catching the light. "You have a good foundation." The boy got little shy. Thanks. "No problem." Fu Jiu reached her hand out to put all the computer parts into her bag. The boy asked again, "WHWH, which area are you in? For hero, you mean?"
Zone C.
The boy widened his eyes abruptly, and he lowered his voice mysteriously. That Spade Z is in Zone C. Do you know about him? Chapter 67 Manager puts obstacles in Fu Jiu's way. Chapter 67. Manager puts obstacles in Fu Jiu's way. Translator, Henyi Translations. Editor, Henyi Translations. Fu Jiu coughed without saying a word. Well, should she say that she knew him or that she did not? The boy's eyes were shining as he continued stuttering. "He's awesome. I heard that he was coming to the internal signing event too. I really want to see what he looks like." Fu Jiu paused and laughed. "Why do you care so much about a newbie?" He's no newbie." That boy's expression turned agitated. "I think he's godly. I really like him." Hearing that, Fu Jiu lifted her arm and patted that boy's shoulder. "Thanks." The boy didn't get it. Why did he thank him? Just as he was contemplating over it, someone came out from the inside, looking like he had just gone through an interrogation. He was being led around by a manager. Fu Jiu had seen that manager when she was getting her hard drives. He was the one with Fu Shiming at Computer City. She narrowed her eyes at him. The boy thought that she was interested in the manager, so he said in a low voice, that is the team manager in charge of the first round. Those guys who just walked out had a reference letter. I don't have one, so I'm among the last to go in." Manager Li saw Fu Jiu too, and he couldn't be happier. He raised up his wrist and checked the time on his watch. "The rest of you, please come in and pay attention. Don't break any of the company's computers. Club examination round 1, hand maneuvering speed. Of course, touch typing was the most basic skill. All the players looked nervous. Whether they could get into the strongest alliance team all depended on today's challenge. The club gave each one of them an account and allowed them to log into the games. But the game they were logging into was not Hero, but QQX51. It was used to test the speed of their hands and fingers. Fujo thought this was a good idea. After all, she had used X5 to train her fingers to enhance her hacking skills. Therefore, QQX5 wasn't anything difficult for her. However, Fujo was accustomed to setting it on the highest level. This way, her fingers would be more flexible. The office was full of clicking sounds coming off the keyboards, all being hit at the same time. After each round, the computer would show the player's hand speed. Each player could play for 3 rounds, and the best result out of 3 was picked. Of course, the players could only see their own screens. They didn't know that among them, there was an abnormal player whose speed had reached 90%. That abnormal one was of course our Lord Joe. Fujo only played 1 round to be able to maintain a particular speed, so she stood up first and filled out the hand speed sheet, which she then handed over to that manager. That manager Lee looked at her harshly. The test has 3 rounds, so you can get the best speed. Each round would be the same for me, Fujo sounded calm, and it's up to me to decide on which result I submit, so it doesn't violate any rule if I choose the result of the first round. Manager Lee laughed coldly. He was deliberately creating trouble for Fujo. If I said you should do 3 rounds, then you do 3 rounds. Don't think that your hand speed is fast enough just because you are the fastest among these players. Our club needs humble and talented game lovers, not arrogant show-offs like you. You want to show the examiner how good you are by handing in your results so early. Then you must have calculated incorrectly, because I never judge by what's happening on the surface. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Lord Joe tears the report sheet to pieces. Fujo wasn't upset over these words. She simply responded quite plainly, "Then what do you expect me to do? I've already filled out the sheet. Take your sheet back and do the test again." Manager Lee looked at him disdainfully and rudely threw the sheet back at Fujo. The boy who had talked to Fujo looked at her worriedly. Fujo laughed. She then bent over and picked that sheet up. The boy felt relieved after seeing that, and he wanted to drag her over for another test. But to his utter surprise, Fujo stood up, then raised up her hands. With a little strength, the sheet split into 2. Originally, there were only sounds of keyboards being struck. But now, under Fujo's influence, everyone stopped playing, and after a moment, only the rustling sound of the sheet being torn up could be heard in the room. After Fujo tore the sheet into 2, she placed the remains in front of Manager Lee as a wave of excited discussion surged around her like a flood. However, she didn't seem to hear any of it. As she supported herself with one arm on the desk, her silver hair fell over her face, and she lowered her voice. "If the Chin group has hired a manager like you, then I'd rather not be on this team." In a second, the exam room burst into an uproar. Nobody dared to talk to the club manager like this. Did he really not care about enrolling? Manager Lee had never been challenged like this. There was no retreat for him, and the rage on his face burned through his eyes. "Okay, very nice. You are stubborn. Huh? Then pack your things and get the F***CK out of here." Fujo laughed coldly and didn't say a word. She threw her bag on her back and walked straight out of the exam room. That view of her back was the coolest SH*T ever. The boy was sitting in his seat, silent. He looked at his hand speed and then the one on the next screen. Finally, he ground his teeth, grabbed his bag, and ran out with her. Wait? Fujo heard a voice from behind, and she turned her head with her eyebrows lifted. "Why did you come out?" I saw you left, so I didn't want to stay anymore." A big smile blossomed on that boy's face. Although I really wanted to get into the Chin group, BU, but someone like me who can't even speak properly will not get the training resources anyways. And that manager looked like a real phony. I don't like that kind of environment. PLA playing games should be about pure pleasure, right? Fujo touched her nose. She felt a little guilty hearing all this. After all, she only played games to make money. Now, she was playing to get He Honghwa's company back. Compared to this obedient baby, her motivation was really superficial. Since we don't need to do the tests now, Lulu, let's go get some food. That boy's blushing face looked rather handsome. I know a good hot pot place. I always used to think about going there with a gaming friend before. No, now. I didn't think my dream would come true so fast. Fuju. Why did she feel that this obedient baby resembled Almighty Qin in a certain particular characteristic? Was it an illusion? Godlike people like them all treated their gaming friends so well. Let's go, but I don't have money. This time's on you, I will treat you next time, said Fujio, and she put her hand on that boy's shoulder. With that, the obedient baby blushed even more, looking really adorable as he nodded like a rattle drum. My treat. I own that hot pot place. Fuju. Another rich second-generation scion born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. CEO Qin decided to check on that guy's test result. The air pressure was low as usual in the conference room, filled with a business atmosphere. The marketing team was still reporting this year's numbers with their nerves wound tight. They feared that if their CEO wasn't satisfied, then his deeply frozen pool-like eyes would look in their direction. Luckily, CEO was a little distracted today. He seemed to have other things on his mind as he was playing with his pure white phone the whole time. CEO Qin, this is about it. The people from the marketing team were ready for criticism. Surprisingly, that was it? Everyone was not used to this reaction yet. Qin Mo wasn't really listening since statistics could always be fixed later anyway. Rather, he was looking at the time. By now, that guy should be finished with his tests already. After he was on the team, he would keep him by his side, so that he would not flirt around. With this in mind, Qin Mo curled the corner of his mouth a bit, and a smile emerged. Some people from the management were stunned. Looking at that illusory smile on their boss's face, their hearts were asking, so what kind of fortuitous day is it today? That CEO looks happy. After 10 or so minutes, Qin Mo raised his hand up and said emotionlessly, meeting dismissed. We'll continue tomorrow. Ha! The head of the planning department hadn't handed in his plan yet, but he was so ecstatic with CEO's decision that he said happily, yes. Qin Mo stood up first. His straight legs were accentuated by his handmade suit pants. Moreover, with his natural demonic aura, once he was left the conference room, everyone behind him felt that the pressure over their heads disappeared immediately. They all felt extremely relieved as they clasped onto the tables. But where was CEO going this time? Secretary Liang shadowed Qin Mo while he held the meeting notes in his hands. CEO Qin, your business dinner won't start till 7 p.m. Isn't it a bit too early to head out there? Do you want to take a rest first? No, I'll go to the club, Qin Mo ordered as he got on the elevator. The Qin Group's building was right next to the club, so it was not far by foot. Qin Mo didn't tell Fujio that the meeting was over. For once, surprising that guy by dropping in for a visit would be nice. The secretary was surprised to hear that. Go to the club? They are having an internal signing event today. Qin wants to go check it out. Qin Mo didn't explain and just harumphed curtly. Secretary Liang paused. Please wait first. They don't know CEO is heading over. I need to make a call. Some of the contestants at the internal signing are CEO's fans. You showing up like this will create too big of a commotion. What kind of a commotion can 10 or so people create? Qin Mo raised his hand. As he pressed the elevator button, his unique black diamond sleeve button was displayed, giving his movements an additional air of luxury. Secretary Liang had to put his phone away. CEO looked like he had his mind set on visiting today. So odd. When VP Feng invited CEO over, he wasn't interested at all, so why did he change his mind? Could it be? Secretary Liang's eyes blossomed. Was that evil fairy who CEO knew from online at this internal signing event? It must be the case. He would report this to boss and madam shortly. That person was real. CEO was definitely in love, and he had fallen deeply. Chapter 70 CEO Qin went to look for Fujio, but Chapter 70 CEO Chin went to look for Fujio, but as soon as Chin Mo walked into the club, he saw that his goofball manager was waiting for someone on his tiptoes. Feng Yi was in fact waiting for someone, but that someone still hadn't shown up yet. His eyes lit up when he saw the almighty CEO. Didn't you say that Spade Z is gonna come today? Where is he? I've been waiting here for so long. I had to put on a disguise so that the media won't recognize me and request interviews from me. You know that I'm pretty popular myself. Chin Mo took a look at Feng Yi's head with a cap on, and he straightforwardly said, "So this is the result of your disguise? A dumb, silly fisherman?" Feng Yi turned to Secretary Liang immediately. "Don't I look good?" Secretary Liang blinked. Feng Yi was fed up with his young master's vicious tongue, so he took his cap off. "Fine. Then where is Spade Z?" "He's in there taking the tests." Chin Mo informed him and headed to the examination room. The people at the club all backed away, covering their mouths after seeing his gorgeous godlike face. Almighty Chin actually came. It seemed like a bomb had just exploded outside the club. The third round of the test was happening in the exam room. They were logged into Hero to test their ability at raiding dungeons, and they were all using their own accounts. Manager Lee was still angry over Fujio's issue, and he said coldly while walking in circles, "Listen, if you want to play games, then play games with the right attitude. Don't learn from that black sheep who just left and think that just anyone can join the Chin group. You!" Before he could finish, he was stunned by the sight of the person standing at the door. "CCO? Why was he here?" Manager Lee saw that noble figure and instantly went up to him. Chin Mo didn't even look at him. He directly walked in with a cold face, looking extremely distinguished in his neat suit. Everyone in the room stopped moving and looked at him with their heads up. They couldn't hide their excitement. Almighty Chin. They saw the living version of the almighty Chin. Chin Mo didn't get so popular just because of his good looks, but also due to his extraordinary maneuvering skills. One had to admit, he was not only the male god for all the girls, he was also the hero that so many players wanted to follow. Now, with his presence here in this room, it would naturally create an uproar. But Chin Mo just stood there, not really caring about anything or anyone. His eyes swept over the room and all the players. At last, he knitted his beautiful eyebrows together. Why wasn't he here? Chin Mo lowered his head. He looked at his WeChat chat history for Fujio's number.
Número 19.
Chin Mo looked for that number, but he saw the seat was empty. Secretary Liang knew his young master well enough. He soon understood his intention from his eyes, and he turned aside and asked, "Where is contestant number 19? Once the question was delivered, the examination room fell into 30 seconds of silence. All the players looked at one another, and their looks couldn't have been more interesting. No one dared to speak up, and everyone sneaked glances towards Manager Lee. Manager Lee paused too. After all, he didn't expect this question, so he was trying to find an excuse. Chin Mo just stood there and narrowed his eyes. Secretary Liang realized that his CEO was running out of patience, so he hurriedly asked again, "Speak up. What happened?" Chapter 71. Chapter 71. CEO Chin is enraged. "You told him to leave. Who do you think you are?" Manager Lee was still acting like nothing had happened, so he sighed deeply. "What else?" Secretary Liang, "I'm not sure who recommended this number 19 to come to the internal signing. You might not be aware what he's like, but he was extremely lame and didn't follow the rules, so I told him to leave. Nobody knew why, but the atmosphere in the exam room instantly froze because of a certain someone." Secretary Liang looked towards his CEO. That extremely beautiful face was covered with a cold frost that he had never seen before, and that voice was so horrifyingly low that each and every word made people's hearts palpitate from fear. "You said, you told him to leave?" "Yes, CEO Chin." Manager Lee laughed sycophantically. "That prodigal son was no good. I'm really glad I asked him to leave before you arrived." Chin Mo laughed and directly walked up to him. He picked him up by his collar, and his eyes were so cold that they could freeze someone to death. "Who do you think you are, asking my contestant to leave?" "Boss, CEO Chin, I... Manager Lee tried explaining. The first one who went crazy over this was actually Feng Yi. He could tell from the Almighty's words that the one who left was freaking Spade Z. That Spade Z he wanted to sign so badly was told to leave by this old Lee. He didn't want to believe his own ears. Old Lee, why the hell did you do that? Manager Lee clearly knew that VP Feng was his only hope at this moment, so he hurriedly said, I asked him to test his hand speed, but he refused to. He tore up his result sheet, saying that he didn't want to join our club. Chin Mo didn't believe his explanation, so he raised his hand up and called out to a contestant. You tell me, what happened? That contestant didn't expect that his idol would call him up. He stood up to answer excitedly. Number 19 finished the hand speed test the fastest, but Manager Lee insulted him by saying that he was showing off, asking him to not be so full of himself and to redo the test. When no. 19 heard that, he tore the result sheet into pieces on the spot and said that if the club would hire someone like Manager Lee, he'd rather not join. That contestant tried with great difficulty to finish the entire story because he saw how Chin Mo's eyes kept getting colder and colder as he listened, until his eyes finally turned into what appeared like deeply frozen pools of water. He looked like he was going to kill someone. Feng Yi was listening on the side. He didn't expect the whole process would be like this. He looked up at Manager Lee, and his hand was quivering in rage. You. I asked you to keep an eye on the tests, not to make trouble for me. Chin Mo didn't bother speaking further. He dragged that Manager Lee by his collar directly to the front of that computer. He was a third-generation child of a military family. He was never gentle, and now, he was showing his iron-blooded harshness to the extreme. Look for yourself what his hand speed was. He can be arrogant all he wants. That Chin Mo was so scary. The nobility and indifference he carried while doing business had disappeared. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty viciousness. Manager Lee was trembling all over. Boss CEO Chin, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. You told him to leave? Who do you think you are? Chin Mo forced him down with one hand in his pocket, sounding tremendously cold as he said, Didn't you want to know who recommended him to the internal signing? Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Almighty Chin asks where was Fujio. She's eating hot pot. Me. Chin Mo left him there after saying that. His words contained no warmth. Manager Lee was completely stunned, and his body started to severely tremble. His face was right next to the computer screen, and he slumped into the seat. He didn't get his senses back even after Chin Mo was long gone. He was scared **less. He knew that his career was over. There was no need for CEO to say this out loud. He knew that he was going to get fired, and that there was no future left for him in Jiang City anymore. Why was that prodigal son recommended by CEO Chin? At the same time, Fujio's hand speed showed up on all the computer screens in the room. Everyone was shocked to see that kind of result, and an unbelievable uproar erupted. More than 90%. Everyone quieted down instantly. Shock, astonishment, and surprise swept the entire exam room. Even if they practiced for a lifetime, they wouldn't be able to achieve this kind of hand speed. Who was number 19? Everyone was extremely curious as they asked around. But his profile was in the trash can now. What an incredible slap to the face. Chin Mo stormed out of the room. His back emitted a freezing cold aura, and Secretary Liang's and Feng Yi's faces turned pale white from fear. Especially Feng Yi. He was the one in charge of this internal signing. Who knew that his subordinate would kick Spade Z, who was scouted by CEO, out of the door? Disregarding the fact that CEO was mad. Even he wanted to kill that **ST**RD oldly. Now, Secretary Liang didn't even dare to mention CEO's dinner appointment later. He just wanted to be invisible at THS moment. Suddenly, Chin Mo stopped and took out his phone. He pressed on the screen and tilted his head slightly. Where are you? 3 very simple words. Was he messaging someone on WeChat? Secretary Liang and Feng Yi shared a few looks and immediately realized that the one that the CEO was messaging was that evil fairy, Spade Z. At that moment, Fujio was still checking out the hot pot store that the boy had talked about. She raised her eyebrow. So this is the ordinary hot pot store you were talking about? The only 3 Michelin star restaurant in the entire 3 northern provinces. Aside from being rich, people still needed to have status and power in order to eat here. Ordinary hot pot store? There were fewer than 10 similar restaurants in the whole entire world. That boy smiled and scratched his hair. What do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Meat. I'm a meat eater. Fuzhou didn't look at the menu. She sat there with her crafty temperament and attractive smile. I never thought that I would pick up a second-generation rich kid from a silly contest. That boy started to stutter again. I am not rich myself. I can only take you to hot pot. I will treat you to better food when I make money. Why are you so cute? Fuzhou blinked with a smile as she emitted flirting vibes using her entire body. Boom! The boy blushed again. You always talk like this? Like what? Fuzhou watched a waiter serve the base of the hot pot, and she started to make her own dip sauce. The boy nudged his glasses up a little. Flirty. This is what happens when you are handsome. Fuzhou rested one arm on the back of the chair. Her silver hair and black eyes brought about the aura of an evil fairy. The boy paused and laughed. That's true. Wait a second. Is your phone buzzing? Phone. Fuzhou turned and took out her phone. It was from the Almighty, so she put the chopsticks in her mouth and started to reply. I picked up a little cutie at the contest, and he is treating me to hot pot. Are you done with the meeting? Chapter 73 Young Master Qin. Lord Zhou's first partner. Chapter 73 Young Master Qin. Lord Zhou's first partner. Qin Club. That long, slim figure, which seemed to carry all the light and glow of the world, just walked in. Aside from all the contestants who wanted to see their almighty Qin, even the media also raised their cameras. All this just proved how popular Qin Mo was. He wasn't in the entertainment industry, but he was even more popular than stars. Except for Qin Mo, no one else could have such an impact. That innate nobility, which could belittle everything else, made everyone want to cover their mouths and scream as soon as he appeared. However, Feng Yi and Secretary Liang both knew that their CEO's mood was frosty enough to kill, especially after he saw the phone screen. They were not sure what the other person replied, but it made his eyes cool down completely. Fuzhou didn't think she texted anything wrong, so she added, You hungry? Come join us. It's a pretty good place, and the little cutie is really nice. This guy needs to be disciplined so badly. Qin Mo stood there, his fingers completely still. He wanted to take a deep breath, but this place was too crowded to do so, so he said stiffly, Address. Fuzhou blinked. Why did Almighty Qin sound a bit cold? Did he get angry again? She didn't flirt with him, so why was he angry again? Fuzhou sat at the table. She propped her chin onto her left hand and sent the address over with the other. Qin Mo saw it and frowned. He told Secretary Liang to get a car. When Secretary Liang heard the address, he realized that it was where the CEO was supposed to have a dinner appointment. CEO Qin, are we heading over now? Wouldn't it be a bit too early? It was not dinner time yet. Qin Mo didn't say anything and took the key from his hands. He sat in the driver's seat, meaning he was not taking anyone with him. Secretary Liang didn't have time to ask. He watched CEO grab the wheel with his long fingers as his black hair cascaded down and covered his deep black eyes. A cool limited edition race car drifted in a smooth trajectory, racing into the avenue heading north. It was like CEO was going to seek revenge rather than to have dinner. Fuzhou was lazily drinking tea at this time. Her long eyes flashed with light as she looked at the boy. Someone I know from gaming is coming to join us in a bit. Is that all right? Of course. The boy couldn't get rid of his stutter. I'll ask them to get one more dining set. We've been talking for so long, but I still don't know your name. Hearing that, Fuzhou looked up with a smile. Fuzhou. Good name. The boy earnestly tried to search for an appropriate word to compliment her, and he was blushing severely. My name is Fengshang. In-game name is awarding you a slap of pleasure. Eft. Even someone as cool as Fuzhou would laugh at this in-game name. Not only was it a funny name, It was also actually a really famous player in Hero. He had great maneuvering skills, loads of money, and one more thing, he was very talkative. Whenever he met a girl, he would say, "Hey babe, want to join an uncle like me? Let uncle raid dungeons for you and take you flying." Fujio didn't expect that a strong figure in the game would be a pretty cute baby boy in real life. This was even more fantastic than her being Spade Z. Chapter 74, Almighty Qin is coming, Lord Zhou. Chapter 74, Almighty Qin is coming, Lord Zhou. Feng Shang knew why Fujio had this reaction. He embarrassedly scratched his head, and even his ears were red from blushing. You probably think that I am very different from how I am in games. You should get used to it. My brother put a lot of money into my account for games. But not in real life, so I can only eat at my own hot pot store. You are the first person who didn't laugh at my stutter. So I really want to be friends with you. Fujio raised her eyebrow and her eyes shimmered. Your brother? Your brother is Feng Yi. After all, there were not many people who had this surname in Jiang City. The cutie nodded and asked, What's your in-game name? We can play together later. Take me raiding dungeons and take me flying. Fujio teased him by saying this because it was his motto in games. When Feng Shang heard that, he blushed from head to toe. Fujio felt bad about teasing him too much. He was no Almighty Qin, who could deal with any situation coldly and arrogantly. She thought about it and put down her chopsticks. She looked at Feng Shang and said, I didn't have time to tell you back at the club.
I'm Spade Z.
Feng Shang was dumbstruck. Then, he pointed at her with his left hand and stuttered even more. You are Spade Z? Yeah. Z is my code name. Fujio said something confusing. Feng Shang didn't get that. But,
Spades.
He said he was Spade Z. The idol he had always wanted to meet. Spade Z. Feng Shang didn't know what to say. He raised his head up. Idol. Let me calm myself down for a few seconds. Fujio laughed. You're not stuttering anymore? Feng Shang noticed that he wasn't stuttering either. He just said all that so fluently because he was too shocked. Okay. After that, he thought of something and said, That phony manager, he must be regretting it now. I saw you play games with young Master Qin. He was out of his mind to treat you like that. Young Master Qin won't let him get away with this. No more about me. What about you? Why didn't you tell that Manager Feng is your older brother? Fujio's lips curled up lightly. You don't need to do the tests to get signed. Feng Shang paused and lowered his voice. I am not good enough to become a professional. I stutter. I don't want to get in because of my brother. I want to do it on my own. Then in that case, would you be interested in teaming up with me? Fujio put her finger on her chin and looked up at Feng Shang deviously. And blow those people's minds? Feng Shang was astonished. He looked up close at that beautiful face, which could drive countless girls crazy. Swaths of lights lit up in his eyes. What should I do to blow their minds? The esports competition is in 10 days. The Qin Group's official team members will come from those that signed up today. How about we win first? Fujio put her hand on Feng Shang's shoulder with a very graceful gesture. Her fair skin was glowing, and there was a hint of evilness in the curve of her mouth. Strands of silver hair drooped down and covered both her eyes, concealing her face slightly. But even so, with that pose, she left one's blood boiling with passion. Yes, the cutie grabbed Fujio's hand. They looked like they had started a blood bond like two heroes. Qin Mo walked in and caught this scene. Fujio had her hand on Feng Shang's shoulder, and she was talking to him close to his ears, with a flirty smile on her mouth. Chapter 75, Lord Zhou flirts with Almighty Qin. Chapter 75, Lord Zhou flirts with Almighty Qin. Qin, the waiter said in such a small voice it was almost inaudible as he cautiously looked at the man who had just walked in. Qin Mo looked at those two people in front of him. His back was so straight it was like a grand pine tree, causing people to feel not the slightest bit of warmth. Those eyes were extremely dangerous. They were frozen like deep, ancient pools. The waiter wanted to say something, but he realized that the incomparably regal man had already walked towards the window and grabbed that silver-haired young man's collar with great force. Bang! Fu Zhou didn't know what was coming. She turned around, and her whole face was buried in Qin Mo's chest. The cool mint scent coming from his ironed suit spread out and overwhelmed her senses. Well, she didn't need to guess to know that it was Almighty Qin who had come. Only he loved to grab her by the collar. Fu Zhou looked up and her eyes met his. They were looking right back at her like two endless wells, incredibly emotionless and elegant. This pair of paws of yours is for playing games, not for flirting with men. Qin Mo pinched Fu Zhou's throat, and there was a sense of provocative seduction in his voice. If I see you flirting with anyone else later, I will break your hands to save me trouble later. Fu Zhou raised her eyebrow. I wasn't flirting, we were teaming up. And Almighty Qin, why do you care so much about me? Don't tell me you are. She smiled leisurely as she spoke. Then she moved closer to his ear and said slowly, jealous. Every man's forbidden spot was his ears. No matter how much self-control he had, Qin Mo was still a normal man. More than anything, he couldn't bear for his ears to be blown on like that. He looked at the young man's unique, delicate face, which made his teeth grind. He had a youthful fruit candy scent. It was obviously a very likable face. But why did he want to strangle him every single time? Fu Zhou was laughing, and she moved even closer. Did I guess right? When she moved away, her face brushed against his, and it was so close that her light-colored lips touched his ears. Fu Zhou! Qin Mo grabbed her again with strength and pushed her right back into her chair. With his usual cold and domineering evilness, his thin lips puckered into a line. His fists tightened as he said in an extremely cold voice, keep your distance when you talk to me. I'm not gay. I won't get jealous over you, so eat your hot pot. Fu Zhou touched her nose. Are you really mad? Is it because I wasn't there when you went to look for me after the meeting? Is that why you are mad at me? You can't blame me for that. Your manager was too nosy. You know me, how can I take that kind of sh*t? I only didn't punch him because it was your territory. So you're saying I should thank you? Qin Mo sounded even colder. On the side, Feng Shang was completely stunned. After all, he had only met young Master Qin a few times, and he had never seen him treat anyone like this. He wasn't really being bad to his idol, but his eyes implied that he wanted to break his idol's neck. But what did his idol do? He nearly kissed young Master Qin's ear. Did he want to die? As his new teammate, he needed to speak up for his idol. Otherwise, young Master Qin might really blacklist his idol. Young Master Qin, it was not Fu Zhou's fault. That managerly picked on him and asked Zhou to get out. Hearing that, Qin Mo raised his eyebrow and looked at Fu Zhou with a complicated expression on his face. His eyes were really warm. Zhou? Heh, Lord Zhou, you've changed your name again? You're not asking people to call you Lord Zhou now? Heh, Zhou. Chapter 76, Young Master Qin's Limits. Chapter 76, Young Master Qin's Limits. What would normally be nice words sounded satanically cold when they came from Almighty Qin, making the people's hearts tremble. It was as if the air around him froze. No waiter dared to look at him. Young Master Qin had the power to overshadow the 3 northern provinces in the country. They secretly wished that their second young master would shut up and stop saying anything else. Otherwise, even their elder young master wouldn't be able to save his ass. Feng Shang did shut up, and his head drooped down towards the floor. Was Zhou not a good way to address him? Why were young Master Qin's eyes looking even colder? Fu Zhou felt like she knew what the problem was. After all, she would also feel unhappy if she went to support a friend and found that he wasn't there at all. In fact, Almighty Qin really took her seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the club to find her as soon as he finished his meetings. Almighty Qin could have asked Secretary Liang to do all of that. With this in mind, Fu Zhou put down the chopsticks and looked up at Qin Mo. She let out a long sigh. You didn't give me a reference letter, and that manager was acting like an ass, so I had to leave. When Qin Mo heard the youth's soft voice, the frost in his eyes started to thaw. Indeed, he had forgotten to give him a reference letter. He thought that with Feng Yi there, nothing would go wrong. Thinking about this, Chin Mo looked again at the young man who had his head down while still holding the chopsticks in his hand.
Kin Montag Fraunet.
He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt rising within his heart towards Feng Jiu. Anyway, what's done is done, so let's sit down and enjoy the hot pot. Fu Jiu grabbed Chin Mo's arm with her hand. She thought that with a god here, the food would be splendid and they would be served copious amounts of meat. Now she could order more meat without worries. Chin Mo didn't expect the young man to make such an intimate gesture. Before he could react, he was already being pushed down into a chair, and the young man's shoulder was right next to his. The two of them suddenly got much closer, so close that he could see the tiny hair follicles on his face. With a simple tilt of his head, and that intimacy made him uncomfortable. He knitted his eyebrows together and sat up straight, calming his voice down. I've taken care of that manager for you already, so come back to the Chin group with me after dinner. Almighty, we're brothers. Fu Jiu was picking up some beef without even looking, and a light, evil smile was on her face. I'm a man with a big ego. Do you think I can just go back like this after such a huge insult? Chin Mo's hand paused after hearing the word insult. He did neglect that fact. With another look, that young man had picked a chopstick full of beef. Chin Mo's eyebrows were furrowed together even more tightly. He was wondering when he began thinking considerately for others like this. Maybe it was because that young man's facial expression was pleasing to his eyes, or because he said that they were brothers? He hadn't forgotten how he had wanted to crush this guy to death just now, and he didn't want him to do anything that tested his limits again. But, in the end, concerning this issue, the problem had arisen from his side this time. Feng Shang was sitting by the side fidgeting, and his eyes were busy observing young Master Chin's face. He saw him looking at Fu Jiu with cold and dim eyes. Did he hate his idol so much that he was thinking of a way to blacklist him? No, he needed to save his idol. The cutie took a deep breath and tried to open his mouth with all his courage. The man sitting opposite of him curled his thin lips and said with a faint coldness, Does anyone in your family know that their second young master is participating in the internal signing? Chapter 77, Almighty Chin's Guilt. Chapter 77. Almighty Chin's Guilt. Upon hearing this, Feng Shang felt like he suffered a heavy shock, and he stuttered even more severely. Young Master Chin, PP, please don't tell my big brother about this. He would pull some strings for me to get in if he knew. So he doesn't know. Chin Mo wiped his mouth slowly, and his smile was like a sharp knife used to dismember people's bodies. Feng Shang blushed readily, and he was too worried to explain properly. Fu Jiu was looking from the side. She swallowed a mouthful of beef and said, Almighty, don't bully him. He's my teammate now. Wasn't I your only teammate? Chin Mo lifted his eyebrow and leaned back. He took his car key out and threw it on the table noisily. This? Fu Jiu paused and abruptly laughed out loud. She raised her left hand and set it on Chin Mo's shoulder, slyly acting foppish. Aren't you being jealous again? Don't worry, Almighty. Raiding dungeons is only for the two of us. It's our unbreakable bond. Chin Mo curled his mouth and twisted that hand backwards. He sounded ice-cold. If you don't quit your habit of touching, you will finish 20 plates of beef today. Again? It took her a whole day to digest those lobsters from last time. Eating wasn't a big deal. Paying was the pain in the ass. Fu Jiu laughed and moved her hand. I'm only like this with close friends, for real. Just stop teasing Feng Shang. Why are you protecting him? Chin Mo's eyes were a bit dark. Fu Jiu replied frankly, I want to take him to the first round of the gaming contest next month. This is the only chance to get in the team. I'll take you, you don't have to participate in the contest. Chin Mo looked at the young man and reached out with his finger. He tapped Fu Jiu's nose tip, which was so close to him, and smiled coolly. Just keep your distance from me. That isn't the only chance. And stop thinking about flirting all the time. Speak more honestly. That will do you more good. Fu Jiu laughed. Honestly, after today's insult, I really think that getting into the Chin group quietly isn't my style at all. I will lose face if I don't make a big fuss. Lose face? It looks like you just want to slap someone's face to me. Chin Mo looked up and pulled out a cigarette. He put it between his lips loosely, sounding bored as he said, "Did the three give you trouble again?" Fu Zhou's eyes narrowed beautifully. "I didn't expect Almighty would use 3-1 as well. I haven't seen that 3 recently, but I bumped into 3's son. I went to Computer City to buy equipment today, right? I wanted to buy a brand of mouse that you had used before, but he tried to make trouble since I don't have money, and he bought that mouse away. That manager from your company was also there, too. Maybe he saw me as an eyesore and tried to upset me during the tests earlier." It was obviously Lord Zhou who had set Fu Ximing up, but the version she gave was that Fu Ximing stole the mouse she liked. One had to admit that our Lord Zhou didn't have any morality or principles when faced with her enemies. Feng Shang heard all this and cut in with great difficulty. I don't have money either. I know how it feels to be bullied because of that." He and Fu Zhou shared a high five and felt like they were fellow sufferers. Feng Shang comforted her. Idle. You can have my mouse. No need. I can make some money by playing games with Almighty tonight. Fu Zhou stuffed more beef into her mouth as she spoke. They were having spicy hot pot, so her lips became redder from all the spiciness. Qin Mo's long and fair fingers paused. He looked at the silver-haired young man who was eating with his head buried down. A bizarre sense of guilt welled up in his heart. Chapter 78 Almighty Qin's Thoughts. Chapter 78 Almighty Qin's Thoughts. After the delicious hot pot, Fu Zhou wanted to bid Almighty Qin farewell and return home to configure her small laptop. Even though she was a few parts short from completing her setup, she could still install the internal parts. To her surprise, Almighty Qin asked her to stay. "I have a dinner appointment later. Join me and I'll take you back after." Fu Zhou was about to reject the offer when Almighty Qin added plainly, "I'll play games with you after that." Which means no dinner, no games then? But she just had hot pot. Eating more. Qin Mo seemed to understand Fu Zhou's concerns. He flicked his cigarette and continued, "Just a few drinks. No more food for you. Actually, I can eat another plate of beef." Fu Zhou held her chin and laughed. "Dinner it is." Qin Mo didn't say anything further, but Feng Shang, who was sitting at the side this whole time, saw that young Master Qin's facial expression had finally softened up. The two of them had a dinner appointment later, so it wouldn't really be appropriate for Feng Shang to be there. He was mostly worried that his elder brother would come and realize that he secretly attended the test. Speaking of the contest, Feng Shang had some questions for Fu Zhou. Idle, who are the other 3 members on our team? Can you tell me their in-game names? I'll give them gold coins." Fu Zhou was happy with the rich and kind teammate she found. But, so far, the people on the team. Fu Zhou paused here. Feng Shang sat up straight, his eyes brightening with hope and curiosity. "Are only you and me. Evil as always," Fu Zhou said decisively. "Aren't you proud to be one of the founding members?" Even a cutie like Feng Shang was still shocked by what Fu Zhou had said. So the truth was that the team hadn't been set up yet. Why did he feel like he had fallen into a trap? "Don't you worry about not being able to get more people with me in it." Fu Zhou wanted to pat Feng Shang's shoulder as she was saying that. Suddenly, Almighty Qin raised his hand and stopped Fu Zhou from completing the gesture. Looking at her with his deep eyes, he tapped his lighter on her fair wrist. "Watch your paw." Was he really going to keep her under control now? Fu Zhou pursed her thin lips and disappointedly retracted her hand. In a phrase, "Baby Shang, don't worry. There will be plenty of people who would want to game with us." Feng Shang thought about his idol's abilities in games and got rid of some of his worries. But what the hell was Baby Shang? Baby Shang had bitterness in his heart, but Baby Shang wouldn't say it one. This is a Chinese meme phrase without the Shang, usually used when a person wants to lament, calling themselves baby. Plus, being recruited by his idol was really a joyful thing. Even though the team hadn't been set up yet, he believed that they would thrive anyways, and his idol promised that he would lead him to win first place. If they didn't have people on the team, he could buy 3 teammates with gold coins. After all, he was only rich in games. Thinking about that, Feng Shang stood up sadly. Then I'll go home first, idol. I need to enhance my equipment to play with my idol and conquer the world. You keep young Master Qin company first. Okay. Fu Zhou curled her lips upwards. Her eyes looked extremely pretty as they reflected the lights. Feng Shang's pretty young face blushed again when he took another glance at his idol. He thought about it and decided to remind his idol, so he secretly tugged at the corner of her clothes. To his surprise, Almighty Qin was the first one to look in his direction because of his action. He looked straight into his eyes. His handsome and godlike face tilted slightly, and his uplifting phoenix eyes were half raised. Clearly, his eyes were curved into a smile, but they still carried a harsh coldness. Being stared at like that simply made people's scalps numb. Chapter 79. Fu Jiu wants alone time with Almighty Qin. Chapter 79. Fu Jiu wants alone time with Almighty Qin. Feng Shang finally understood why someone as capable as his elder brother would still get scared in front of young Master Qin. His brother was obviously a manager, but he didn't have control over his own star talent. Aside from the fact that young Master Qin was the CEO of the Qin Group, his eyes alone could kill. The cutie shrank his neck and swallowed back his reminder to Fu Jiu. Fu Jiu felt that he was tugging at her clothes, so she looked over. What? No, nothing. He couldn't get rid of his stutter. Jiu, I'm heading out. If you don't have other things to do, go home early and log in. Don't flirt with young Master Qin. He is a tiger. His idol is so smart, so he should know such basic concepts, right? But it looked like, from his actions just now, he didn't seem to know. Fu Jiu was done eating her fill. She acted like a sleepy cat and waved her hand handsomely. You go first. I'll meet you in-game after dinner. Okay. Feng Shang blushed again. He thought that his idol was really good-looking. He really didn't want to go, but he couldn't stand Almighty Qin's coldness. He thought about it and left his own hot pot store. He turned back to look once every 3 steps. He was the one who asked his idol out, but in the end he became the first one to leave. He had planned to go back with his idol and show his equipment to him. Almighty Qin was basically snatching his love from him. Baby Shang turned a little emotional when he thought about this, but he didn't dare to voice it out loud. Secretly, he decided to flirt more with other girls in-game tonight. Watching Feng Shang leave, Qin Mo retracted his gaze and continued sounding indifferent. If you don't want Feng Yi to know that his little brother wants to attend the gaming contest, stay away from him, even in games. Got it. Fu Jiu stretched her waist. Verbally agreeing did not mean that her actions would follow. The two of them sat there as sunlight streamed in through the ceiling-to-floor windows, bathing the young man's clean, smooth profile in light. Qin Mo stood up while holding his car keys. He raised his eyebrow at Fu Jiu. Get up. Where to? Fu Jiu was perplexed. What about the dinner appointment? Almighty Qin was arrogant and cold as usual, and one couldn't see any emotion on his face. There's still time. Let's go get some fresh air. By racing to aid digestion?
Fu Jiu followed Almighty Qin downstairs.
She saw that the limited edition race car had attractive contours, and it was painted pure black. It had red tires installed, and this car's performance was outstanding. Its speed could probably exceed 80 kilometers per hour in an instant. Like it. Qin Mo looked at the young man with bright eyes as he pressed the unlock button. A doorman opened the car door for him. Fu Jiu thought about it. Usually, in a novel, if you said you liked it, a god would gift it to you right away. Thinking about those gold coins and diamonds he had given him, it was likely to be true. 999999. Just with a wave of Almighty Qin's hand. So Fu Jiu said quite seriously, I like it a lot. Giving me 20 more, just like those lobsters, would be fine. Qin Mo glanced at the young man. He saw him tightening his fists, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He thought about how Fu Jiu had flirted with him before, and he patted the young man's face gently. What a shame. It won't be yours no matter how much you like it. Work hard, and maybe one day you can afford one for yourself. But that won't be possible. After all, in the whole 3 northern provinces, this is the only one. Chapter 80. Almighty Qin backs up Lord Jiu. Fu Jiu. Almighty, do you know that it makes it really difficult when you don't follow how things go in novels? Qin Mo looked at the youngster who was a little depressed. A faint smile spread across his thin lips. Seizing Fu Jiu's back collar, he stuffed her into the shotgun seat. When the car drove up, it was extremely conspicuous, especially when there were two equally extraordinary people sitting in it. Fu Zhou's silver hair was blown wildly by the wind from the open window of the car. With that handsome face and luxurious aura, she was just cool beyond words. And that beautiful car sliding through the center of the city made people think that two famous superstars must be shooting for a movie. That scene led people to stop and take photos while the car was waiting for the traffic lights. However, Qin Mo's right hand was just holding the steering wheel. The conceited and indifferent expression on his face flashed like light reflecting off the car as they stopped in front of the entrance of Computer City. Fu Zhou stared at that place, and her eyebrows lifted. There were not many people in the store at that moment, but those who were already there looked in their direction. To be more accurate, they were looking at Almighty Qin. After all, this was not just any place but a place that people who liked playing games often went to. As soon as Qin Mo entered the door, he was recognized by his fans among the crowd. It's Almighty Qin. Did he also come here to buy accessories? It's unbelievable to see Almighty Qin here. Most of those who came here to buy accessories were boys, so they were not as crazy as the girls. But due to Qin Mo's great popularity, it was still quite a huge sensation. When the store manager heard it was Almighty Qin who came, he strode over immediately, not daring to be slow when serving him. After all, for a businessman, Qin Mo was not only a great gamer, but also the young master of the Qin Corporation whose footsteps could shake the entire Jiang city. The store manager was grinning from side to side, albeit forced. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Fu Zhou standing nearby. The mouse-grabbing incident just happened not too long ago, so the store manager naturally had a deep impression about that event. Fu Zhou's cool silver hair and beautiful face were especially too difficult to forget. But it never occurred to him that the youngster would come in with Almighty Qin. The store manager's heart dropped, and he lowered his voice a little. Young Master Qin. Qin Mo glanced at the manager, stating coldly and concisely, "Which mouse did he take a fancy to at noon? Take it out." He didn't say much, but it was enough to leave an uncomfortable lump in the store manager's throat. "Young Master Qin, here it is. That customer did take a fancy to a mouse, but it was the only one left. After being taken away by others, there were none left. I am now arranging for someone to get more. Would you please wait for a moment? Just a moment, please." The store manager didn't dare look at Qin Mo's face by the end of the conversation. The strong pressure exerted by the man caused him to almost be unable to lift his head. Qin Mo's voice was still indifferent. With his finger pointing at Fu Zhou, he said to the store manager, "Remember his face. Give him what he wants later on." Yes. The store manager knew that CEO Qin had brought Fu Zhou here to set the matter straight. He rejoiced over the fact that he didn't go overboard at noon. Otherwise, according to CEO Qin's modus operandi, he definitely wouldn't be spared. Even his store might have been destroyed. The store manager was now thinking about what had happened before, and he still felt a little scared. He didn't know what the relationship was between the youngster and CEO Qin. How could CEO Qin accompany him to buy stuff? Chapter 81, Almighty Qin playing tricks on Lord Zhou. Chapter 81, Almighty Qin playing tricks on Lord Zhou. Fu Zhou was actually a little bit surprised. She thought that the aforementioned activity to aid digestion was just going for a drive and getting some fresh air. Now it seemed that Fu Zhou raised her gaze up and looked at Qin Mo with a smile. He really treated his friends well. When Qin Mo turned around, he saw the youngster staring at him. He lifted his eyebrows and dragged him over by his back collar. "Which one do you like? Go ahead and pick." Almighty. No one likes to be dragged here and there like this. As Fu Zhou said this, she adjusted her collar. Still looking handsome and sly, she leaned to one side and smiled. "If you put your hands on me again, I will assume that you are falling in love with me." Qin Mo was no longer the man who would get mad about such a thing. He patted the youngster on the top of his head softly as he coldly smiled. "Shut up. Pick your stuff." It was the first time that Fu Zhou had ever been patted on the top of her head. Without her noticing, her handsome face was buried in her front collar. Since he had helped set things straight for her, she wouldn't fight back. She only thought of getting more from him for this action. Almighty Chin didn't care about spending money. Seeing the youngster cover his head with one hand and look disgruntled after being patted by him, he hooked the corners of his mouth up unconsciously, and his mood became much better. Fu Jiu could also tell that Almighty Chin's current hobby was bullying her. To be honest, before she got in touch with Almighty Chin, she just thought that he was not to be trifled with. After getting in contact with him, she realized that the man had an evil mind. Where could you find a normal person who would regard bullying his friends as an interest? Almighty Chin was the only one in the world. With his great popularity, it was fated that Chin Mo was unable to stay in Computer City for very long. Fu Jiu also looked at the time and quickly picked up a large pile of internal components and a very tiny case. When she said she mentioned that she only wanted the case, the store manager looked at her in surprise. Are you sure you want to buy it like this? What can these separate things do? Why don't you just buy the whole finished product directly? Fu Jiu smiled. Yeah, I'm sure. The laptops on the market were not meant to be disguised, so she wanted to build a better one that she could type safely on during class. Meanwhile, Chin Mo was just sitting nearby, looking at a gaming magazine with his two slender legs crossed. After hearing this, he blinked his eyes and looked in Fu Jiu's direction. His eyes were as deep as an ancient lake. They seemed calm, but contained a great sense of profoundness. Fu Jiu also noticed that Chin Mo was looking at her. Anyway, she was a hacker. Since the man already knew that, she had nothing to hide. She turned her head and smiled at him. I want to build my own laptop. Chin Mo raised his eyebrows and came over. With his hand pointing at the separate parts, he said with a businessman's tone, to make a laptop, the hard drive here is not up to par. I have a good one. When you enter the Chin Corporation, I will give it to you. That was to say, if she didn't enter the Chin Corporation, she shouldn't even dream about it. Fu Jiu gathered another implication behind his remark. What about today's things? After the competition, if you fail to enter the Chin Corporation, you will return them to me at the original price. Seeing this, Fu Jiu lifted her eyebrows. Aiding the digestion was just a joke. The fundamental purpose was to enslave her completely in the future. Fatten her first, then torture her slowly. Almighty's tricks were indeed deep. Chapter 82. Almighty Chin asks Fu Jiu to call him Big Brother. Chapter 82. Almighty Chin asks Fu Jiu to call him Big Brother. Whatever, the Almighty wasn't just shameless for only 1 or 2 days anyway. But this hardware was really good. The main point was that she had to set matters straight. Fu Jiu hooked the corners of her lips up. She took a step forward and raised her hand, wanting to grasp the man's shoulder and tease him. However, she never expected Chin Mo to react so quickly this time. Before she could put her hands up, he had grabbed her wrist, and a spontaneous force pinned her to the wall nearby. His breath was cold. You don't want your paws anymore? Fu Jiu was still laughing with her eyes shining. Almighty Chin, I just realized that your ears are quite fragile. There were so many people around. Everyone who saw the scene had their eyes wide open, especially the store manager who was standing on the side as he looked on. He almost started to tremble. What on earth is this? Never had they heard that young Master Chin liked this kind of person, this beautiful youngster with silver hair. Did the people from the Chin Corporation know that? The geeks who came here to buy equipment were looking, and they secretly swallowed their drool. They wanted to take photos, but they were afraid to do so. No one could provoke Almighty Chin. But that posture did let people think about something else. In addition, the two faces were ridiculously good-looking. Each one of them seemed to send out pheromones, making it inevitable for people to think in a particular manner. Fu Jiu did not feel anything, but she was not pleased at being pinned to the wall. Looking at that handsome face just inches away, she smiled widely and cocked her head. Chin Mo pushed the youngster when he noticed him attempting to blow at him again, pinning him back against the wall. His eyes gleamed with an especially charming color. Fu Jiu. The youngster's tender and small face had made him hesitate at pinching the youngster hard. However, in order to give the youngster a lesson, Chin Mo still took action. He bent over overbearingly. His thin lips got closer to her left ear, which had a black earring. The warm breath, matched with his handsome side face, gave people a sense of indescribable ambiguity. But his voice hit her ear heavily with a cold tone, easily leaving one numb. Let an elder brother like me share his experience with you. Do not blow into a man's ear, understood? Chin Mo stood up straight after he was done with his piece. He hadn't known how this fellow could feel indifferent as he flirted with others, but when he saw the porcelain-like white ear and round ear lobe a while ago, he had an impulse to toy around. He must have been enraged by that fellow who flirted with others regardless of the situation. Even he was influenced as well. But that person just laughed with an evil face. He was not shocked at all and squinted. Brother? Chin Mo lifted his eyebrows and adjusted his tie without feeling appalled. I'm older than you. If not an elder brother, then what? That was true, but to regard Almighty Chin as an older brother gave her a lot of pressure. After all, he looked like a dishonest businessman from head to toe. What if he played a trick on her again and made her sign a contract selling herself? Fu Jiu knitted her eyebrows together, realizing that what she had done was not worth it. Noticing that the youngster was still deep in thought, Chin Mo suddenly got angry and lowered his voice. So? You feel wronged calling me brother? Of course not. Fu Jiu curled her lips into a smile. Brother Mo, it will be even better if you are a person who likes younger brothers. Hearing the youngster call him Brother Mo was quite pleasing, so Chin Mo indulged him. After all, Fu Jiu was younger than him. Chapter 83 Eating Together, Cloud and Mud. Chapter 83 Eating Together, Cloud and Mud. At 6 p.m., before the traffic jam, Fu Jiu and Chin Mo returned to the Michelin-star hot pot restaurant after buying the parts. Secretary Liang, who was dressed in a crisp suit, was already waiting for them at the entrance of the restaurant while impatiently looking at the time. He was only able to let out a long sigh of relief when his master's black sports car appeared. However, the next moment, his eyes flew wide open in shock. He saw that there was a man riding shotgun in the car. It was known that CEO Chin rarely allowed other people to sit next to him while driving. Who the hell was that man? Secretary Liang stepped forward to take a closer look. What amazed him the most was that he had met this man before. Wasn't he the disinherited young Master Fu that CEO Chin met on his way to school? Secretary Liang could not be blamed for the way he addressed Fu Jiu. In fact, as the Fu family's business got bigger, Fu Jiu's reputation got worse. It was also not the first time that he had heard his name. In Jiang City, everyone from the upper class would sneer at him every time they saw him. Countless nightclubs had refused him in their bars, especially in elegant places. People would all shake their heads once they heard his name. After the trouble he had made this time, it seemed that many people were waiting to have a good laugh at Manhwa and her disinherited son. Although none of these things mattered much, how could Boss be together with someone like that? Thinking about it, nearly all of Boss's friends came from the military, and they were either politicians or soldiers. Every one of them was famous. But this one, Secretary Liang found his boss taking a bag from the youngster and casually throwing it onto the back seat, seemingly saying to the youngster, "I will drive you back later, so what are you holding onto it for?" Secretary Liang thought that he was either still dreaming, or that there had to be some problems with his eyes or ears. He called out, "Boss, Theo Chin," as his gaze fell upon the young man. Fu Jiu was smart, so she naturally sensed the look Secretary Liang gave her. Without saying anything, she only smiled slightly. With her silver hair and black eyes, she had a quality of nobility. Secretary Liang was once again surprised. He had met the young teenager before, but he wasn't like that back then. He used to behave like a nouveau riche without any restraint. How was he looking a little bit elegant today? But Secretary Liang knew how to handle interpersonal relations. He would never say things that were unsuitable for the occasion. Instead, he respectfully said to Chin Mo, "CEO Chin, Boss Li and Boss Zhang are waiting inside. How about your friend?" "He will come with me," said Chin Mo indifferently. Fu Jiu pursed her lips towards Chin Mo. Secretary Liang was once again amazed to see the two men walk into the restaurant side by side. It was a dinner party prepared by Boss Li and Boss Zhang to curry favor with CEO Chin. However, Was young Master Fu qualified to join in such a meal? Secretary Liang wasn't looking down upon Fu Jiu, but he just felt that it was really strange. When did the boss become so acquainted with the disinherited young Master Fu? It seemed like the greatest contrast in the upper circle in Jiang City. One was high up in the heavens, while the other was down below in the dumps. They were separate beings of cloud and mud respectively, but they surprisingly walked in together. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. CEO being abnormal, mistaking someone for another. When Boss Li and Boss Zhang saw young Master Qin entering with a guy, they also felt amazed, and they stood up immediately. Have a seat. Qin Mo's voice was indifferent, but it was still very effective. He found a place to sit down and sat Fu Jiu down next to him. He loosened his tie, and with a beautiful profile, he asked, "Have you ordered already?" Boss Li laughed. "No, we were all waiting for you." Then, he looked at the waiter beside them. The waiter brought in the menu immediately. Secretary Liang took over the menu and placed it in front of Qin Mo. Then, Secretary Liang lowered his head to see their CEO choose 2 dishes with serious eyes. When Secretary Liang's eyes scanned the word tripe, his eyes opened wide. Their CEO had never eaten it because it was dirty and unsanitary. But today, he had even ordered juicy beef balls. Who said that he didn't eat processed meat? Were these chosen according to Fu Jiu's tastes? Secretary Liang was surprised by this thrilling conclusion. No, it couldn't be. It must be because he saw Fu Jiu get out of their CEO's car that he received too much of a scare, causing him to think too much. How could their CEO do this? If you find these dishes insufficient, you can order more, Qin Mo said as he turned his head to light a cigarette. Undoubtedly a display of his elegance as Jiang City's master. Secretary Liang only felt his ears buzzing. He actually chose dishes according to this youngster's tastes. Fu Jiu moved her gaze to one side, and her shoulder touched Qin Mo's. She looked at the menu with a light smile. Add a dish of leafy vegetables. Hearing that, Qin Mo used the pencil to tick it in passing. When Boss Li and Boss Zhang saw it, they thought Master Qin treated this youngster uncommonly well. They looked at each other and realized something. Young Master Qin, who is he? As Qin Mo smoked the cigarette, he threw out 3 words with his nose square to the ground. My younger brother. Younger brother? When did eldest young Master Qin have a younger brother? They had never heard of the Qin family having other sons besides young Master Qin. Secretary Liang choked on the tea he was drinking and coughed excessively when he heard the words, my younger brother. CEO Qin, you boldly said this, but did you ask the boss and the madam? Qin Mo looked at him lightly, and he slowly breathed out a swirl of cigarette smoke. My acknowledged younger brother. Hearing that, Boss Li immediately said, this boy must be something special to make young Master Qin recognize him as his younger brother. What should I call you? What does your family do? My family name is Fu. Fu Jiu picked up the teacup with light smile. I haven't gotten involved in my family's business yet, but recently I've been planning to take charge of it. Boss Zhang heard the word Fu and saw his appearance. Suddenly, something seemed to come to his mind. Are you referring to that Fu family? I met your father in a business convention some time ago. The Fu's family business is now growing in scale. Not bad indeed. I heard that young Master Fu is quite good at computer games as well, gaining the notice of several teams. It's no wonder that you have been acknowledged by CEO Qin as his younger brother. You are both young talents. Oh, I remember. Boss Li started flattering him as well. There really is a world of difference between young Master Fu and your elder brother. The other young Master Fu is really... Upon hearing that, Secretary Liang knew that Boss Li had mistaken Fu Jiu for his brother, and he tried to stop him. The youngster with silver hair smiled languidly with evident coldness in his eyes. Really what? Chapter 85. Chapter 85. With Almighty Qin's support, you can slap faces even harder. I really can't say it. Boss Li shook his head. His taste is far worse than yours, second young master. Even his mother comes from the countryside. She is illiterate but wants to set up a company. Yet, she never considers her own abilities. In the end, she was hurt by your father. Don't you think her son is a joke? let alone his mother. Aren't they simply letting themselves be a laughing stock for people? That's just the way it is, Boss Zhang added. I heard that the older one has a special addiction. It's no wonder Boss Fu banished him from the Fu family. If I had a son like this, I would be annoyed too. Thankfully, Boss Fu still has you, second young master. Secretary Liang believed that everything was over after hearing what those two just said. It was really over. Although their CEO didn't say any words from beginning to end, the faint smile on the corner of his mouth and his action of flicking the ash from his cigarette showed that he was unhappy. It was necessary to know that since the CEO had regarded Fu Jiu as his little brother, he treated him as one of his own. CEO always sided with his own people. It was really hard to say what would happen next. With her left hand holding her chin, Fu Jiu looked completely evil. It seems that both Boss Li and Boss Zhang haven't seen that bastard who was raised outside. Otherwise, you wouldn't have mistaken me for him. It is a real pity that I am the disinherited young Master Fu, who has a special addiction you were just talking about. All of a sudden, Boss Li's and Boss Zhang's faces changed. The smiles on the corner of their mouths froze abruptly. This might be the most embarrassing situation they had ever faced since they had started doing business. Their faces burned so badly that they wished to find a hole to hide in. However, CEO Qin was sitting across them. No emotion could be gleaned from his distinguished and handsome face. Did this mean that they still had a chance to reconcile the matter? Boss Li thought of this and patted his forehead. Look at these eyes of mine which have unknowingly entertained angels. I penalize myself with a cup. It must be the result of listening to all the gossip that resulted in our prejudice against young Master Fu. This wine must be drunk. Boss Zhang tipped his head as he raised the cup as well. Both of them felt bitter as they drank the wine. Never would they have thought that young Master Qin would be connected to this infamous nouveau riche. So they had mistaken Fu Jiu as the junior young master of the Fu family. Well, now they knew how painful it was to be slapped in the face by others. But Fu Jiu wasn't going to forgive them. There was something wrong with her. But her mother He Honghua was not a joke. Yet, she was laughed at in this way, and she as Lord Jiu was not willing to bear it. With some coldness in her eyes, she stood up. Her mouth was still half-curled in a smile. What she said was extremely cold. Brother Mo, you eat first. Just like the two bosses said, I'm lacking in taste. So faced with someone I don't like, I can't eat or drink. Having just raised their cups, Boss Li's and Boss Zhang paused. They were wondering if they had to give him face or not with such a temper. If not for young Master Qin's presence, who would propose a toast to him? What he had said had not only shamed himself, but also young Master Qin. Even though young Master Qin recognized him as his younger brother, did he really think he was a blood brother? How naive. They didn't need to do anything, and young Master Qin would also not care where he was going. But to their great surprise, young Master Qin grabbed onto his wrist firmly. With his voice low, they did not know how he felt. Didn't you agree that I would send you home? Chapter 86. About to canoodle? Chapter 86. About to canoodle? When they heard what he said, Boss Li and Boss Zhang suffered a nasty shock. They dazedly watched young Master Qin stand up himself. He looked very smart and noble, wearing a well-cut suit with a black coat draped over his shoulder. While still holding on to Fu Jiu with his hand, the man glanced at them, making them shiver from his cold gaze. Young Master Qin, what about our business today? Boss Li still wanted to stop them from leaving.
Kin Montag lauket sinesterli.
Do you think I'll like someone that my brother doesn't? Just that one sentence left the two completely frightened. It felt like a chill had entered right into their bones. Young Master Qin. It's a misunderstanding, young Master Qin. The two desperately wanted to explain, following him all the way from the inside to outside the restaurant. But they were stopped by bodyguards in black, so that they couldn't take even half a step further. The two were worried. Licking their dry lips, they looked at Secretary Liang. Secretary Liang, please help us persuade young Master Qin. We can change whatever he doesn't like. Secretary Liang nudged his glasses and looked at his CEO who was holding the youngster's left hand. He was wondering when his CEO's misophobia was cured, but he also didn't forget to deal with the two. Boss Li and Boss Zhang. CEO Qin is very keen, someone more viciously keen than anyone else. Your attitudes while drinking spoke volumes to him. I have a suggestion for the both of you. Don't show up in front of him anymore. He is a person who protects those close to him. To even say things like my brother, it appears that CEO is serious about protecting that youngster. He was thankful towards these two for taking the blame. Otherwise, he might not have understood what his CEO meant. Secretary Liang decided that he would do whatever young Master Fu asked him to do from now on. To annoy young Master Fu was to annoy their CEO. And the result, as one could imagine, would be unimaginable. After hearing what Secretary Liang had said, Boss Li and Boss Zhang stood still with ashen faces. How they regretted their harsh tirade from before. If they had known that young Master Qin cared about young Master Fu so much, would they have shown him any contempt? It was not like there was anybody in Jiang City who was unaware of young Master Qin's temper. Now, even if they were willing to drink a bottle of wine as an apology, he wouldn't give them a second chance. This business deal was off. They were now praying that young Master Qin could forget them soon. Otherwise, their companies were likely have to discontinue their operations. What did that useless scion do? How did he get young Master Qin to protect him so much? The fact that they knew each other was already odd. Young Master Qin was surprisingly really treating him as his younger brother. If this news was released, it would send reverberations through the entire business circle. Actually, Fu Jiu didn't think that Qin Mo would do this much for her. Before, she just thought that brother was only a form of address. Why are you still in a daze? Get in the car. Qin Mo opened the car door. The side of his face looked handsome, enriching one's appreciation of him. Secretary Liang was the one who was driving the car this time. The two were sitting in the back. Fu Jiu caught Secretary Liang looking at her through the rear mirror more than once, so she winked with her left eye, an evil smile on her face. Secretary Liang's hand slipped, almost making the car swerve. Qin Mo raised his gaze from the business magazine, frowning. He lifted his left hand and grabbed Fu Jiu by the back of her collar. And with that, the youngster's face was leaning towards him. Chapter 87 Turned Gay? Chapter 87 Turned Gay? Qin Mo kept his voice down and warned Fu Jiu seriously through his lovely thin lips. Please don't just flirt with anyone you meet. I was merely greeting Secretary Liang, Fu Jiu said, and she lazily leaned back into the seat with one arm bent behind her head, looking handsome as always. Considering Fu Jiu's flirting skills, Qin Mo didn't believe a word he said. He threw a magazine to him and replied in a mild voice. Just lower your head and read your magazine. What's so nice about looking at an old man like Secretary Liang? Hearing that, Secretary Liang, who was in front of them, almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was indeed not young, but who had he offended that the CEO would dish out such vile words at him? Fu Jiu flipped open the magazine and browsed through it. She felt bored and turned to the other man, who looked noble even while he was just sitting. She asked, Is there any book that's filled with handsome men or cars? Upon hearing that sentence, Secretary Liang felt shocked once again. Suddenly, something occurred to him. It was that this disinherited scion, that man, he was gay. Was it possible that CEO had been turned into a gay by him? No, definitely not. Even if his young master didn't like women, he wouldn't like men either. But what if it was true? Wait, how could he forget that CEO has been dating an evil fairy in an online game recently, and the girl sent WeChat messages to him every day? So, it was impossible for CEO to be gay. How wild his imagination was. He snickered. However, just as Secretary Liang was about to let out a sigh of relief, he found his CEO pinching the teenager's chin. His handsome face was close to the man. He looked like he was going to kiss him, breaking his style of maintaining a distance from others all these years. I don't care what your sexual orientation is, but once you join the team, casually flirting around with people is not permitted anymore. Besides, you'd better put those stupid things aside and only read business magazines. If you don't shut up, I will throw you out. Aside from being filled with teeth-gnashing frustration, CEO's tone was unthreatening, just as if he was disciplining a younger brother. Yet, what did CEO say? Join the team. It meant that the evil fairy who his CEO was specially looking for in the club today was that disinherited young Master Fu? Was that the case? No, he needed to confirm it. He shouldn't randomly guess. How could his CEO's unforgettable secret cyber lover be a man? Young Master Joe, how did you meet our CEO? To be honest, I was startled to see you just now. Fu Zhou also found the secretary to be a nice guy. With a magazine in her hands, she casually answered, "We met in a game. I took part in an internal competition organized by the Qin Corporation today, so Brother Mo came to see my performance." He was really that evil fairy. At this moment, Secretary Liang could not express his inner thoughts anymore, and he just looked at the road straight ahead with his palms sweating. Fu Zhou was driven home in this manner. Before getting off the car, she turned to the side to take the computer parts that she had just bought, revealing her smooth and white waist between her white coat and black belt. The way it twisted looked stunning. Upon seeing it, Qin Mo, who was beside her, frowned a little and unconsciously loosened his tie. Finally, it was as though he could not bear it any further. He reached out to pull down the lower hem of her clothes, looking indifferently at Fu Zhou's eyes, which turned around to meet his. Like a big brother, he coolly said, "It's getting colder. Don't always wear such short clothes. In addition, as a boy you are too white, so try to think of how you can make yourself look more masculine in the future." Chapter 88. You are merely pretty. Chapter 88. You are merely pretty. My clothes are not short, right? Fu Zhou lowered her head to take a look at herself. Her coat was a normal size. Didn't other boys dress in this way? As for masculinity, she who was a real girl didn't even need that. Of course, she couldn't casually say her thoughts out loud. She just casually responded, "Got it." Seeing how the youngster didn't take it seriously, Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. "Tomorrow, I will play tennis, and you will come together with me. I still have school tomorrow." Did Qin Mo forget that she was still a student? Qin Mo said plainly, "After your class. As my little brother, you can't always be like this." "Like this, like what?" Fu Zhou laughed, putting her hand on Qin Mo's shoulder as she slowly approached. "Brother Mo, do you dare say I'm not handsome?" Qin Mo removed the youngster's hand and squeezed his chin with a little displeasure in his eyes. But his tongue was always sharp. "You are indeed beautiful, but not handsome at all. Come with me to do some exercise. Don't always play games at home and make yourself look so tender." So it was her fault for having such good skin? Fu Zhou found out that Qin Mo really did regard her as his brother. If he knew she was a girl, would he pinch her to death? Fu Zhou glanced at that man, afraid of being found out. "Actually, I have something to do tomorrow." Qin Mo smiled with a hint of evilness and said overbearingly, "Keep your excuses to yourself. I will come to pick you up after class tomorrow." Fu Zhou, "It's true that I can't get away. Go on in." Qin Mo lit a cigarette and leaned against the car. His eyebrows lifted up as he was looking at her. Fu Zhou hooked the corners of her lips up. "Okay then, Brother Mo, once you get home, send me a message through WeChat and let's play a round of games."
Okay, Qin Montag responded.
He got in the car and left first. Fu Zhou stepped into her house after seeing the race car disappear into the distance. Someone appeared to have visited. The house was a mess, with things strewn across the ground. Fu Zhou's eyes cooled down instantly, and she asked Chen Xiaodong, "What is going on?" The players who had been in the company before took the rest of the players away. Now the company is empty. Madame was sad and Chen Xiaodong clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. They even laughed at her, saying she didn't have the ability and she wouldn't have a decent team at all. Fu Zhou lifted her hands and threw the things onto the sofa with a pa sound. She laughed coldly. "Who are they?" "Liang Shuguang, Zhang Yinchao, and Nie Su. These three people are all ranked. Back when they first joined the company, their abilities were not that excellent. Many companies didn't want them. It was Madame who knew that they came from humble origins and could not bear to let them return. She paid great attention to developing them. Now, they have their own fans and their skills have also improved, but they treated Madame like this. Young master, Actually, it is not their leaving that makes Madam sad, but the betrayal from the people closest to her, Chan Xiaodong said with his eyes turning red. Fu Jiu went outside when she heard that. She put the coat that she had taken off before back on. Her silver hair was blown away by the chilly wind. Wait a second. Where are you going? Chun Xiaodong trailed behind her. Fu Jiu put the skateboard on the ground and kicked off forcibly. As her handsome and cold back disappeared, she only left 2 words behind. Internet Cafe. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Face slapping? Need your brother to control the situation for you. The weather turned chilly with the onset of autumn. It was cold riding a skateboard outside. When Fu Jiu entered the bar, she directly straightened up her collar. The youngster was here when the machines broke the last time, so the boss of the internet cafe had a deep impression of Fu Jiu. Half an hour again this time. The boss smoked a cigarette with his head down, busily doing something else. No need for a deposit. That one is open. Just go ahead. Fu Jiu found the boss interesting when she first met him, so she had come back to the same bar a second time. It will be a little longer this time, until 12, so give me a good one. Doing what? Playing computer games. The boss lifted his head. His jawline looked quite cool. Fu Jiu's mouth was half frowning, and her eyes were still cold. All right, number 19 of Section A. What are you going to play? I heard that there will be a good team live streaming hero. You can have a look. Fu Jiu smiled. That is what I am going to watch. Oh, the boss didn't seem to understand. He only felt that the youngster's face looked extremely cold. It was not a small cafe, but it did not take long for Fu Jiu to go down the rows and sit at her designated computer. She immediately switched on the computer and logged into the game. She then took a glance at the rankings. Using a code injection, she directly locked onto the locations of the 3. In the past, Liang Xuguang, Zhang Yingchao, and Yesu all used nicknames while gaming, but after signing with companies, they now used their real names to attract more livestream fans. Fu Jiu looked at the time on the computer. It was still half an hour before the livestream began. The time was enough for her to breach the firewall outside. Fu Jiu squinted her eyes. Sounds of kaka-tada could be heard. A pair of nice and fair hands were gliding over the white keyboard, producing what sounded like a light piece of music with her percussive taps. The boss of the internet cafe who came over with the lollipops that the youngster requested noticed her performance. Wow, your APM is pretty good, but what are you doing? Fu Jiu swiftly changed the window and went to the game page. She hooked her lips as she said, Nothing. I just did some English homework. Doing homework on the computer. The boss thought that it was interesting, so he chatted with Fu Jiu much more. You also play hero. There are competitions in the cafe, and winners can get a bonus. Do you want to sign up? Fu Jiu dismantled a lollipop into her mouth and smiled lazily. I can't play well. It really is a pity. I saw your APM, it was not bad. Shaking his head, the boss walked away, but there were doubts in his mind. Why did the English letters look strange, and why were they mingled with numbers? Was he not able to catch up with the times because he didn't go to the school for a long time? When nobody was around, Fu Jiu pulled the coat up again. As her silver hair slightly swayed, she directly invaded the live stream room. She was about to take action when her mobile phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Chin Mo. Where are you? Internet cafe, Fu Jiu replied without thinking twice. Chin Mo sat on the office chair, and he lifted his eyebrows. I meant, where are you in game? I can't play today. I have something to tend to. Fu Jiu typed quickly. Chin Mo's deep eyes sank. Someone annoyed you again, so you went to the internet cafe to dispose of him? Just like with Director Zhang the last time. Fu Jiu turned her head and replied with a voice message. Don't say that, Brother Mo. I just want to play a game with others. Who do you want to play with? Chin Mo put down the contract with a faint smile on his face. After a second, he sent another line of text back. Do you need me to control the situation? Chapter 90 Wanting to coach Lord Jiu on playing games? Chapter 90 Wanting to coach Lord Jiu on playing games? As Fu Jiu watched the swiftly increasing number of views on the live streaming platform, her thin lips curled into a smile under her silver hair. It would be so much better if Brother Mo could come. When Chin Mo heard that slightly deep voice on the other end, he knew something was up. He tilted his head and lit a cigarette. He struck the keyboard, logged into the game, and entered the code that the young man had given him. It automatically brought him straight to a live streaming platform. There were 3 young men on the screen, all wearing new team members' uniforms. They were conducting an online interview. We heard that the 3 of you just switched companies. Can you share with us your benefits this time? Fans all care about the welfare issues that you guys talked about last time on Weibo 1. Liang Shuguang was the most handsome one among them. Therefore, he was the one speaking. He wore headphones and sat in front of the computer. When the camera turned to him, he smiled and said, "The new company is tens of times better than that deceptive company. Our fans can stop worrying about us now. We will perform better in games later on for everyone." I heard rumors about that company as well. They are indeed not so good. In order to get more exposure, the host didn't give up the topic. Liang Shuguang said yes and shrugged. You can't really do anything about it. The owner is from the countryside, so she's incessantly loud and shouts all the time. Perhaps the people on the team couldn't take it anymore, so they decided to leave. A company can't live long with a disrespectful boss. The host shut her script and laughed. But you guys are going to take off and fly above the rest since you met such a great talent scout. Liang Shuguang laughed too. I agree. Okay, as the fans are waiting anxiously, let's begin without further ado. The host lifted the mood. My colleagues were saying that the 3 of you are all high-ranking masters who have a lot of fans. The old company didn't know how to promote you guys, so your careers didn't take off. Now you can finally blow our minds away. It's time for the godly contestants to log in. Fans, you can ask questions on the live streaming platform. Don't forget to send gifts. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire platform was flooded with text by someone. It was Fujio. She was wearing a pair of headphones, and her silver hair was shining. Since you are gods, are you brave enough to entertain a live battle? How did such a message pop up? This was not in the script. The host frowned and looked towards the director's direction subconsciously. The director indicated for her to continue with a hand gesture. What was even stranger was that they were not sure if the internet had gone kaput or not. Their platform was being controlled by someone. The other fans couldn't say anything at this time. Therefore, that letter of challenge forcibly occupied the whole screen like a cold night in the mountains. Nowadays, everyone knew the meaning of online live streaming. Rejecting the challenge now would equal ruining their entire reputation before they even started. They looked at that game ID. It was that of a newbie. A brainless newbie who didn't know the heights of the sky and the immensity of the earth. Since he asked for a punch on the face, they would grant his wish. Liang Shuguang tilted his head and opened up quite arrogantly. Our dear fan, you appear like an amateur player who doesn't really know the difference between professional players and amateur players. But it's okay. Since you are bringing this up during the live streaming, we will feed your curiosity and coach you a little on playing games. Who do you want to battle with? Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Almighty Chin says, who does he think he is? Daring to challenge my little brother. Coach? Chin Mo was among the audience watching the live stream. His long, slim fingers held a cigarette. He looked at those words and loosened his tie with his hands. His legs were slightly crossed as he sat on his high-class armchair made of genuine leather. The corner of his mouth curled up into a freezing arc. With his ability, he dared to coach his little brother? Thinking of the clean and elegant operation of that pretty young man, he again took a look at Liang Shuguang, who was full of himself. Chin Mo suddenly realized that his younger brother was countless times better than this guy. He would be even better if he could quit his flirting habit. Of course, Almighty Chin didn't realize that he had become a maniac obsessed with his little brother. In the internet cafe, Fujio was wearing black headphones, and she replied with one word and an evil smile. You. Me? Liang Shuguang laughed even louder. Dear fan, I think you should choose other players. If you battle me, your HP will be drained really quickly. Fujio held a lollipop in her mouth and snorted. How do you know that if you don't fight me? What? Are you chickening out? Dear friend, I was being nice to you. But since you insist, then let's have a go at it. Liang Shuguang moved his fingers and logged into Hero. Suddenly, the battle between the two of them was shown on the screen. Fu Zhou's ID couldn't be any newer, but if Liang Shuguang had been careful enough to take a look at her profile before the battle, he wouldn't be so arrogant now. A new ID completed 29 FCs, first clears, in a short month. With this record, he could be the top player in any club. Liang Shuguang only saw that this Spade Z was wearing crappy clothes and carrying on his back a bronze sword that was probably given as a gift after picking up some basic skills from a sundry shop. His eyes became even more disdainful. Friend, your equipment is really inferior. Do you need me to give you a handicap? No need. Fu Zhou struck the keyboard and spit the candy out. She then skillfully took out a new chocolate flavor lollipop, smiling lightly with her head tilted. Do all pro players talk this much when they play? Liang Shuguang narrowed his eyes and thought, wasn't he taking this too far? If so, then let's begin. Everyone who was watching the live stream could see the cold smile on Liang Shuguang's face. Zhang Yingchao and Ye Su were cheering on the side. Shuguang, the other party is a non-professional player after all. Just teach him a lesson and get it over with. Okay. Give me a minute. Let me shut this one down and we shall play some rounds for the live streaming. Liang Shuguang confidently put his headphones on. He waited for the 3-second countdown. He planned to first daze the other party, before killing him with a barrage of attacks. That would look good on the stream. However, to his surprise, he had only just moved his index finger and had yet to show off the skills he was most proud of before a screen full of glowing lights flashed. He saw his HP decrease at a blazing speed. He didn't even see the other party's actions clearly before he fell down into a pool of his own blood. In the internet cafe, Fu Zhou was operating her mouse and slamming on the keyboard, executing brilliant movements and operations. The other party didn't even have a chance to respawn yet, when she released another big move. Liang Shuguang didn't have the time to block it, and two giant characters showed up on the screen, KO. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Lord Zhou said, "That's right. I came to insta-kill you." He lost. In front of all the fans, he lost? Liang Shuguang was frozen in shock. This was being broadcast to every corner of the whole country. How long did it take? 10 seconds? 20 seconds? It definitely didn't take longer than 30 seconds. And what was the result? Liang Shuguang, who was yapping away about giving someone a lesson, got insta-killed right off the bat. All of the audience members watching the live streaming were stunned. A lot of the players in internet cafes stopped playing games and watched the live stream on the big screen as they stood up. They were fervently discussing online. That heated scene was out of control. Who is this person? Cool. Too cool. Wait. It's open for commenting now. Ask who it is. Someone from a professional league team? Definitely not. I find that player familiar. F***CK. I remember now. Spade Z. It's that Spade Z who swept away all the first clears in Zone C. I think Spade Z deliberately hid his record profile. You know what, I think so too. Haha. My awesome Spade Z is really scheming. What new king of the professionals? He was so weak and lame in front of my almighty Spade Z. And he was so full of himself and offered to give Spade Z a handicap. But he didn't even get to flash any of his skills in the end. What an embarrassing slap on the face. The owner of the internet cafe was not as young as his customers. Even though he also loved playing games, he didn't follow gaming stars. Walking over with a Coke that was ordered by his client, he glanced at the silver-haired young man's computer screen and fell into shock. That young man who had said he was no good at playing Hero wore black headphones on his head and held a lollipop in his mouth. That beautiful profile made him look like he came straight out of a cartoon. He was conducting a one-on-one battle with someone in the game. With a single move of his mouse, the exciting and beautiful operation abruptly stopped, and the whole screen was flooded with the dazzling silver glow of victory. He didn't look like an incompetent newbie at all, but a master of the masters. The owner walked over and wanted to see more clearly. His eyes started to twitch severely when he saw his character on the screen more closely. Spade.
Spades?
Fu Zhou just finished that battle and looked back with her sharp eyes. The lollipop was still held loosely in between her lips, and she made a gesture to the owner. The owner was really shocked. He couldn't tell the gender of that young man from his face, and he looked at the 200-inch LED screen on the wall of the internet cafe. The scene from just now was still playing on it, and excited cheers filled every corner of the internet cafe. Everyone who loved gaming fell in love with Spade Z at that moment, all because of that beautifully rampaging move with an explosive hit, an attack so especially marvelous that it took down his enemy. But this kind of godly player who was scouted by professional league teams, an actual hidden talent, was playing games in his internet cafe using a low-end computer that cost 5 yuan per hour. He had treated him as a high school kid who only knew how to play simple games. Who would have thought? Excitement, shock, and regret filled his chest. At last, the owner couldn't help covering his chest and said, "I need to drink a glass of cool water to calm down." Fujio smiled at him and turned away. She looked at the screen and texted a sentence over casually and slowly. "I didn't equip top-class equipment to make it clear to you that I can still insta-kill you with just my operations alone." Chapter 93 Almighty Qin, Insulting My Little Brother? Chapter 93 Almighty Qin, Insulting My Little Brother? That domineering sentence flooded the whole screen. The live streaming platform exploded with comments and discussion from players. They were in love with Spade Z's wildness. "I can still insta-kill you without any equipment." When Liang Shuguang saw this, his chalk-white face was overcome with rage. His fingers gripped onto the mouse more tightly. If it wasn't for the live stream, he would have started cursing out loud long ago. This guy was obviously here to antagonize him, and he had freaking hidden his battle achievements. He totally did that on purpose. The host realized what was going on and hurriedly commented in favor of Liang Shuguang. Live streaming usually affects internet speed, and that was favorable for our challenger. What an unexpected result. But we could see the great character of our almighty Shuguang, always thinking of his fans and even handing over the victory. Doesn't a contestant like him deserve more love from you guys? From what she said, people could tell that she didn't understand online gaming at all. That battle just now had nothing to do with internet speed, let alone Liang Shuguang giving the victory away to Fujio. The truth was, he was so utterly destroyed that he didn't have the strength to fight back. Game players who were watching the live stream texted a series of comments after the host's words. The host said he gave the victory to Spade Z in such an obvious situation? Where is her professionalism? Shameless. Was she bribed with money? I can't watch this platform anymore. What kind of professional player is he? A loss is a loss. Why let the host say things to explain his failure? The host realized all the criticisms were directed at her, and she made a hand gesture towards the director again. This time, the director's reaction was totally different. He raised a big poster with huge characters written on it. "Interview that Spade Z, now!" With such an enthusiastic discussion, there was no way they would stop. The host did take some money from that 3, so in this situation, she was caught in a huge dilemma. Who knows if he found someone to play for him, or maybe he had a cheat activated. Liang Shuguang spoke up coldly. He knows very well that we are live stream. By asking for a one-on-one battle, he really wants to be popular, huh? Not a bad promotion tactic, I must say. The host pretended to be surprised. A cheat? That makes sense. I heard about this Spade Z too. He swept the whole Zone C, and he was using a new ID. Normally, there is no way that a newbie can even get any first clear missions. He most likely had a cheat. Qin Mo poured himself a glass of wine and hadn't even put the cork back in when he saw that exchange. Those deep eyes cooled down gradually. His little brother was only for him to regulate. When did others have the right to do so? Not to mention that he knew that guy's hand speed the best. Cheat. Who was he insulting now? Thinking his little brother was a dumb *SS like him? Qin Mo took a few sips of red wine and freed one hand. He bent over and typed skillfully on the keyboard. "Since all of you are feeling suspicious, let me play him without equipment either." Just like that, he texted those words out coldly. He caused a momentary millisecond pause in the live stream. Even Fujio felt that pause. She had already released access for everyone to comment. But at that moment, nobody dared to say anything. as though the whole world fell into a dead silence. And then, a whirlwind of discussion and a storm of comments came, flooding the entire screen. Chapter 94, Almighty Chin appears. Chapter 94, Almighty Chin appears. Almighty Chin. It really is Almighty Chin. A challenge from Almighty Chin. WTF. I must be dreaming. I can witness Almighty Chin playing games on a live stream event with my own eyes. I want to see Almighty Chin's hands. The internet cafe where Fujio was got affected as well. All the players who were watching the big screen turned, petrified the moment Chin Mo's text showed up. Right after that, they all screamed out excitedly. The whole internet cafe turned festive like it was New Year's Eve. Fujio was the only one who was still sitting in front of her computer. The rest of the seats were all empty. Everyone had their eyes fixed on the TV screen, shouting and asking for the volume to be raised.
Kin Montag. Kin Montag. Kin Montag.
Just looking at that name would make people's blood boil. Almighty Chin only showed up in an all-star live streaming platform once a year. But today, he was here. Other people were just watching. But the one that was most scared was Liang Shuguang. Almighty Chin texted this out for him to see. How could he match Almighty Chin with his skills? He would probably have an even nastier death. The host was stunned to see that name, and then her mind as a woman started to ripple. She didn't play any online games, but in Jiang City, all women wanted to throw themselves at young Master Chin. The host was clearly distracted, and she thought about how to properly chat with young Master Chin. This resulted in the director being unable to stand it anymore and walking over himself. He pulled that host away and took over the mic. I think, right now, the entire audience is feeling what I'm feeling. You all want to see Almighty Chin play games? Is that right? The director had just said everyone's wish out loud. Now, they no longer cared about that Liang Shuguang. They only longed for and hoped that Almighty Chin would turn on his camera. The number of views reached tens of millions on the live streaming platform just now. The media and the press opened their accounts and logged in. Other club managers called their players directly. Get on the live streaming now. Chin Mo is doing a one-on-one battle. Watch it. Rather than just watching, the managers wanted them to learn from him. Almighty Chin only led a team to kill in contests. He never did PK. This was simply an opportunity that came once in a blue moon. At the same time, Feng Yi received the news while he was negotiating with a new investor. He put down the wine glass and looked at the cooperating side seriously. Do you have the XX live streaming app on your phone? Almighty young Master Chin, my ancestor, do you know how much your endorsement fee was just now? Showing up on a live streaming platform just like this. Secretary Liang no longer dared to look at his CEO's face. Honestly, who would fight for his sworn brother in a live stream? Young Master Chin was definitely the first in history to do so. This was simply too overprotective. No, he couldn't twist the facts as he thought. CEO was straight. It's just that he grew up alone, and now he got himself a little brother, so he became a little crazy about this younger brother. That was right, younger brother maniac. Chin Mo didn't care about the impact he created. He was famous for being domineering and arrogant, and he only typed and sent 4 words over, do it or not. Without even a single punctuation mark, his voice was so cold that it could freeze people to death. Liang Shuguang sat in front of the computer. The heat was turned on in the broadcasting room, but his fingers were still trembling from the coldness. To encounter Almighty Chin on his first debut, he would only get one-sidedly tortured. Then everyone would only remember how weak and lame he was, and nobody would like him anymore. He couldn't fight this battle. Chapter 95 Lord Zhou Speaks Up. Chapter 95 Lord Zhou Speaks Up. Liang Shuguang wanted so badly to retreat, but the director pressed down hard on his shoulder. Of course he's playing. Shuguang, gaining guidance from Almighty Chin is an honor for you too. What honor? How can this be an honor? If he really played with Almighty Chin, his professional career would never be able to get rid of the moniker weakling. Director Liang Shuguang wanted to say something. The director cut him off and said something into his ear during the time in between. If you don't play this time, You can forget about playing any more games later on. The purpose of his threats was obvious. The platform lived on the flow of traffic. If he didn't fight this battle, then Almighty Qin wouldn't make a move. Then how could the audience ratings shoot through the roof? What? You really see yourself as a god now? Your boss scouted you to not lose money. Keep broadcasting, and you will have your reward. Liang Shuguang then understood that he could no longer act however he wanted after getting into the new company. Contestants like him were only chess pieces in his owner's eyes. These people didn't care about his future. They only cared about instant gratification. Liang Shuguang sat back like a bag of gray dirt. After logging in, a godlike game character stood right in front of him. He ground his teeth and steeled himself to take his last stand. However, Almighty Qin's attack was as strong as Spade Z's. His body froze straight away, unable to move at all. His HP was drained little by little. Liang Shuguang thought it was only a matter of a few seconds anyways. But Almighty Qin was savoring the process of killing him, torturing him for a good 3 minutes. In this 3 minutes, he couldn't get any more wretched and disgraceful. The laughter kept flooding onto the screen. They were an eyesore. At last, Liang Shuguang couldn't take it anymore, and he threw his headphones on the table. This way of dying was even more humiliating. The Qin family was a military family. No matter how pretty and elegant Qin Mo looked, he was still vicious when he killed. After finishing off that person, Almighty Qin typed a line of words plainly. Do you think I have an add-on too since I'm acting so slowly? What a slap on the face. Liang Shuguang's facial expression froze, but he still laughed it off under the director's instructions. Many of Almighty Qin's fans heard his words, and they started to comment understandingly, stop playing games if you can't. Blaming it on add-ons after being terminated in a second. Are you even qualified to be a professional player? Not qualified for sure. The players with dazzling godlike IDs from other teams spoke up this time. People could tell that a lot of the professional players were on the live streaming platform. The number of words streaming across the screen reached a new peak number. The director asked his subordinate to put the scene on screen, and his eyes were full of excitement. Liang Shuguang felt extremely embarrassed. He just wanted to stand up and leave. To his surprise, it was not yet over. A fresh and mischievous voice came over through the mic containing a young man's unique belittling laugh. What? You want to leave? Liang Shuguang, you think I would let you get off this easily? What did you just say? Something about someone being incessantly loud due to the countryside. It seems you have forgotten that you, too, came from the countryside as well, and you were so poor that you could only eat cup noodles in internet cafes. That boss, who you belittled the most, scouted you, brought you into the company, and offered you food and accommodation. You had nothing, and she treated you with all her heart. And you? Forget about expressing your gratitude. After betraying her for the sake of money, you even bit your old company back on Weibo saying that she gave you trouble? Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Lord Zhouyi beats you swollen with his domineering power. After Fu Jiu delivered her words, a tumultuous uproar broke out across the entire live streaming platform. The staff were staring from the sides, with many of them looking at Liang Shuguang with shock on their faces. It seemed that nobody expected such a backstory. Liang Shuguang simply couldn't face the camera anymore. He tried hard to cover his face with his hands. However, Fu Jiu's words didn't end there. She sat in the noisy crowd, crossing her legs and looking like a queen who had the entire situation under her control. Her half-curled lips were visible from under her silver hair. With everyone else busy commenting, nobody paid attention to the good-looking young man wearing black headphones and sitting in the corner of the internet cafe. With a single move of her hand, she flipped the whole world over. Are you feeling embarrassed now? Didn't you just mock He Honghua's company, saying that they didn't know how to nurture talents? Liang Shuguang, Zhang Yingchao, and Niesu, I'm telling you right now, go back and give my message to your new boss. I will beat all the contestants in your company until their faces are swollen. With Fu Jiu's words, the views on the live streaming platform broke through 100 million. It started out as a normal fan PK, but ended with a declaration of battle between two teams. The media smelled gossip, and they rushed in like a flood. Countless people were asking, "What company is the He Corporation?" Some were extremely stunned, because they knew that the He Corporation was a company on the brink of shutdown, conquering the whole Zone C right after his debut, achieving 29 first clears, and terminating a professional player in 18 seconds. This Spade Z was a signed contestant of this company. They thought of many possibilities concerning Spade Z's background, but nobody had guessed that this contestant would be from this company. That night, Hee Honghwa's phone exploded with calls from sponsors. She didn't know what had happened. She only heard people screaming, "Boss Hee, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such an awesome contestant?
Spades.
I wouldn't have withdrawn the money if you had told me. Let's renew our cooperation. This time, I'll give you $500,000, deal?" Hee Honghwa looked at her phone in deep confusion. She couldn't believe those sponsors wanted to invest more money in her company, and they called her boss Hee. This was even rarer than a free pie dropping down from the sky. Hee Honghwa's first reaction was, "This is a lie. Good things like these wouldn't happen in the whole wide world." They wanted to steal the last bit of money away from her. But one phone call like this was fine. She got 8 calls in total, 5 of them from sponsors, and the other 3 from mass media companies. They said they wanted to interview her contestant, Spade Z. She had also heard of Spade Z, a godlike player who had conquered Zone C. But there was no Spade Z in her company. The media asked her to send a picture. That would be good for their promotional pieces. But the point was, she didn't have such a person in the company. Hee Honghwa was profoundly confused. The media realized that they weren't on the same page, and they sent her a voice message, the sound of excitement evident in their voices. "Ms. Hee, listen to this. Think about it first and give us a call any time." Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Scheming Lord Zhou, Master of Money-Making. Hee Honghwa was totally technologically illiterate and didn't even know how to open a web link. In the end, Chun Xiaodong came over and the two of them faced the computer, playing the video from beginning to end. Chun Xiaodong couldn't keep still after hearing the end. He stood up and screamed, "F***CK. I can vent all my anger now. Now, everyone in the country knows the true ugly face of that 3. No one will support them anymore. They deserve this for betraying us. Spade Z." Hee Honghwa found the voice familiar somehow. She was so close to guessing it, but she suddenly couldn't remember where she had heard this voice. Why did he help us? Chun Xiaodong laughed out loud. He must have wanted to seek justice for us. "Madam, you don't know about these kinds of online master players. They love to pull reversals on such people. But we don't have such a person at our company. What should I tell the media when they call?" Hee Honghwa was the boss, and in the end she had more things to think about than most people. Chun Xiaodong was troubled too. In fact, he didn't understand why Spade Z said he belonged to their company after all that had happened. If their company had such a godlike player, would Madam even have to worry like this? While he was pondering over the matter, the door opened. A young man holding a skateboard under his arm came inside, brushing through his wet chopped hair with his right hand. He was completely wet from the rain as he showed off that handsome face that could flip all the living things on earth over. "Mom, why did you come home so early today?" Hee Honghwa's mood became delighted whenever she saw her daughter. She dragged Fuzhou over and said, "Joe, we received help." "Yeah." Fuzhou knew clearly what was going on. She never did anything that didn't bring in benefits. She curled her thin lips up and smiled deviously. "Those sponsors called you to add to their investments?" Hee Honghwa was so overjoyed that the volume of her voice rose. "Not only sponsors, but the media too. They want to promote our company." "Wait, how do you know about it?" "I pay attention to anything related to you, Mom." Fuzhou freed one of her hands and held onto Hee Honghwa's thick waist, bringing her to the sofa. Hearing that, Hee Honghwa was deeply moved. She didn't think about it too deeply, and those rough hands simply couldn't let go of her daughter. "Joe, Mom will give you the company after I make some more money. These things are not difficult. Don't worry, Mom will help you. I won't let anyone make fun of you. Of course I don't need to worry when Mom's here." Fuzhou laughed lightly as she still held onto the old lady's waist. "Let's talk about the media first. How would they promote our company? He Honghua didn't realize her daughter was extracting information from her. She tugged on her curly hair, feeling troubled. They said they want to interview the gaming god Spade Z, but the thing is, we don't have this person at our company. How can I just have one magically? Fujo laughed with a certain sense of wickedness. Mum is right, you're not being blindly dazzled by good things yet. The unexpected compliment made He Honghua blush slightly. How could her family's daughter be this handsome? Fujo tilted her head and looked into He Honghua's eyes. Mom, how about this? If reporters call you again, tell them that Spade Z is our ace player and will say hi to everyone at the Electronic Gaming New Players Selection Contest. Any live streaming platform that is interested can come and seek possible cooperation with you. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Don't send such pictures to me again anymore. Upon hearing that, He Honghua's eyes brightened. Joe, how do you know this trick? This way, our company can make a fortune out of it. Fujo didn't say anything. She just smiled lightly. Very soon, He Honghua thought of something and frowned. But that Spade Z really isn't in our company. We can't lie to people. Mum, how could this be lying? Fujo patted He Honghua's shoulder as she said in a low voice. I saw the live stream today as well. Since Spade Z himself said that he is with us, then he will show up on the contest day. He won't damage his own image, so don't worry about that. He will show up, so go ahead and bravely handle the media. He Honghua listened to what her daughter said, and she jumped and bounced away to call her friend from the media back. Chun Xiaodong looked at his young master's sparkling eyes. He said seriously, Young master, why do I feel that you are deliberately tempting madam? What are you hiding? Xiaodong. Fujo reached out her arm and rested it on her little servant boy's shoulder. You've watched so many movies, and you still haven't figured this out? You die sooner in a film when you know too much. I'm so beat from playing games all night, so go make me a sandwich. And also, bring a glass of wine, then I will consider not killing you. All of Chun Xiaodong's body hair stood up on their ends with that casual gesture from his young master. I'm going right now. Why, young master? Don't you even think of turning me gay? Turning you gay? Fujo lifted her beautiful eyebrows. She thought that even if she wanted to turn someone gay, she would do it to Almighty Qin, not this little brat. Fujo blew the hair on her forehead out of her face and took her buzzing phone out. Qin Mo had sent a short but domineering message in the same old frigid tone. It's raining outside. Don't wander around in internet cafes. He was really acting like a big brother. Fujo was drying her hair with a towel, and she looked towards He Honghua who was on the phone. She was wondering how her mum would react if her mother knew that she had found her such a godson. Brother Mo, I'm home. In order to prove that she wasn't lying, Fujo took a picture of herself and sent it over. Qin Mo looked at that young man's side profile, which had water dripping down it. He looked so soft and smooth, with all her hair perfectly tamed. Continuing on, his pretty and delicate collarbones could be seen down below. Qin Mo's fingers paused before lowering his phone. He looked out of the window and at the flow of cars for a few seconds. Finally, he raised his phone back up and ordered, I told you not to send such pictures to me. Now go to bed and I will pick you up from school tomorrow. Fujo didn't understand. What was wrong with her picture? It wasn't blurry or out of focus or anything. Mere mortals really couldn't figure out what a god was thinking. But another issue definitely had to be prioritized. Since she claimed that she would teach the three a lesson at the contest, she needed to recruit enough players. Fujo tapped her chin with her finger and smiled suddenly. I should check out the games during class tomorrow. The equipment that Almighty bought will be useful. He Honghua came back after her phone call. She didn't see her daughter, and the wine was gone, too. The sandwich that Chun Xiaodong made was still in the same spot. Where is Joe? She asked. Chun Xiaodong shook his head with deep sorrow. He endured and didn't tell his madam that young master had locked himself up in the room to play games and chase after young Master Qin. Chapter 99. Protecting Lord Zhou's Bestie. Chapter 99. Protecting Lord Zhou's Bestie. The next day, Fujo kept yawning on her way to school. She had spent the entire night assembling her laptop, so she could barely even lift her arms. She didn't skateboard today, and instead, took a bus from 2 stops away. Along the way, many girls wearing school uniforms were taking photos of her. Fu Jo had a lollipop in her mouth as she smiled at them. When someone leaned in, she would hold that girl's hand like a real gentleman. When she was getting off the bus, all the girls were blushing. They excitedly followed after Fu Jo and sighed with immense pity after the young man entered his classroom. However, things weren't as pleasant in the classroom. As soon as Fu Jo walked in, she saw a floor full of litter, while Shui Yaoyao was squatting on the floor. With her long hair covering her face, it was easy to tell how low her mood was. Even her fingers tightened when she touched her textbook. "Stupid fatty. Get the hell away from me when you know very well how ugly you are," the boys said as they kicked Shui Yaoyao's book from her hand. "Want to pick it up? I'm telling you, I've had enough of you, fat pig. If you want to stay in this class, then tell the class teacher that you want a seat change." "What the hell? So ugly and poor. Simply insulting to my eyes." Shui Yaoyao's fingers tightened even more, lodging her nails deeply into her palms. Fu Jo knew that she was enduring it and that she couldn't cry. If she cried, then she would completely lose. People were watching the commotion, especially those girls who were shielding their derisive smiles with their hands. Their critical eyes swept over Shui Yaoyao again and again. "I don't know what's wrong with her. Why did she come back after being expelled? Even though she was wronged as a thief last time, she really is poor. Now that it's so cold, she still doesn't change her clothing. She only has one set of the uniform. Does she even wash it? And her hair smells like rotten cabbage. Does she even shower? You! Stop! That's gross." Mocking laughter was more lethal than punches. Shui Yaoyao lowered her head even more, almost burying it into the ground. The boy standing next to her wanted to kick her again, but his leg was pulled to the side by someone with a banging sound. Fu Jo reached out and pulled Shui Yaoyao into her arms. Before that boy could cry out in pain, she covered the back of Shui Yaoyao's head with her left hand and pressed her head into her chest. She grabbed tightly on his collar with her left hand, and there was a sharp evilness in her smile. "Men who beat women are worse than scum. You either shut the F***ck up now, or come with me to the playground, and I will let you have a taste of my fists." Fu Jo kicked him so hard that he could barely stand straight. Furthermore, the way she looked at him gave the boy goosebumps all over his body, and he backed away like a coward. Fu Jo raised her eyebrow and loosened her collar. She picked her school bag back up as she turned around, and her uniform was half open. She sounded cold as she said, "You don't want to sit next to Shui Yaoyao, huh?" That boy's face was extremely pale and spoke up. Who would want to sit beside such a woman? He didn't dare to call her a fat pig anymore. He was scared that Fu Jo was going to kick him to death. Why didn't he realize that this gay was so capable before? "I'm taking your seat." Fu Jo let Shui Yaoyao sit down first, and then she threw her school bag handsomely next to Shui Yaoyao. She raised her chin at that boy. "Take my seat." Chapter 100 Jealous? Is Fu Jo gay or straight? Chapter 100 Jealous? Is Fu Jo gay or straight? The people in the classroom were all shocked when Fu Jo held Shui Yaoyao in her arms. Some of the girls' eyes were opened extremely wide. They couldn't believe all this. Shui Yaoyao herself was stunned from the very beginning. She wanted to thank Fu Jo, but she was afraid that she would be unable to hold in her urge to cry once she spoke up. Fu Jo acted like nothing had happened. She sat on the chair, and her left arm casually rested behind Shui Yaoyao as she smiled lightly. "The dumplings from last time were really delicious. You got any more for me today?" Shui Yaoyao didn't say anything. She nodded first and then shook her head. As she lowered her eyes, big, fat teardrops hit her textbook. She didn't understand why she didn't cry when she was being bullied, but was now crying helplessly after this young man had shown his concern. Shui Yaoyao thought that maybe it was that warm hug. It was so warm that she could overlook all the insults. "No more, huh?" Fu Jo rubbed her belly disappointedly. She then moved her left hand, and a lollipop showed up in front of Shui Yaoyao. Fu Jo was slightly smiling, the corner of her mouth turned up. "Here you go. Girls should eat more sweets." The students around them were watching their interactions. Some were jealous and envious. The most beautiful girl in class couldn't figure out what was so good about that fat pig to deserve such special treatment from Fu Jo. Fu Zhou really likes that fat pig. No way, isn't he gay? Look at his attitude towards her. Does he look gay? He's clearly straight. But he liked handsome Jiang and wanted to keep almighty Qin. Just how do you explain that? I don't care. I believe that my Highness Zhou is straight now. In order to protect Fu Zhou's reputation in school, they had set up a small fan club in school, and they affectionately called Fu Zhou His Highness Zhou. Every time His Highness Zhou showed up with that mischievous look, that attitude of torturing trashy boys, those bright and clear eyes, and that calm and natural way of dealing with the media, he would look so much like a prince from ancient times who held all the power in the palm of his hand. Therefore, the term His Highness Zhou emerged quickly. Perhaps because the same kind of people always gather together, those who liked Fu Zhou were all people with honest values. They had wanted to fight against something like this for a long time already, but their power was weak, and that boy was not one to be messed with. He was connected to bullies. Outside of school, just when the three of them wanted to fight, they saw His Highness Zhou kick him to the side. That gesture was extremely handsome, and it also vented their anger. From that moment on, they decided that no matter whether His Highness Zhou was straight or gay, they would protect this young man with their lives. Fu Zhou completely had no idea that her gesture just earned herself 3 fans. Yesterday, she assembled her laptop all night. Now, all she wanted was to sleep on the desk. Fu Zhou slept through the first 2 classes. Shui Yaoyao was covering for her, so the teacher didn't notice. Zhang Feiyang, who was sitting on the other side, was distracted. He looked at her the whole morning, and he didn't understand how that little wimp who once liked him could give up being his desk mate. This feeling was totally different from when he was being educated by that little wimp a few days ago. He was not sure why, but his chest felt tight from distress,